However, if brother Gary took possession of his castle, so that's like ultimately again, what do you see from that? But halacha l'maisa, now in this case, brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry, of the Yinesa. But he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore again, it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an idol that's made out of gold. Which means that exactly like it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which says that's fine. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain it to his then of Yayin? Casaras Hadrain. So this is very Adrianic person. So apparently, Rashi points out over here, Adrianic person where ultimately is very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbs 1 to 2 degrees, that you can take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute water. In that case, also, brother Garrett doesn't care if the cask is great or not. It doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still retained. In which the Gemara says, the one thing about even if that's so, even if brother Garrett doesn't care about the fact that I'm great, right? But he does care whether or not it's still lost, so he still wants their continued existence. Don't bring a riot from this case. You're bringing a riot, you're bringing up this in the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No. Shani Rushas Ager got killed. Rabbis will make it by the Yerusha. In other words, normally, the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal will make it by the Yerusha. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the idols, he's absolutely committed to work this out with his brother. You take this, you take the prohibited stuff, I'll take the prohibited stuff. Even though, yes, he wants to continue to exist. Why? Why would they make it by a Ger? We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his religion. That's not a knock on the Ger. That's a reality of the We've seen this before as well. For example, right? Some of the first Chazal said that in certain cases, theft. The thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. And you should not accept that reward in order to go ahead and facilitate the greatest. Difficult for people to money is necessary. It's important. And as much as you say, as long as you have your health. It's true. As long as you have your health and you can pay your bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, you just easily become family. And many people do not stand up to religious challenges. There was a choice between religion and was afraid that if he has to choose between halacha and ultimately again his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, because of it's not the one that situation, therefore they will make it there. And you're saying that in these kind of cases, they have a state is comprised of committed items, therefore allow him to keep committed items if his actual brother all of the what's that kind of goes? I know, everybody says the coaches, and they're done with it. So you should, in case of you should have understand too. And in the case of business, we ask. So you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of the Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well, because you don't want to put the person in this precarious situation. Incredible. So other U.S. environments, remember it's the same people Rabbi sitting together. Another question that Garrett Tosha now the back of us. So let's say this is very interesting. Can a Garrett Tosha go ahead? Let me say just before you go on, just say if the Chazal will make us just see the understanding tremendous structured in a way to make us succeed. Shalom wants us to succeed. Sometimes people have a very skewed view of a very skewed view of halacha. Who's waiting for us to mess up? Smack us down. They're all waiting for us to mess up so we can levy some type of punishment. That's the thing for the truth. The Evangel wants a new level of success. Chazal wants our success more than new level of success. All of the halachas, all of the strictures, and all the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we make a mistake. But again, there's a lot of people to be successful. Chazal want me to be successful. And when to make us successful, they do it. They do it. When success exceeds of standards, that's what people do. No greater advocate in this world. That's in this world than the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly improves our success. Okay, double question. Gerto, Shop, Marshe Bakal is very interesting. Can a Gertoshav go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember, an apple has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological. So Gertoshav, what is it? Now we're going to see this enough. She points out to the top of the path. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple in everything else, except he doesn't. Right? He believes in that. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. In every other respect, he's mentioned. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or we say like this, anyone who's what we call a banyan, if you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission it. This guy isn't the Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself worships idolatry, but the Torah has to go ahead and negate it. Anyone who also not this kind of the Baruch Hashem, someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate it. Therefore, the Gerton should have the ability to negate that. Unless it's Mason or is it? We saw shit like that. Went ahead and found that idolatry. Not in the marketplace. What's that? Actual boss. So remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop. I'm walking in the marketplace. I'm sitting there on the floor. And if I lift it up, that's how we're going to and once it's by you, essentially, you can't do so what do I do? Well, actually, so before I hear that, they call over an apple. Remember, they call over an apple. It's the apple. And you get to engage this decommission, psychological decommission. Go ahead and engage in theological decommission of it, so then it becomes permitted. However, some though, they really open to home the possession of it, at that point it's cannot be divorced. And so Ovid will come Medato Avodos will come Shalom, Shachave. And Ovid will come Medato to decommission his own Avodah Zarah or the Avodah Zarah of him. They of God, they Shekinah. He worships it. Doesn't worship. And then finally, might of God and might be like, what is it mean? What is it mean that decommission of it? But if he worships it, doesn't if you want to say that both are talking about an apple, then we already said, we just said an apple has the theologically decommissioned his avodah zarah and the avodah zarah of his friend. And a lot of the Ovei Kohanim, a lot of the Ovei Kohanim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means an actual shipping of the what is a non-worshipper. Oh. So who's go ahead and decommission both an actual Gertosha non-Nevato. What do you see here? That a Gertosha has the ability to be Nevato, ultimately to theologically decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which Gemara says, no. Rather, Rabbi will be the only person who can decommission Avodah Zarah is an actual idol worshiper. I get the comment. I knew so. We already said that. Then the price is redundant. He already said that God and decommission his Avodah Zarah and his friend's Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, racial is two different cases. Racial is teaching me like this. If you have two actors, right, and both worship Pa'ar, or both worship marshals, obviously, again, Akum 1 can negate his idol and his friend. And Akum 2 is his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zela, Pa'ar, Zela. Oh, the Seifa is something different. Let's see how Akum worships Marcos and one worship Pa'ar. For now, it's over here. And Akum can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't. So what's it? So number one, an Akum can negate his idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is that even if he worships a different, incredible. But again, no Gertosha, right? So when it comes to a Gertosha, we still like because I was actually can a Gertosha, which is created idolatry to that level. That was started what's a Gertosha? So let's start getting more definition. Use the definition of the Gertosha. So Gertosha Kivala so the Lava Meir says any Akum is accepted upon himself in front of three Chaver. I'm going to say Chaver being spoken before. Chaver normally is used. Someone is careful with truth and nice. Someone is careful about it. So in this context, your life is what it just means that you're in front of a base. And when Akum comes in front of a base, often he comes with Chaver. And he repeats idolatry, that's a Gertosha. That's a Gertosha. Good. That's what I meant. Some say a Gertosha was accepted upon himself the 7 that's a Gertosha. Seven is us to God, the next is even only able to go all the trials of God. Not true. I can't even say not true. Neither of these definitions satisfies the Gertosha. What is it? Easy to do. Zed yer o שקיבל עליו את כל מיסוס המורס בתורה חוץ מ10 נבואות. What is the definition of a Gertosha? Gertosha is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, who eats the neighbors, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs. Pretty shocking definition. Looks like really not close about the definition of the Gertosha. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the base of Gertosha idolatry. He accepted upon himself Shemesh and Noah. Achirim, he's like incredible. And the bicycle is not. Yachad in Exel, Yain, Yachad Exel, Tafid the air should really constantly look at yourself, right? Leave it with him for a little bit of time. You can leave within wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit within wine for a long time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says, Rashi says over here, you saw my reaction, you saw actually so much thinking of it. Allah, well, not the whole Manasseh. The Magal, the Compassion, and the base of Rothschild. Either the English act, either by equal, the dollar. It's not a war. So ultimately, it doesn't wine with him for sure amount of time. Not for longer amount of time because we're concerned that he needs swap out the cheese wine for his own.
That's what I was looking for. It looks like wax.
This is true even in the cities where the majority didn't have a juice. About million excellent yamin, Fafi the Shaliba of the so as I look like you could leave with me for sure. Not for a long time, again, not so if yamin not because he's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine from the juice. So for a short amount of time, shorter or longer amount of time. Shmano, Kieno, so the Gemara says, and his oil is like his wine. What is that? Shmano, is like Shemen, Mika, Avi, Yain. Is that properly wrong with
the reason that
oil?
It doesn't a lot of fucking.
Hello. Yaino, Kishmano. Interesting what it means is like this. Hello, from I saw.
Those kind of shit are
that again is wine is like his word. It's just like oil is permitted. So to ultimately is water. I look at actually just a moment. Actually, what does it mean that is? It's like, excuse me, there's an animal, but the same that you get off from this oil, you get enough from this water. But ultimately, you can get off from this water. The sharp called double, ultimately, and for every other thing, I really call it he's like an apple. Which is the rest of it. Shimon Omer, Yeno, Yair, Ness. Motor, Va'amulay, Motor says this wine is like such, or others say only again, that it's Motor, ultimately again, for consent. So that's who's falls over here. We're going to pick up in here. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this. What do you see there? Katanias, Shard Var, we see from here.
Okay, that's great.
It's like an apple regarding every other matter. Ultimately, again, what is
what is
that? So it doesn't again, how did this whole thing like that started with the fact that doesn't get attention have the ability to gate idolatry, with the eventually decommission idolatry. So now we just got finished saying, in this respect, again, Tosha is unique, but in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically decommission and gate that whole desire, we kind of give Tosha? So we can get Tosha, to which the Gemara says, no, I'm not going to say no. Retain the shus from about or shus. No, actually, else. We actually feel that shot. What does he feel? That's what I watch. Samuel. So more. The Shaman Shabbat was what's that? If you have multiple homes that open up the courtyard, you connect from a home into that courtyard without anything. Like Erev essentially means we collect food from all those evidence of the Chatzar, they join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one whole. Remember, I hear them. And if we try to mix the chutzner, the halacha is if you have who did not join to the chutzner, yield his rights. That's not the starting. I forgot to correct his name. He can yield his rights to the other members of the team. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. You cannot serve you have to rent his rights. Watch this. The Gemara says, "Yisomor b'shara Shabbos b'shok medaka rishus." Ultimately, again, Tiabi unfortunately again is who apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like right, publicly he keeps Shabbos. Privately he doesn't keep Shabbos. But at least in public he keeps. And what's the halacha? Delicious. All he needs to, if he didn't participate in the Eruv, just needs to essentially put his rights to someone else in the process. Shemesh Shabbos in the Rothschild, but if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially that's what happens. If it happened, then it is not enough for him to really take rights in the process. Rather, you have to rent his rights. So Amru, you smell most of from the Rothschilds, right? We saw ultimately again for give all rights to the other residents. The other again actually but by Apple, ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, when we say so this is just causing a case out, for example, deals with his right. I hereby give over my rights. Right? I give my rights in the public. Rishusim will tell us my rights are negated. You ultimately, as much the purpose is the resident acquire the rights of this mandatory Jew to give participation in the Eruv. They charge this any form of sources. It's just in general about Eruv Katsiros. In general, for a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights or just simply negate his ownership in the country that allows everyone else to participate. Even if he's installed Muma, as he publicly comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he killed, or he could go ahead and by practical, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And he installed Muma, who is publicly Muma, is treated like an also, we said before that again, is treated like an outcome for all other things, means that the chutzner with their tosha, and you using the chutzner want to make it clear zeros, they must rent they must rent the rights ultimately again of the gear tosha. Now whether or not the gear tosha the action is going to be the Hotzara, in their side, we will see everyone. What about incredible experience that this is doing all of you? And I'm closing stuff on very dedicated to the body from Russia's this year. This is just for the sales levels for Israel. I'm close for the month of Av. How about you told the Peter and raising the honor of their parents? Israel raising Junior raising New Rosensweiger, remember of Rosensweiger on the Rahel. Or you could learn sponsors that and Wolf, and the yard state of the Father Cyrus with Shalom, then Steve. Nathan and Benjamin, Father Ben Adams, Robert Barnabite, Ben Moreira. The only sponsors for today that are American Torah, all of them shall happen. The families in the family, all of them, prophets, premiers, all of our hostages, Shalom and the Kalav, allow our services successful follow. Unless it was that, but at least that is San Francisco. Really good with that ahead of us. Today we are picking up San Francisco on the base 63B, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 blocks from the bottom. That's what Rabbi Ula, Rabbi Bar. So again, Rabbi Ula, Rabbi Yosef, the other Ami Dabai. Yosef, the Kabbalah, my bride, that's the following question. Listen to the passage. This brother Yair Nessa. What is the halacha in Achim a Jew to see barrels of Yair Nessa? Right, so okay, that means I'm going to pay you $50 now. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of Yair Nessa. Mahu is the halacha. Is the Jew allowed to receive except the wages from himself? Let's remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were doing the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity or dealing with items that themselves may be lesser value. So here, the Aquam is asking me to do something like an SF, or he's asking me to guidance. He's going to take me for, so am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's that about? Me, I'm going to keep the more awesome. This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the INS. Now, why do you use the INS? The barrels is a great on their own. I would use the opportunity to prepare us. So I want to, interesting enough, I want the existence of the INS. Want it. Therefore, maybe that makes the process perfect. Me and me on Kiva, 3 lines up in the bottom of the Rashi. These songs there, most of the Kiva Shafari are saying, you actually want to exist of that. I don't know how to Ruben doesn't want to break on their own. Actually, Ruben also. So do we say that since the Jew wants, it's interesting to think about this way, right? The Jew actually wants the only necessary to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered proceeds from the items, and therefore again, it's possible. On the other hand, this is the destruction of the INS, destruction of the result. This is a good. This is a good thing. Sure, I want to also in existence, but again, ultimately, the shred of the Zara is considered from the method of proceeds. Ultimately, again, should be fascinating. I'm not. So Rothschild says, I'm not no, take the job, take the job, get the money, and go. Also, you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and read out. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. Let's say again, and actually kind of transfer line, right? So we had sessions to do. We can, let's say, for example, we can rape funds as a medical. So if you the Jew can't go ahead and assist you in the family. Overly was like, oh, you know, you can really see something. You can't. What can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot that I am allowed to Rashi. Rashi from Ubud Ba'afa of the road to be too much like Akin tires and units of business. Sober. They like well, let's say again, he asks me to operate it. I am allowed to do it. Even though you get paid for working with Kilayim, right? And I want the existence of the Kilayim because if the Kilayim is not updated on their own, I use that on my side. So the Gemara says. So here from here, this is what The Matthew says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want to achieve existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it, you get paid for it, it's going to be destroyed himself. So when it's a Savua, second time 64 so Amma, you use it in use, but you keep a hold of it in general. You can't even do anything that's for example, last week we got over here, now let's say someone is trying to get the light, to put up a fence around the now the Akiva says, also, why? Because we have to putting up a fence by definition is part of the scheme of the land. Even though putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself, nevertheless, it is going to be possible. There's nothing to meaning. The fact that it is covering the seeds with brick, so nothing can put your actual being directly participating in the planting of the but the keeper says, even if you do anything to sustain the child, for example, put up the fence around the Kalayim, that's going to be problematic as well. So, might come to be a keeper. Where should be it says, do not plant Kalayim in the field. Even the only other publishing of planting, how do I know that I'm not allowed to do something to sting the actual growth itself? But even in putting up the fence, I'm a Lomar, you go. I suppose it's interesting over here. A little bit of a play on words. So again, you can't do anything that ultimately again enables the existence of the even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant, something that sustains the destiny of the Gemara says, when you look at Tifla Shard, but ultimately eating, we're not even according to the Kiva. How do you according to the Kiva? The prohibition ultimately sustains the plant. What about if somebody's going to pay me to uproot the plant? So it sounds like that is going to be totally Gemara says, not necessarily. Well, it doesn't have to be this son Rabbanon might hear your Oakland, I feel you mean that. According to Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Or actively do some type of like supporting activity or some of the plans they hold is so putting up a fence with her and you can get paid for that and maybe which the Gemara is still not very interesting what's the case of the year the other machines are interesting where ultimately again I am doing it so I am for free I come asking me to do it and I'm doing it for free so what's the plan watch this Rabbi Huda Amar beating Lahem Matnastina ultimately Rabbi Huda's the opinion that Halacha L'Maisa you are not allowed to do a favor for us. Like we actually had this in the beginning of this. Our Los Sechanim is all about what is what Los Sechanim compliment them and give them. Swing on Rabbi Huda says, don't do this thing. You can't work for free. You can't do something for an outcome for free. Even if the free is destruction of all this, you still can't do it. So Rabbi Nishma Rabbi Akiva, you know, the fact that you're setting this up according to Yehuda, according to Rabbi Akiva, is not be permitted. Rabbi Yehuda, Asra B'Kira Machmasina, Rabbi Yehuda, Tifla Shakra. Gemara says, no, according to Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so you give a free good. You can't do a favor for it. But you see, that's absolutely that's an objective benefit. I have Rabbi Akiva Nami. Afa Daf Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm trying to line, yeah? Let me take this. Shepherd. And say something. Even though Rabbi Akiva was a more expensive, you know, the provision of the line. They're not only can you not plant it, not only can you not see the actual plant itself, you can put up a fence to sustain it. Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot the line to get rid of the sin, to get rid of the prohibited, absolutely. And you can get paid for that from you. Which the Gemara says, the Su Lo There's nothing else to go ahead and discuss. It's great. This phrase, the Su Lo this is like the Talmudic equivalent, like a mic drop. You know, the Su Lo you know, that's it, we're done. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss. So also, it's very interesting. The difference is ultimately, you know, let's say, so, how this started. This all started by the case of Akum wants to break us of Yainessa. He asks me, he wants that Jew to go to break his will, pay me $50. Right? Am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, we could say no, because therefore that means I want to continue the existence of the benefiting from all this up. And this one is up. But not, we said, do it and cover Allah. It follows the destruction of the Zara, that matter is prohibited item. Even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, so I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want it to break it. I don't want the right to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. Nevertheless, I am committed to go ahead and do these entities, get people for them. Those things, because the destruction of evil, destruction of prohibition, ultimately is a good thing. As the Prophet says, you get paid, and tough Allah. I must say, there is a really such an interesting idea. Part of Western society, our mindset is, you know, like live and let live. And that is important. Members of society, just the general approach to living in the greater society, we should take an approach of living. Yes, you know, that's nor is it the case about people else's lifestyle choices. Live. That's to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in the greater society. And on the other hand, so teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root in our world. And when there's something that it has to be, when there's something that is it has to be broken.
Just gotta go from
Broken. And the thing is, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, and unfortunately, ultimately again becomes incredibly distorted. That's why the message uses question of yes, destroy the INS and cover our love. Because reading the world of evil is a problem. And it's a problem. It's not easy. And it's hard to think about tired as we see this. But you think about it's such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation state of Israel is doing, it's rooting out evil. And sometimes you would think that like the world would just line up, applause, right? Just clap, because we're doing the world's dirty work. And again, it's hard because you can't see what's evil, good, can't see who's right and who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes there is a living and let live, and sometimes the Matthew says, Yishar, Yishar. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and in order to do it, ultimately the process is just, but ultimately when you get to the other side of the process, that's when it's really incredible. The Gemara goes like that. The Gemara goes like that. Good. Hadri Yasmi, so again, the same cover was sitting, and they asked about.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. First and foremost, I've done my best to follow every single person, and I'd appreciate it if you would follow me back. I follow everybody back. I'm the easiest follow back in the game. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic, the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer that you meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous 24 hours a day. You can be live in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube streams, they're available in the link in my profile. Additionally, they're available in the link in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link. I dare you to look at my link because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll find a link to my Discord, Discord.me/Rabbi. We have 2,700 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, clouds. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for lifestyle program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater on land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a Raider or a Schiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you, both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his item, right? And got me the proceeds from the sale. Or I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his yayin and he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that called? Mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Now, however, watch this.
You're good, big man. No worries. No worries. It happens all the time.
I'm going to sell my yayin. In that case, it's hard. See, here's interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Aqua $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his item, goes off, sells his yayin. I didn't like idea what he's doing. Case, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Nessa. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited. I effectively my explanation. So what's this thing? So what's this thing? Because see from the things that every so now this suit is circled back a little bit. So here's the difference. Second, where the option to here while I sell my or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want to continue the existence of the existence of the wine. I want to pay. So because I want it, therefore I take this positive seeds are us. And there's no second. If you look at the human key, I got this before. But that's what when you want to continue existence, but I'm not doing it to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want to continue the existence of the INSF because I want my money, but I'm not to facilitate the continuing existence of these prohibited items. Why should it be us? Vatinan, listen to this, Vatinan, so your Shabi and Ovikos. This is a very interesting case. You have two brothers. One converted, Akum brothers. One converted and one slaughtered. So their Ger, brother Akum. So what happens? Their father died. Their Akum father died. Now they have their father. So they want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say permitted items. So Ger Yochaloma no Tal Akavod animals Tal Akiyaina Keros. So brother Ger could say to brother Akum, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the yaina, I'll take the money and the potatoes. He can do that. The Mishabot, and that's permitted. However, the Mishabot Shusagir also, obviously, all of this presupposes Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Ayinesa or idol. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse, right? But well, there is recourse. Remember, you can get an applicant to be in the background of the Sarah, but it's much more complicated. Already owns it. There are really very limited options that are there. So long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate this way. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's also. So we'll say, so ultimately again here, that halacha l'maisa, now in this case, brother Ger wants the continued existence of the idolatry and of the yayin esel, but he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence.
Folks, this is he doesn't just try to summarize it for you. Motherfuckers must have let it.
What's the case over here in this Mishnah? This time, I know that's it. It's made over so, which means that even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Because even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain the case then of Yayin? The Cheres Hadrain. So this is very interesting. Hadrianic earthenware. So apparently, Rashi over here. Hadrianic earthenware ultimately was very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, you can absorb the wine to a degree that you can take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute wine. It's also brother here doesn't. Who cares if the casks break or not? It doesn't make a difference because either way, value is still retained. To which the Gemara says, one second, even if that's so, even if brother Ger doesn't care about the fact of break, right? But he does care whether or not he gets stolen or lost. So he wants their continued existence. Yerushas Hager Kamrat, don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot, you're bringing a proof from the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No. Shani Yerushas Hager, Dakilu Baraba. Rabbis were made by the Yerusha of the Ger. Normally, the Gemara says perhaps this case is problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were made by the Yerusha of the Ger. As long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the idols, he is absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother Akum. Right? And so you take this, you take prohibited stuff, I'll take permitted stuff. Even though, yes, he wants to continue existence of it. Why? Why were they made by a Ger? That if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money, he will choose his inheritance. That's not a knock on the Ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? There's something called Sham. And Chazal said in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole, right? And the victim should not accept back the stolen item. Why? In order to facilitate the thief's, we're afraid if the thief has to return everything, it's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial. Right? Money is necessary, is important. And as much as we say, like to say, as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health, and you can pay your bills, right? Because if you don't have money, things are like become incredibly complicated. And many people could not stand up to these challenges. There was a choice between religion and money. We're afraid that the Ger, if he has to choose between halacha, ultimately again his Yerusha, he may be tempted to use his Yerusha. Again, not because of the Ger, because it's human nature. So therefore, Chazal didn't want to come in that situation and buy a Ger. Understanding that often in this kind of case, you're going to have in the state that items are permitted items. Therefore, allow him to keep the permitted items. Give his own brother all of the permitted items. Incredible. We'll say on the base. When is this so? Yershu, in the case of Yerusha, also. But in the case, let's say, the business partnership will be us. So you see that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well. Because we don't want to put the person in this, we don't want to put them in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So the mother's like, how do you guys find this? Remember again, all of this is the same group of Rabbanim sitting. The question that came in. So let's say this is a very interesting case. When a Ger Toshav, go ahead. We'll say, just before you go on, this idea that Chazal by the Ger, just so you understand the tremendous Mr. Hanskell is. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam, sometimes people have a very skewed view of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, a very skewed view of halacha. That HaKadosh Baruch Hu is waiting for us to mess up, he could smack us down. Because all waiting for us to mess up so we can levy some punishment and penalty against them. That's equally from the truth. The Ribono Shel Olam wants our success more than needs us more than our only care to put us in the path of success, not to see us down.
Chicago, Illinois, America's game of the week. And you're all in the Super Bowl 48.
successful. And led him to a life successful. When success accomplished through relaxing the standards, go ahead and punish or negate. Remember, the apple has the ability to negate his evolution, thereby decommissioning it from its theological significance. So, Gerton was the what is a Gerton? The reason my focus about the definition of Rashi points out how Gerton shot Eino Ovid Avon. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. So, Baruch Shalom is coming with the Chosharans. But again, he's like an apple and everything else, except he doesn't believe idolatry. Right? He believes in Hakadosh Baruch Hu. He believes in worship idolatry. In fact, he's not. So, does such a person have the ability to commission idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, the product of the Lord. We say somebody worships idolatry can be commissioned idolatry. So we're short up on the name. And then we have to say like this. Anyone who can become a bang if you're the parsha of the home, then you can go ahead and praise your home. And this guy is in the parsha. It's not Jewish. It's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. And that means says no. Only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone that doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, it doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. So, mercy, Mesa, Kash, this 1 second. We saw Shabbat, Mission.
Damn, you're
so, went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's up? Actual boss. So, what's it saying? Remember. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm working in the show, I'm working in my shop. I see complete around. If I lift it up, that's how I want to be required by GSOs and so what do I should so if I pick it up, over the oven kochalim in the back, I can pull over pull over and come and see what about a I need you to negate this decommission. So I engage with that decommission. However, again, you should also be a ain't no really man.
Do you remember what happened in November 18, 1993?
Only go cover the Shalom.
Ghetto girl.
Or the Avodah Zarah of his friend, Bain of the Bain Shem, whether he would worship, whether we find what this means. My of the my of what does it mean? What does it mean that Akum could decommission of Zarah, whether he worships it or doesn't worship? If you say that both are talking about an Akum, then We already said that. We said before that an akum has the ability to theologically
You should
distinguish
eat me
his
because I'm so far out of your league. You would be lucky.
And a love of the
Hi, I'm Elizabeth. Call me back. Only. What kind of man am I looking
right?
for?
Ultimately,
I really don't know.
of the means an actual act.
A good one. I have never been in love with anybody before. I don't even for anyone. Whoever dated has been madly in love with me. You will be in love with me too. My dream first date is go to a restaurant, get me drunk.
Incredible.
I do smoke cigarettes, yeah, but I don't care if you smoke cigarettes. The key to a good relationship with me is giving me space. I have a lot of pet peeves, but my biggest one is leaving wet towels on the ground. I don't believe in soulmate. I don't really think all people have soulmates. I like guys who are scared of me. That's fun.
Two different cases. Racial is part is that Marcos. Racial is teaching me like this. If you have two akums, right, and both worship Palpar, or both worship Marcos. See again, akum one could negate his idol and his friend's idol. And akum two could negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa Zela or Zela. Oh, teaching something different. Same things different. Let's see one akum who worships Marcos and one who worships Baal. What's the novelty over here? An akum can worship idolatry even if he doesn't worship. So let's say, so there are really few halachas. Number one,
You should date.
negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different idol. Incredible. Incredible. So the Gemara says, again, no raya about a ger toshav. Right? So when it comes to a ger toshav, we still like the ger toshav, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry. Can he be mevad? So now we still have Kasha, Azu Ger Toshav. So now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a ger toshav? So Zeh Kol Shekiva Lav B'Chayim Chavirim Shalom Avodas Chum Direm. Here says it's any akum who has accepted upon himself in front of three chaverim. And again, I will say chaver we spoke about this before. Chaver normally means someone who's careful.
What's up, bitch?
Someone who's careful about
I'm already a unanimous first ballot Hall of Famer.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth.
Anytime an akum comes in front of
What's up, Elizabeth? Okay, Beth.
I really don't know.
That's a ger toshav. Good. That's right.
Hilarious with a huge cock.
I have never been in love with anybody before.
Same girl.
My parents,
Except I love everybody.
every guy I've ever dated has been madly in love with me.
I doubt that.
And
But
he
it's
will be in
okay.
love with me too.
Maybe. You never
My
know.
dream
Cool.
He didn't say,
Hey,
neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of ger tosha. What is a ger tosha? ger tosha. Ze ger otham levelos shekigal alav lekayim kol mitzvos hamus Torah.
what about a piano bar?
I don't care if you smoke cigarettes.
What is the definition
Okay.
of ger tosha? A ger tosha is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher.
What about a piano bar?
The rest of the
Okay.
See if you could keep up.
Oh, no doubt, girl. I'll drink you under the table.
I don't care if you smoke cigarettes.
Okay. You like Winston's?
He accepted upon himself.
The Flintstone smoke.
I have a lot
He
of
accepted
pet
upon himself
peeves,
Shem's Chayrim. He has
but
upon himself
biggest
all of
one
the
is
mitzvos
leaving
except
wet
all of the
towels
kosher.
on the ground.
What about cum towels?
Even pollinate.
Incredible.
This one's complicated.
Yachad
There could be an animalistic soul, a Jew. Who the fuck knows?
What's it halacha is?
You should date me because I'm so far out of your
Leave
league.
it with him for a little bit of time. I should say
You'd be lucky.
you can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit with him wine for a longer amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned that Rashi says, Rashi says over here, so maniach tachanuso achiyilech no yoser mash inkim babiko. The high even below color.
I'm already unanimous first time I've all
Even I know that even if we don't it's not a what like something deposit wine with him for short amount of time. Not for a
Hilarious
longer
with a
amount
huge
of time because
cock.
something that he swap out the juice wine for his own. Okay.
Except I look at everybody.
And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So it's a lot of the gear tosh. You can leave it in the but not for a long time. This one guy yes, actual guy
I'll drink you in the table.
he's repeating
Okay.
right? But we are concerned that over time for a longer amount of time. He may switch his wine for a juice. So for a short amount of water or longer amount of smell, kiyem.
What about compounds?
Like this. What is that?
Oh,
What
this
is
is
that? Like
complicated.
shemen.
There's like an animalistic soul, a Jewish soul, who the fuck knows?
Hello.
What's up,
You know, Kishmano. Interesting enough, rather than Allah for the Maisa, that is that
such
again is
a superstar with cricket glove
is
on the
what
one
like
her business.
just like just like his oil is every total ultimate again is war.
She made video next year.
Yes, and
I love that kind of response. You know, it's the best you can do. And you got to send on the
Just a
reason that his oil is like excuse me, that is why it's like his oil. It's the same that you get. No,
Maria's great.
oil.
Because she hits the ball. She looked it up.
Can't
Did you
drink
hear that? I heard it. Did you see it? Maria's such a superstar.
That bitch got launched
All
all 18.
every other thing. How do you call people? He is like he is like he's like an Jewish Muslim. Shimon Omer. Yeno Yayin Ness.
you to date me.
Amilei Mutter Va'amilei Mutter B'Shtia. Shimon says his wine is like Yayin Nesach. But others say ultimately again that it is Mutter ultimately again for consumption. For Shia. So actually pause over here. We're gonna pick up a Mitzvah Hashem. Actually,
looking for a
tell me
date,
else. Let's
and
finish this.
I've been looking for
Tell
a
me else.
date
What do you
most
see?
of my life.
Tell me
The
else.
last guy didn't work out. I'm very easy to get along with, and everybody will tell you that, and my neighbors too.
Regarding
Is he able to afford to take most of the things I enjoy are free, so that's an easy one. Take me out rollerblading, and I catch me when I fall because I'm not very good at that. Tell me I'm sexy. I just had an ego that needs to be fed. That's the truth. In my job, I have to be very strict.
Now just got finished saying you got a miss.
Hey, that's gonna work for tomorrow. I think I'd be a musician. I'd be something like a play ukulele. That's something you get hired for anywhere. I don't smoke cigarettes, and I couldn't date anyone who smoked. That pack out the window, let the cigarettes fall to the wind. Retreat. I know that's what you want to do. And you have more. I'd like to go to France, go to the France there. I did take French in high school, and I've been working on it. To get me in the right mood.
Right, it was essentially
I'm a
music
very good
like
kisser.
all of the habits
And if you don't know how to
join
French,
together,
I
and
can show you that.
that makes food
Damn,
makes it into the domain of one home. Remember, I hear it is. And if you cart from the home to the chutzner, crossing to the home. Now the halacha is if you have a Jew
Yeah,
who
I'm
did
looking
not
for a
join
date.
into the chutzner, he can yield his rights. Let's say if Shabbos started, forgot to participate in Ruben forgot to participate in the Erev. He can yield his rights.
What's up, bitch?
And
If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to.
What's up, woman? You look like you're a reject from the Golden Girls.
So watch this.
I didn't work out.
Fuck him.
Ultimately,
I need to get along with.
Same.
And everybody will tell you that, my neighbors too.
to an apostate. So as long as he's not.
Are your neighbors single?
Right? And the public can keep shadows. Private doesn't keep shadows. At least
I like an outfit.
what's the halacha? Without the rishos, all he needs to do if he didn't participate in the Erev, he just needs to essentially put his rights to someone else.
Do you like the dollar store? Want to have sex in a golf cart of a golf course?
And essentially, it's like an apple. If he's like an apple, it's not enough.
Oh, tight. You want to have sex in a golf cart on a golf course? Done. All right, sexy.
To go ahead and
Same, baby.
give over his rights to the other residents.
I eat that shit.
But ultimately, you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, the Gemara is saying that we say, so let's say just let's finish up. Ketzad, Omer Lo, let's say how does for example.
You like get titty fucked, hoe?
Omer Lo, I hereby give over my rights. Right? I bequeath my rights to the Chazir, or Rishusi Mivutelas, or my rights are negated to you.
Hey, bitch, I bet you love having your ass slapped.
rights of this non-participatory Jew to participate in the Eruv.
This bitch loves to get spanked.
So just in general about Eruv details. Again, you need to
It's amazing, girl.
not participate, even
Maybe in Hawaii.
Or being the battle, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the Chasson that allows everyone to provide.
Okay.
As long as publicly.
What about if it's a carton?
He could go ahead and.
Not just that, he carton of Doral.
And acquire his rights. And he is stronger, who is publicly a lower, is treated like a full circle. Therefore, when we said before that.
I bet your wrinkly neck loves to get choked. Fancy. Ulu vugu she abikwa seswa.
They must.
You want a tongue wrestle, girl?
You will see in tomorrow's daf. Everyone, what a incredible experience such as all of you. Wishing everyone. We'll say a great spot for some TV with all of you this morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our annual sponsors dedicating all the Sherman drushos this year as exclusive for Am Yisrael. Our sponsors for the month of Av, Haba Alinu Tova, Stephen Randy, raising in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Faith Wolf, Commissioner of the Yard Site.
Oh, fuck that.
Father Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Steve Hirsch, Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of their father Ben Adler, Hachover Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno Rabbi. The only sponsors for today: Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved Rosalind Applebaum, Rochel Bas, Rabbi Amatora, all of the Nishama Satan Aliyah, the families in the family, all those need their full chef together, Kol Chol Yisrael, Baruch Hashem, all of our hostages, Shalom and Bukarov, allow our Holy Spirit to be successful with all of our Savior. With that, let us begin. Today's daf 64. A really incredible daf ahead of us today. We are picking up from Samach Gimel on the base 63.
Most of my life.
And we are
Last
picking up
night didn't work out.
4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. So again, Nachman our puppy Yasser Bifia Barami Gabai. And Bifia Barami was sitting with them, and he says, Yosef the Kabbalah, my wife. And he asked the following question. Listen to the fascinating this question. Safra Lishbar Yayin Nesach Mahu. What is the halacha if an akum hires a Jew?
What's good, woman?
Barrels of yayin.
Since the Hoover administration,
I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive receive and to accept, to keep the words. Remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds.
You look like Rue McClanahan stunt double the girls.
Or dealing with items that themselves be asur.
That your neighbors are swingers.
Asking me to destroy Yayin Nesef, and he's going to take me for it. So am I allowed to keep those?
A motherfucker who's slaying stick like it's going out of style. Tight, like the library. How about getting fucked in a golf cart on a golf course?
I was the opportunity to break.
Hey, you sexy hoe. Same, baby. Eat that shit up.
Because I want it. Therefore, maybe that makes the
I bet that wrinkly neck loves to get choked.
Yeah. 3 lines up from the bottom of Rashi. The Yisrael Zerlotzi Bekiluban Shachari Osai actually wants the existence of
Baby, you can get it. I bet you love to get spanked. Okay. Maybe in Hawaii.
I wanted to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from the Yayin Nesef, and therefore, again, it's us. On the other hand, what are you talking about?
What about candy cigarettes?
This is a good thing. Sure.
Even if it's a carton of Durals?
Is the good thing, and therefore the proceeds ultimately again should be
How about a French University girl?
No, take the job, take the job, get the money, and tell our brother to be blessed. Yeah, you have the opportunity to go. Take the money and go. So you must limit.
Want a French kiss, baby?
Wheat, we had sessions just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say, for example, wheat and grapevines, that's the paradigmatic. So we'll put any forbidden mixture. So if an Obey plant is planting kilayim, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the planting. Odra literally means like removing weeds, we'll see covering with dirt. You can't do that. How about 64? What can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot kilayim. That I am allowed to. Look at Rashi. About Lashlich from the Igud Va'afagav. Let's say Akum hires me and he says, listen, silver, do me a favor, I planted kilayim. Again,
What's good, woman?
But let's say again, he asks me to do it. All right, I'm allowed to do that.
You look like Rue McClanahan stunt double the girls. I bet your neighbors are swingers. The motherfucker was swingers. Going out of style. Tight.
We're allowed to go ahead.
Getting fucked in a golf cart on a golf course, girl.
Ultimately, again,
Sexy. How?
go.
Baby, eat that shit up. I bet that ring get choked.
You want to be the one who destroys this to get paid for it.
Maybe so can get it.
So
I bet you'd love to get
second
spanked.
So who are how money who's a king? This is a king. I'm a kind Kilayim book. It's very
Okay.
yeah.
Hired for anywhere. Maybe in Hawaii.
That only is their plant.
What about Canada? Even if a carton of Doral?
Anything that sustains plants. So it's out over here. So let's say someone has plant Kilayim.
I'm at a French university.
Asks me to put up a fence around the says also why? Because the act of putting up a fence like a is part of the sitting of the light. Fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also
Take a look right here.
Nafish means reading.
Yeah, the helmet, he flips the ball. He's clearly loose. But Dobbs ends up coming in right there, but it doesn't matter. It's going to come back to the spot. Take a look right here.
The planting of plant.
Yeah, the helmet, he flips the ball. He's clearly loose. But Dobbs ends up coming in right there, but it doesn't matter. It's going to come back to. Take a look right here.
Where does Rabbi get that from? What's his name?
Yeah, the helmet.
From Israel Kilayim. Pasuk says, "Do not plant field in the Elazaraya." I only know the prohibition of planting. How do I know that I'm not to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? Like even like putting up the plants. Amalomar lo Kilayim. It's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. So again, there's actually kind of discussing because like lo Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately again enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual itself, but just something that sustains it. That's going to be Ilu. Gemara says V'ilu.
My name is Trish. Good.
Interesting.
Care things, take care of other people. Somehow I just always know something's lost. I know where to look for it, to find it. It's one of my gifts. I'm looking for a man with compassion and integrity. Nothing too over on the first stage, just getting to know you. I started playing the alto saxophone class in 5th grade. I really wanted to play the drums, but my arms aren't strong enough. I don't play all the time now, but I do still like getting my saxophone out from time to time. New Year's Eve, somebody will say, "Trish, get out your sax." My idea of happiness is, let's say I'm 70 years old and I'm sitting out on a veranda next to a cool glass of lemonade, and my beloved is sitting right next to me, and we're holding hands. We're watching the kids play touch football on the lawn, and I say, "Not so rough," and they say, "Yes, Grandma." And I just think to myself, what a legacy.
Free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Watch this. Ultimately,
My name is Trish.
That halacha l'maisa, you are not allowed to do a favor for an animal. Like we actually had this in the beginning of the It's our lo sechanim. All my folk is what lo sechanim means. Right? Doesn't mean.
My name is Trish.
Hi, Trish. I like that line on your tit.
Taking care of things, taking care of other
You take care of this dick? Put it right.
The fact that you're saying this according to Buddha sounds like according to Rabbi Akiva.
Are you a librarian? I think you have librarian-like qualities.
Talmud says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for an hour. But to do something to upward level of Zala, that's absolutely permitted. That's a good thing. That's a
I bet secretly you're a BDSM queen. Whisper by George Michael. Oh, we could work on that. Give enough hand jobs, you'll be bench pressing ounces.
The actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even on keyboard,
Your friends seem encouraging.
Is absolutely permitted, and you can get
70 years old.
Okay.
I'm sitting out on the veranda
Wow.
next to a glass.
Like on James' commercial.
Of it is sitting right next to me.
Oh, I'm right there with you, baby.
This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic drop. You know, the pseudo meeting. You know, that's it. We're done. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss about it. So it's very interesting because therefore this means now let's go full circle. How did we start? We started by the case of Anakum wants to destroy, wants to break his barrels of Yayin Nesach. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go and break. He's willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Great. Am I allowed to do it or not? Remember, on one hand, you could say no, because therefore that means I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach, and I'm benefiting from Avodah Zarah. On the other hand, I'm destroying Avodah Zarah. Rav Nachman says, do it and tava Allah. If it involves the destruction of Zara, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS to get to. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plant to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, the proceeds, because the destruction of people, the destruction of Zara, the destruction ultimately is a good thing. And as Rav Nachman says, you get paid and Tava Allah. Incredible. I will say it really is such an interesting idea because, you know, kind of like part of what society, our mindset is, you know, live and let live. And that is important. As members of society, just as a general approach to living in greater society, we should approach and take it to live and let live. Yeah, but it's not your obligation to convince the world that you're using your ideas, nor is it your
Like in rocking chairs? What about Adirondack chairs?
That's to assume it has to be our approach to living.
What if flag football?
On the other hand,
I kind of like this fantasy. Let's do it, girl. And then I fished you.
And when there's something that is evil, when there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those norms become.
What if they're playing flag football?
That's what the Nachman is discussion of. Yes.
What if they're playing flag football? I kind of like this fantasy. And then I fished you.
And it's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenge.
My name is Trish. I'm taking care of things, taking care.
If you think about what the nation of Israel, what the state of Israel is doing, it's rooting out. And sometimes you would think that like the world would just run up, applause, right? Just clap. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet again, it's hard. Because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see who's wrong. But Rachman tells us sometimes there is a way to live, and sometimes says Yishbar, something like that.
You want to take care of this big?
Process is difficult.
It's always the last place you put it, right?
But ultimately, you get to the start of the process.
I feel like we're very passionate.
Incredible. Where was that?
I think you have
Where was that?
like
But how do you just see so again? Same federal.
the secret, the
And
European
that's how do you just see become everybody like
Can you play Careless Whisper by George Michael?
what
That girl, giving those hand jobs, she would be best
himself
president.
as idol and he has nice
Out. Yours,
Does that
Chris,
money
encouraging.
take on the same
70
identity
years
as
old,
the
sitting out on
No,
a
me
veranda.
confess as the Biado.
Like the Bartles in this commercial. Oh, I'm right there, baby. Like in rocking chairs? What about Adirondack chairs? What if they're playing? I kind of like that fantasy.
So nothing says
I just think to myself,
I like
that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just being money. Now what?
Touch the
So
ball.
here's
He's
our
clearly losing.
I know the also made it out about people who came up with our
what's good.
whatnot
It's
because
the Uber
the sea
administration.
scandals is
You
fascinating.
look like it's going out of style.
Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that,
How about getting
then
fucked in a golf cart on a golf?
watch
Girl.
this. What's here?
Hey, you sexy.
And that she says over here. Look at that.
Saying, baby, eat that shit up.
Yeah, the sushi. Cairo. Oh, Cairo.
Loves the game show.
Because remember, if they convert,
I bet you'd love to get spanked.
then there's idolatry and by Jew. Idolatry and by Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have its identity negated. They take it enough.
Maybe
It
it's
tells them
why.
instead before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off.
What about candy
You have the money,
cigarettes?
then you can convert to them a minute. What do you see?
Even if it's a carton of Doral?
He sells his idol, that cash is committed. So the Gemara says,
How about a
my
French
time,
university girl? I'm already unanimous first ballot Hall of Famer.
I really don't know.
Hilarious with a huge cock.
Never been in love with anybody before.
Except I love everybody.
Every guy I've ever dated has been with me. And he will be in love with me too.
Maybe. You never know.
Dream Fest
Elevate the hall.
What about a piano bar?
Love her,
No doubt.
although those folk
Drink you under the table.
I don't
went Akko
You like
$1,000.
Winston?
So what happened? So Akko went and sent
Sense of the Flintstone
right
smoke.
and brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or yeah, you never said the same case. I went ahead and I went
What about
he said he's
compound?
got set, and then he brought me
Oh, this is
the
complicated.
proceeds of the set. What's that?
There's
Well,
could be an analyst,
ultimately,
Jewish soul. The fuck knows?
interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. And let's say the Akim same case, so the Akim $1,000, Akim case still don't already pay you. Come in here, wait here, I'm just going to sell my I only got the proceeds. I'm going to sell
And I just met all sorts of interesting people every day. I'm really looking
Case
for a
number
guy
one, same
who
case.
is into
I
taking
lent
care of
Apple
himself.
$1,000. Case number
Aerobics,
one, he
maybe
goes
go
off,
aerobics
sells his
with
idol,
me.
goes
I
off,
think
sells.
it's
I said,
cute.
I
Just a
am
couple
ready.
matching
Brings me the
outfits.
proceeds, pays back the debt, moved
Matching
to
pajamas.
case number
Sometimes I
two.
like it when
Same
the guys
thing, I
look
lent
at
him
me
$1,000. He says, I want to pay you
because
back.
then
Give
it's
me a couple of hours. I got to sell my
so
idol. I got to
too
sell my
nice.
INSF.
Sometimes you have to
Brings
just
comes
throw
back
a
the
little
proceeds.
sugar
The
in that
proceeds
tank
are
and just say a little something
I
snacky.
effectively
Love to
more
the
mais donation,
phone.
mais
I will
So what's
call
the
my
session?
grandma
I
in
don't say what's your
Texas,
institutions
and we will
negotiations.
talk
See
for
from
hours.
machines, but how
I'm
you
not
make kilos
religious.
so
Well,
back a little bit
if
to the
someone
previous
cheats
circle.
on me,
But here's the difference. In the second
I just can't be
where
responsible
the
for
outcome says,
what I
wait
would
here
do.
while I
I
sell my
don't
idol,
pick
or
out my
while I
gift.
go
I
ahead
want
and
you to pick up
my
hints
wine,
that I need
I
throughout the
want
year
to continue
of
the
the
existence of
things
the
that I
idol,
like
continue
and
the
that I
existence of the
love,
wine.
and
Why?
that
Because I
I
want
want to
to
wake up
So
on
because
Christmas
I
morning.
want it, therefore Shesha deposits the proceeds for us. Listen, 1 second. The hero said the Kiyuma Kia Gavin. That's what we just said before. That's
Hi,
what.
my name
That's what. In other words, when when you want to continue existence of something, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want to continue the existence of that idol until the apple sells because I want my money. I want to continue the existence of the INSF because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of prohibited items. Why should it be us? Tanan, Ger, this Tanan, Ger Abi Kochavim, Shiyarshu Adiyah Abi Kochavim. This is a very interesting case. There are two brothers. One converted, and one they're both they're Akum brothers. One converted, and one is one Akum. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happened? Their father died. Their Akum father died, and now they inherit their father. So
Have I watched the same fucking thing?
Is idolatry.
I've heard about these two fucking brothers like 1,000 fucking times.
So brother Ger could say to brother Akum, I said, brother Akum, you take all the idolatrous stuff, you take all the yain, and I'll take the money and the potatoes. He could do that. Then Mishabal, and that's permitted. However, the Mishabal is just like us. Obviously, all of this presupposes that Ger has not yet actively or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's
Look at this athleticism, folks. Oh, but it's wet.
good morning. It's a graceful sponsorship to be able to learn a week overview. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share. To thank our annual Talmud sponsor, Tosim Israel, for dedicating all the Shuman Drashos this year as a host for the Soros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Talmud sponsors for the month of Av, Habali Tova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Rosenzweig, and Stanley Rosenzweig is from the Bracha. League of Learning Space, Dr. Edmund Faith, declaration of the yard site of Dr.'s father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Beth Adler, memory of father Ben Adler, Chaver Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno, Nasa is from the Bracha. Of course, always we dedicate our learning this is our precious hostages in the Krish Baruch, and we have to bring them home. Shalom and Bukarov and merit for the souls in the Krish Baruch. Give them success. The whole Amasi thing. And also with that, we'll let us begin. We have an exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Sanaf Gimel, and we are picking up on Sanaf Gimel, number 6, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the Gemara says as follows: Rabbi Yas Shvius Maniyim Uparlo B'Shminis. So very interesting case over here. You know, the household of Rabbi Yana would do as follows: they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and repay with 8th year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says very interesting. Yasi Perishis, so obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of it, but halacha, you can go ahead and lend or borrow commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So that's once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of Rabbi would borrow Shemitah produce from the Rashi. So the parallel b'shminis, ishtachach ta'achli anunim b'shminis achar abir champer shvius. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi Yosef would repay the aniyim, ultimately again with new produce, 8th year produce. So they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice of Rabbi Yochanan. There's something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, often it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? You connect done. Now, I was saying that interesting enough, look at Rashi, you're all saying up in Sarabs, through a couple of hours, then there, Rabbi Yochanan said, the members of the house of Rabbi Yochanan are acting perfectly fine. Rashi says, the chivin that he shaita, lo be'en, hani ba'ani, lav chali beninu, v'lo chay l'kedusha shvius alas. Remember again. We saw yesterday's daf already. When you get into an issue on potential commerce with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity can evolve upon the previously permitted item. So, for example, the concern over here is business like one is transacting business which need the produce, that even the produce don't be shoot the sanctity, shoot the prohibition. Rabbi Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity. There's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken in the sheet and only being quote unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon the 8th year produce. That's the idea over here. Therefore, again, halacha, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not devolve upon the 8th year produce. This is a very interesting. This is to connect that. In a similar case, come up with Esnon zone. A person goes to a zone, and he gives her something for her services, right? Obviously, if he pays her money, or even he gives her an object. That object is called an Esnon zone, a payment for a harlot, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The Sanya, you must find the case passing on. What's the case? The Sanya, listen to this. Bryce says, no son Reuben goes to Rachel. Rachel says, Reuben goes to Rachel, and ultimately again he gives her this, and he gives her a payment, right? But he doesn't have a relation with her, or or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esnana mutter. Her harlot's payment ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a sheep that even though he didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again the lamb is a gift. If it's a gift, no restrictions on it. The Gemara says, I'm sorry, assume, furthermore, the second case, if he had relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything, ultimately, he didn't pay her anything. He didn't pay her anything, but even though my mutter, if he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the Brisa that says that the esnan is mutter? It doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, Allah, this is what it means to say. Listen to this. Nasallah, if he gave her, let's say, he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, let me tell you this piece outside. So I was going to say it like this. When does something become an esnan? An esnan is on a harlot's payment when transactional immediacy. Pays her relations, right? Our relations, in other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an esnan. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of esnan. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So most eloquent cover. Nosala, if you gave her the sheep, the acharkach ba'ala. Now what does it mean, the acharkach ba'ala? Rashi says, achshav ela la'achar zman. He doesn't have relation now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how to translate immediacy, I think there's some moments, he pays her today and has relations with her in 3 hours from now, tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment, relations. Or for that matter, he has relations with her and he afterwards pays her as nothing. In both of these cases, again, the estimate is going to be nothing. However, Nasal, the Acharkach, that's not fine. So therefore, we're saying that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an estimate zone, that has to be transactional immediacy. Once the transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the land, the sheep, the payment has the status ultimately again of a harlot's payment. Now again, remember, just keep track of what's going on here. So remember, the household of Rabbi, they should the produce from the poor and repay it ultimately again with 8-year produce. People came to the Yochanan because they felt, I don't know, maybe it looks like a little bit strange, this practice, transacting business with Shemitah produce. Which Rabbi Yochanan said, no, it's fine, same idea, there's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that 8-year produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment would be again for the 7th year produce, the Shemitah produce, and the 8-year produce remains totally fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this estimate. Let's say he goes ahead and he pays her. Okay, Reuben pays her, gives her a sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest and ultimately again for sacrifice, right? He pays her a sheep. Right? And then let's say he gives her a sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday he has relations with her. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have that of a harlot's payment, and therefore is not forbidden forbidden for consecrated temple use, right? Because it lacks transactional immediacy. You must understand. But when he does have relations, let's say on Wednesday, right? He has relations with her on Wednesday. Say that when he does have relations with her top of something, Lechol Allah is Islam Freya. Obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives you the sheet, it can't be labeled as Islam Zona. So you have relations with him. There's no immediacy. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the nation of Rashid as a harvest payment should devolve upon the retroactively. And therefore, the sheep as an Islam Zona already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar is very interesting. Though, what's the case? She should come up the Hekavasa. This is very interesting. What happened? The Zona, right? The Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. Now it didn't happen until Wednesday. So the Gemara is saying, but when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively the sheep should be categorized as a harlot skin. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon day, a pious harlot, a pious Zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, what a thing. She's a Zona. And she's offering up carbonos. Let's say it's important. We've met this many times in the past. So it's important to understand we all live within consistency. And we live with inherent contradiction. And in certain respects, I'm tzaddik. And in certain respects, I'm a rasha. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do at all. And here's the beauty of it. The things that I don't do well, poorly, or don't do at all, Baruch Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well and that I'm righteous. Yiddishkeit is not an all or nothing. You could be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of life. But most of us are not there. But sometimes we feel hypocritical, or sometimes we feel like a fake because here, but I'm doing this. I'm stuck up, but I'm doing this. Or I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right? It is hypocritical. It is a little contradictory. But welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live with hypocrisy. We all live with contradictions. Such is the nature of life. But it is important for us not to lose faith that even though the zona is a zona, she also brings kabbalas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kabbalas are reach michoach to HaKadosh. It's a pleasing aroma. At the end of the day, no one knows our certain struggles more than HaKadosh. And when we still push forward to good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's an accomplishment. In any event, so the zona offered up the kabbalas. By the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So the says, okay, let's analyze back. Okay. What's the case? If he said to the Zona, gives her the land on Tuesday, and says, this is yours as of today, right? Acquire this as of today, right? Then, halacha l'matzim, the sharila, right? The halasa b'shas u'matara ba'amu b'diyah. So then obviously it's mutar, right? Because she's titled to it. It can't be categorized as an esnan on two because they didn't have relations yet. So essentially, and therefore she has every right to offer it up. However, the law in the action is very interesting. But if he did not give permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal at Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? Say if he gives her, gives it on Tuesday, okay, we're gonna have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And it's not hers. Hey, he must be a as a partner. After all, the is based on
I'm having a pretty good day.
It says,
Yeah,
the person who wants to
Happy New
his
Year.
home. His home. This is talking about his valuation. Right, we'll go ahead and consecrate
Why?
his home.
Just happened a couple weeks ago, right?
Yeah, that's your limitation. It's kind of run out on the new year. 3 days. Plenty.
3 days.
Well, everything doesn't have to be happy. Well, what's everything have to be happy?
I'm having a pretty good day.
Yeah. Look at you.
Happy New Year.
You know, you could be matched and that's and he was frustrated with looking at the clock. But he said, you can measure out. The opponent showed how one only asks you for the match which you own. That which you own, you can't touch it, and it doesn't belong to you. He expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect to do what's going on.
It's always great when the mascots and cheerleaders get together.
Take a personalistic view of all the spiritual tools that I possess.
It's always great when the mascots and cheerleaders get together.
And then utilize
It's always great when the mascots and cheerleaders get. Let's face it.
to accomplish spiritual things that are within our power, within our spiritual tools. Incredible. And I'm done with
What behind you is okay.
right, so we didn't give this to the
He's
zone.
wearing freezer, so he's gonna check it out.
Okay.
Let's
Tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. Be with it, but if you need sheep, you need sheep better. You need a card, you need to get whatever it is. Then where it says funny action, and keep it right to a fire. Fine. That's the zone. Yeah, remember, this all happened with
Tommy? Yeah, whatever. What behind you is okay. Next. He's wearing freezer, so he's gonna check it out.
So come up with the shuffle. So let's say you didn't give
Tom Brady's Super Bowl. Tom Brady's Super Bowl.
he is scheduled for.
Wow.
This is Mike Tyson's
She goes in and she's not. She comes off
man
the
from the World Wrestling Federation.
So what's the status of the money?
Oh my
Give
God.
him a wrestle
Is
with
that
the
a real
hook.
story?
We took it off after a
She
game.
not got to be busted.
I carry it like this. Of course,
Said
the thing is, if
making
you were in New
something
York City,
heckish is the equivalent
Now,
of
do you
offering
live
what was
upstairs?
really the Gemara says
In the
that
penthouse.
verbally
Are you
pledging
gonna get
something
down to
to
business when we
heckish
leave
is
you,
the
or are you gonna get down to
equivalent of
politics?
business and politics, you know, running a business and at
So
the same
therefore, I wouldn't say that should act of going in and not worship verbally is the equivalent of offering. Although my hashtam has the part of the second. In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being it's God. And it's God. Being makdish ultimately again, blessing. Where the shine is, obviously, again, it's God. Right? So it can't be because there's no longer
They retake the San Francisco.
I'm Bella Shepherd, and I play Genesis
What's
Star.
here? And ultimately, so at the time of the kingdom, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object is closer or not? So versification is very other. So let's say going back, this is Rabbi Elazar on the top half, right? And Rabbi Elazar, Shekatma Behekli Basa. So remember, the way Rabbi Elazar stays at the Eslan Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. She offered it up already, and that's Behekli Basa. That's why she offered it up. It's no longer so low. Here, she's
There's a lot going on right now. Not all of it's good. I'm just thankful that George Floyd isn't here to see it, you know? We know the incident happened right near where he was, right? This ice incident with the woman, and he would take his breath away.
In which case,
My girl's laughing. The saying, my girl laughs. These guys don't like it. Where are you from again? You're from New York? Yeah. You're from Minneapolis? Well, welcome to Florida.
Of course, it's categorized as an Zona. But in a case where she just consecrated it, sure. To which the Gemara says, so we're really not sure. So interesting enough, for both sides. In this case over here is first of all, so important lesson number one, because we're not finished with Eslan Zona yet. What we do understand is that it can be categorized as an Eslan Zona as a payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately, again, it is considered to be an Eslan Zona. If he deposited an animal with payments, now, and the via doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in the animal, therefore, if she goes ahead and she offers it up, it's a bona fide carbon. If she's makdish it, she consecrates it, and so the animal is still in existence at the time of the via. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the take. Okay, let's end. So here was, let's see, has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, he pays mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means for consecrated sacrifices or minion. Gemara is a kasha. I don't understand this. Gemara says or minion. Ba'ala bi'achakach nasala afilu mikane ad shalom shanim esnala asa. But the Rabbi says that the woman has relations with the son, and then he pays her.
While
even
liberal
3
New
years
Yorkers
late.
were protesting
3 years
Donald
later,
Trump's
some people
capture.
pay all of the bills. They say he pays her late, right? For 3 years. It's agreement, then it will still be also. No cash. So most of my countries are just
Yeah, so you see it, and I talk about it a lot. You see it from also missing. This is kind of like a neutral. If the point of the ball is up, any wind friction is going to push them up. Over the top. So quarterback can that you underneath because naturally it's going to point the tip of the ball. It's like when you're in person. Rehearsal. You kind of control the point of the ball. And then you can kind of just snap it off as you throw it. But these windy conditions can't be these are the based on a true story.
Versus relations with me or a sheep. Rashi, the tongue was that. Kolkama, Yohet Mohavi Esla. Ultimately, again, versus the identity.
It's hitting you, Colonel. I'm stopping you for doing 63 miles an hour in a 40-mile-an-hour zone.
Again, there is no transaction.
I need your driver's license, your engineer registration.
I'm about to tell us that.
Yes, I do. It's on the radar, man. No, you may not.
Says, I believe
227. Send me another unit.
calculations looking for this week. Now,
Also, I need you to 73 further down the road. I need your license, your insurance, and your registration. I need your license, your insurance, and your registration.
Just because you identified the sheep, it doesn't make hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock animals require the sheep, or require taking possession, which the Gemara says, the zone avodas kochavim v'lo kanya b'mashich. Okay, so apparently it's actually interesting that ultimately the din of Mashiach is only a din by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need Mashiach to acquire. So we're talking about a zona who's not Jewish. Levi's only last melody is the only zona Israelis. No, it's talking about a Jewish harlot. Okay, going the koi bechatzer, or enough the sheep standing her chatzah. In which case, again, ultimately there's king chatzah. She requires us in a second. In the koi bechatzer, ba v'achakach nasala. Well, a second. I don't understand. If it, in ours, then she acquires it. In ours, he had relations with her, and then ultimately, again, then he gave it. Only then he gave it. It's already in her chatzah. She already acquired it. What are we talking about here? In other words, she acquired it before. Actually, this is like the paradigmatic case. She's acquiring the sheep even before the Biyah, if the sheep is standing in her chatzah. The shaki and the very interesting. Now, here's the case. So Reuben comes to Rothschild. They say this. Here, this sheep is in a potiki. Remember again, what is a potiki? A potiki essentially is like a backdoor. That in other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations, right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non. The Amar Allah, and he says to her, within the next 30 days, good. And if not, shakle the aslanif. Take this sheep ultimately again as your payment. Fine. Master Rav Shesha. Rav Shesha says like this. So now, again, it's all of this is really unraveling the Eslan's enemies. Watch this. Omer Adam Lechamrav Ulapala. So let's say again, let's say Reuben employs donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paying. Now, the way ultimately, again, he's paying them. Now, Rashi points out over here, Rashi, either these were Jews or they're Amei Haaretz. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. They'll see why this is important in just a moment. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? Okay, so forget this. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying, right? And essentially, go use this money to go food and drink. Okay, or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving it here, right? Go and drink. So we'll say, now the she can do this. She doesn't have to be worried. And what's interesting about this? Right? What's the concern here? Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an akum, he has to be concerned. Maybe the akum is going to go by yayin nesach, right? Or maybe ultimately again the Amei Haaretz is going to buy shmita or ma'aser shmita. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving the money and saying chevra, do what you want. Because he's doing essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, Rashi is too old. Right. If you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, nicer. Right. If you look at Rashi, the heart, it's actually the last one. The last of the we don't it's covered here. This is for the food. Maybe like 9. Okay. Choose to do it afterwards. It's not unmoving. It's not unmoving. So therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now contrast out the following. Some second one. He says to the workers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Then we have a problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Because we have a problem. How the ihu lo yeah, isu mafilo. The hashta is so national that now see the difference? If you then just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's disaster for the project. Thanks, engineers. This is not go drink after 2.5 years of action, there was one more piece called the Keystone. If he is purchasing, there were thousands of people that showed up to watch this crowning event. And the gap for the Keystone was too small, less than a meter. We knew this would happen, but it was a challenge to do it. The gap needed to be 2.5 meters for the Keystone to fit. Part of the problem was the heat from the sun causing the stainless steel to expand. Like the arch received the most sun, so they decided to spread water over the side to cool it down. And as part of the original plan, hydraulic jacks were put in place to move the legs with just enough room to fit the Keystone. After a few moments, the Keystone successfully went in, and the workers were able to weld it in place. The engineers had done their job, and the arch would be the stabilizing truss could be removed, and the arch was supported by weight. It took the better part of a year to
cleaning and polishing the stainless steel on the arches. The arch was finished. There was more work to do. When Arrow Sarnan designed it, he wanted visitors to be able to get to it. But he didn't exactly know how that was going to happen. Whatever system they used needed to be able to bring many passengers up, and it couldn't distort the outside of the arch. We want the arch's shape to be that smooth all the way up the side. To make things harder, the legs get thinner to get closer to the top. The tram designed with this in mind. Many industry experts at the time were stunned by this problem. How about we build an elevator? The problem is that an elevator goes straight up and down, and we something that curves. Okay, how about an escalator? Straight up and down. You might make that work at first. To build several of them, and that gets expensive. The main issue with the design actually came from a Ferris wheel. This can move people around quite well. They're always right side up, no matter where they are on the Ferris wheel. This same idea can also be used to transport people up the sides of the arch. Dick Bowser is the engineer that went with this solution. Instead of maybe some design called for enclosed cars for safety, and all the cars together use cables to lift them. This tram set needed to be small enough to fit on one side of the arch. This leaves enough room if they were. What up, Council? My name is Chad Kroger. This is my colleague JT. We came to the city of Miami with one purpose in mind: to prove that partying on a yacht boosts as much stoke as we hypothesized. We believe deep in course that letting loose on a boat keeps depression. In my experience, a quick gainer off a tuna tower to forget about inflation or automation. To conduct this experiment, we found a young man on Craigslist, who self-identifies as awkward and a bit sad. We brought him on out and hooked him up with a brew. Surprise, his froth not fully peaked. There was one missing ingredient: hot chicks. Hot chicks are crucial to the boating experience. Surprisingly, after we added beautiful women to the equation, he was stoked. So we would like to go one step further with our proposal. We not only ask that the city provide public yachts to the people, but also hot chicks. Or hot dudes if you are a chick, or hot dudes if you're a dude and a dudes, or hot chicks if you're a chick, and that's what's up. What up, Council? My name is Chad Kroger.
If that's the case, then set the price up differently. Instead, you can say, here's $100, go out and bring your drink.
Some guys don't like my voice.
And that it's prohibited.
Not everyone is a lawyer. Now, if that
Lawyer is prohibited from
And
moving
look at this technique to
cut
cut a knife into
all
the
you can
angle
drink.
iron
And
with the string in the middle, placed it well centered, made a half turn there. Right, he marked, look at this, guys.
because
You
this
can't go with this
transaction
selection.
immediately,
It could be a
and it says,
ruler, right? You connected the ends.
Thank you so much. So are you. You're such a baddie. That is my baddies.
Therefore, that last
Thank you so much. So are you. You're such a baddie. Baddies recognize baddies.
A person says to his friend, "Take one of the Tony, vehicle called the fussy love." So what happens? So right, Ruben goes, all right, I go with Ruben. Say, Ruben, do me a favor, give him money to Shimon, give money to Shimon, and all of my property will be convert to you. What's that? It becomes a convert. Now again, let's even assume that Ruben and I have no relationship. So you see, when you ask someone to write you something, and ultimately, again, you're to You're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shop even the low since moving will not go ahead. He's telling his workers, go out and drink coffee. Since no different number of money, right? No specific money, that is set aside for that. Therefore, again, that relaxes because it's ultimately a truly mutter. So usually the most love to be the low sorry. You might say hello for my conversation. So that's the case again. So when you that you should ultimately again we have to be this one yes. What do you have to be concerned about over here? The local race that perhaps again she yes, sir. He's giving see, I wanted to give him $1,000 and wouldn't take it either. Okay, so this. Hey, bud. Go to the drink, whatever. We can talk about it. Look, I don't want to get you. I already have your information. You want us? Let's just talk about it. In other words, he has but it's paid for. Now that makes sense. For what? Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately. It looks like you're walking to your car. Look, I already have your plate and everything, your personal information. Look, these things like Scottish are meeting
Yes, it's Kardashian. Yeah, please don't make a big deal or tell anyone. I just really need more attention. And it's just gonna be 2 tickets.
I believe you broke a tie with Peyton Manning for perfect. You saw that. Research the bar. JJ said he broke Peyton Manning's record. So we let it, you know what I'm saying? We are, man. And then I looked back and see JJ get hit, and I was like, dang, dude, she's not done something about that. And then I looked at balls in the air. There's some track. It was wobbling. Pushing on the dude, I was like, oh my gosh. Yeah. You should say, think about anything during the play. And then I'll settle up. I'll settle up. I believe you booked a tie with Peyton Manning for perfect. Hey, man, you're not going to talk to me like that. Yeah, let's go. You're stepping on one of your own rules. I'm just saying. Right. he comes back up here again, it's going to be a problem. You hear me, Edward? All right, brother. Y'all keep moving. If you're going to run, I personally give you a ride. Just need to ride the stop sign down there. Come on, I'll give you a ride. That's all, Edward. That's all. That's all, buddy. I'll give you guys a ride. Come on. We're getting out of here. You're off at 9 o'clock. I'll be back, brother.
Looks like stuff will get from today. Oh yeah, everyone.
Family business. Now, homeboy, get the fuck out. You don't come to my franchise. That's the water tub. I didn't get it covered. That's fucked up. You're fucking with the family business now, homeboy. Get the fuck out. You don't come to my franchise. That's the water tub.
Roses like him. Skinny roses like sponsors. Dr. Wolf. The yard site. His father's side was and then Steve lost
Is this guy Rage Baby? I like to imagine Evan Patullo spins a wheel before every play to decide whether he's going to call an inside zone, a spacing concept, or four verticals. Don't get me wrong, the Eagles have more issues on offense than just the flow, but this unit is so much more talented than a 49ers offense and even have George Kittle. But Kyle Shanahan got creative with what he had, and seeing this offense looks better than the Eagles unit.
The ref in high school football in Pittsburgh, he needs to be in the NFL.
Again, without getting into all the technicalities, you go ahead and let him borrow, not commerce, but let him borrow Schmidt to produce, not still readily available for everyone. So once it's no longer readily available,
whenever he was describing them, I just knew he got it wrong. That's maybe the greatest representation of football in history.
What's up, guys?
Yo, what up? See how you live it, pimp. Oh, yeah, baby. 100%. 24/7. I've been doing this bad boy since last February. So that's like almost an entire year. And it's video. Do you have an iPhone? Oh, dog, then you can see me. Then you can see me, right? Excellent. Don't I look good? Oh, of course, baby. I'm hot. Yeah. Hey, Lord, will you please join my Discord and I can hear you a lot better and we can talk about your strategy and maybe I can. That's okay. You disconnect from here, go to Discord in my description, and then I'll wait for you. And if you have any trouble, come back in here and I'll help you, okay? All right, see you in a sec. See, shout out to C, everybody. C's the man. Into the Discord. Everybody loves C. C's a pimp. C's a space freak. C. I'm happy. I wish this motherfucker doesn't listen. Yo. Digital X, how you living? Digital X, come on up. Let's talk. What's good? Digital X, have you joined my Discord? You need to. You can talk with me 24 hours a day. Shout out to Digital X, you're amazing. Everybody loves you. Yo, what up, Pam? you? How are you? Digital X. I'm sending you a link to my Discord. Join. You can hear me better in there. I'm live in there too.
Thank you, Ariela. I think fashion is actually dream. I think since I'm still driven by something which is worth the money. But yeah, fashion is actually very like after the money, it's not you're just going to like put that in a specific period of time. So I love your sincerity, girl. Yes, of course. So she said so something has to feel passion. Yes, something really has to feel passion. But then if you're not passionate, real pick. Because I'm telling you, as a you're trying to do a lot of things. If you're DBO, your account is small, like your account is small, no stuff like that. Try to and connect to people. Come to follow your host and repost a space link if you want to copy your engagement on my post on my repost. Thank you so much. You want to money on like your own chain activity on online and so I'm not exposing yourself like in a glass house, everybody seeing whatever you're doing. It's less is darkness, the lack of kind of walking the people from outside from see you as objective. You can also do what to post this post like in the individual comment. Just read it. I read it with this. Even one now what the project is about, we don't understand everything.
How you living, pimp? I'm about to speak into space.
Yeah, it's just everything slots. And there was very basic stuff. Well, there's 14 slots and there's one page right. So there's 15 comedians on, so there's one page right. So there's 30 comedians signing up, 15 people. There's the problem, right? 8 to 12 people with a regular comedian.
Oh, so you gonna try next week? So you're gonna try next week?
No, sorry.
All right.
Trying to get spots. Sorry. Trying to get unopened myself. Outside of that. So.
Excellent. Hey, Digital X, how you living, pimp? Digital X, how are you? Digital X, I know you from X. Digital X, can you hear me, big man?
That's not good.
What's wrong, Zoo?
I'm high as fuck.
Okay, what happened? How did you get high? What up, big man? How are you, Digital X?
I was smoking weed at the coffee club.
Digital X, how's your day going? Mic working? If it's not, leave and come back. All right, Zoo, you got to keep 10 toes down, baby. Yo, what up, Digital X? Can you hear me, big man? I saw your video, Digital X. I don't know if your microphone doesn't have permissions on Discord. You should be able to speak. X. Okay. Digital X. I'll send you a message on X. You're such a nice person. Thank you for coming here. I hope you're having an amazing day, and I will send you the advice that I send to everybody about how to increase your social media network and how to get a job. So just one moment, and you will have it. And if you have questions, you certainly can ask me anything that you. And I know that you might go on at least.
So,
Go ahead.
look, my
That's okay, big man. No worries. I'm sending you a message on X where it is read through it. Read it a couple times if you have to. It'll tell you everything that I advise that you do if you want to be successful. And if you have questions, just let me know, and I will answer any questions that you have. Okay, Digital X?
Rabbi.
Okay. Go ahead, Zoot.
Rabbi,
What up, baby?
I just ordered a funny thing.
All right. What did you think of, big
That I
man?
might be high.
No, you're definitely
I might
high.
be high, so it might not.
You're
It might
definitely
not be
high.
funny because I'm high.
That's cool. Yo, J Billions. J Billions, can you hear me, pimp?
Hear it?
Yeah, I want to hear everything about it.
I just think it's joy.
Okay, what? What's the joke?
I have a 5-year children. My friend said, "Do you want help with that?" And I said, "Why the fuck would I want help as a single adult as a fight for a 5-year children? I think I'm pretty good. I don't think that's the worst 5-year to have."
That joke is absolute dog shit.
I don't get it.
I don't get it. Explain it to me.
I have a children.
Okay, that means you're afraid of children. Okay?
Yeah, but I don't want
Okay. I don't get it. Why?
to get a kid because if I try and get my 5-year children killed, that makes me look like a pedophile. And I'm good. Having 5-year children is pretty good. I'm high as well.
Yeah, you are. You know, you recognize that you can enjoy children and not be a pedophile. Right?
I want to be anywhere near children.
Okay, I mean, no one's forcing children to be around you, fortunately. But what I'm saying is, you don't either have to be afraid of children or a pedophile. You can be in the middle. The world, shades of gray.
Rabbi,
Yeah, big dog.
I would say for the last nearly decade, I've tried my best to avoid accepting any child.
Okay, I mean, nobody.
Maybe last 5 years.
Okay, I mean, that's fine. It's not a. That's good. I mean, you shouldn't want to contact them as an adult, but that doesn't mean you can't be around them and it'd be fine.
I don't want to be in this.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think any parents want you in the same room as their kids either. Not because of you being a danger to their children, but I don't know if you'd be the best influence on their children. Yo, Meta evolved. You got in here. Zoo. One moment. I'm talking with person Meta evolved. I've been trying to get in touch with them for a little while. Zoo, go be high and come back in a little bit.
Because you on the out high and
I'm just getting unhigh. I just had a bath. I'm getting sprayed up. Daddy daycare, but
Evolve. How's life in your neck of the woods?
You know what? Despite one of the challenges, I cannot complain. And even with challenges, I've found so many silver linings. I'm turning them into gold. I'm transmuting them like a wizard right now.
That's what I like to hear. All right. So you had a very interesting story. Tell me about your experience. What happened?
All right. So basically, I want to preface it by saying the same to you. Rabbi, could they see our messages we shared before or not?
Birthday wish, right?
Well, not something that I was just saying. What I preface, you asking me a bit about the Mason. In my life, I've interacted with both good Masons and bad Masons. I'm a Rothschild that is kind of like a painter. So someone can't say, they have one bad painter and everyone that's a painter's bad. And I think this kind of rhetoric can be the problem that we see in reality. Like, not all Jewish people are Zionists. Not all people that are Islam are going to blow a place up. Not all people in America are going to school. But because we have these, anyway, the long story short, I've kind of prefaced it with that. So my experience I had, I've got to kind of go about I'll be dogs. The reason I'm not dogs is because I think I'm going to charge these some pretty big things, and I want to protect my family from. I'm not always at the house. So long and shortly, I was right on the podcast. As a tip, nothing to do with me. My mother raised me. I'm very fortunate. She was my mother and my father, and fortunately, she actually ended up doing quite well. So she wasn't, a multi-millionaire. But, she had a right amount of money. She had a few. And she bought a couple of them from family friends. Now the family friends, she'd known them for over 30 years. What we didn't know is that, they were Freemasons. Now, that's not something, this business with or anything, but this is just that point. So fast forward, we go on a holiday, what our work's done, architect's plans and everything like that in place. All these plans and everything in place. We went on holiday. We went to America actually, and when we came back from, wow, that was obviously a life-changing moment. It's disgraceful, bro. I mean, that one human could even do that. Another, the position they left the house, it probably dropped like 100,000 probably off that price. And that's not your only problem. The other two properties that my mother had bought, they were through the family that had recommended the builder, who, guess what, was also Freemason to come and do it. Now, again, I'm not saying these guys only did this because they're Freemasons. Because, as I say, many people around the world to do this that aren't Freemasons. However, what I will say, guys, and depending on how high up you guys are, how true or not this is, it's a known thing that is done. Like, people I saw happen after, happened to someone else I knew. And what it is, and it makes sense, is some bad guys, and I will take out the Mason part. Just some bad people have gamed the system. They're smart enough
They know they can get people over leverage in there, get them into a situation, whether that's through bad building work or whatever it is. And what the eventuality of what actually happened was my mother brought a dispute against this person, the work, right? They kind of, I tried to persuade her not to, the family and everything like that. They tried to guilt trip her. And when it actually came to court, they obviously realised she was going to win the case because architects planned everything. You can't really argue with it. Literally, for context, for the level guys, the lintels were falling down. They wouldn't meet the council regulations. Like, guys, this was to be ripped down. There's a custom off wall. You couldn't even take down the custom. Literally, the conservative it was that badly out of line. So they obviously did the right work, but again, because do you see how I'm not saying anything people did this because they were Masons, but because there are so many Masons in this situation, there's no impartiality in these things. So you then go to court to plead your case, and guess where you're going to court? What the bar? What are most people in court? They're past the bar. They're clever, so they then get inducted to the Masons. How you literally got a whole justice system where you've gone to get justice, and they're all Masons a bad name. I mean, a lot of charity. I believe same with a lot of people. Some do it for the right reasons, some do it for the bad reasons. Me personally, pardon my language, but I don't give a fuck. As long as you're doing good and you're not doing bad, it's the bad system. And let me give you one example that I'll be interested in. Basically, what happened is when we were in court, this is a very little known fact, and I'll give you a bit of alpha here, depending on if you already know this guy. I guess it won't really be that relevant to you. This is UK law. In UK law, you can basically win 99% of a case. 1%, you're obviously still going to be awarded probably the main bulk of the win, but you can get awarded your opponent's costs. Now, in this scenario, the opponent's costs were like $90,000, which is like what, $140,000 or something. Your own costs are about $100,000. Obviously, you're trying to keep on top of the two properties. Anyway, it's a long story short. I'm sure you got other things to get onto, Rabbi. We were left in a very bad situation. Whether that had anything to do with these guys being Masons or not, I don't know. But it definitely made it a lot easier for them to do that to my mom. Honestly, it was literally, I'm not an adult where she came from, but it's a very, very small little village. Not many people out there make anything out of their life. She made something out of her life, and it was completely ripped away from her. Fortunately, I'm trying to buy her property eventually and do things for her. She now lives in a rental house. There was a private rental. I managed to get her a good price, and I can't even, I'm Devin, but because I'm a white hat, I don't take loads of money out of crypto. All the money I work for my life, I've got kids myself. I'm working towards that battle, but I shouldn't be in this scenario. She's going to have millions, but unfortunately, some people duped her. And as we know, all the religions around the world, they all say forces in this world are good forces. And I'm on the fence with Masons. I see a lot of good they do. I also see a lot of bad, and I'll finish it with saying I'd like to hear your side on this after your take on the third part. My second part, that would be like if you look at the US presidents of the world, It's something like 54 Masons. And how would you rate their performance and the stuff? Because there's some American presidents I think I'd say the majority of them were better for that, because some of the things they got behind it probably weren't the agendas that they want to do. But I'll be interested to hear what you guys have got to say, because you got more insight than me.
Certainly. Okay. Well, first and foremost, don't want anything bad to happen to you or your family and the people who harmed you. I don't know what it was. They very well could be Masons, but I don't think it's good to paint with a broad brush. And I know you're not. You're open. You're on the fence. No. I'm not denying Freemasons. What I'm saying, they could just be bad individuals, and let's not forget that.
That's what I said. Yeah, I agree with that.
Exactly. And I know you said you're 50-50, and you're definitely on the fence about it. And you should know at least some of the statistics that you cited, like 50 some presidents have been Freemasons. Well, we haven't had 50 presidents. So
okay, allegedly, then I apologize if I misspoke.
No.
I didn't say one.
No.
I know that's a good name. He's one of the biggest charity givers.
No, just one moment. There haven't been 50 presidents, so we've only had 47 different presidents this week, and 2 of them have one term. So really, it's like it's like 45. So
54, 57. How many times? 47. Is it?
40. No. I understand. Now, about 7 of them are publicly acknowledged Freemasons. And so people like Harry Truman, Gerald Ford, these types of people are publicly Freemasons. However, what is done behind closed doors, and there may be some type of honorifics that are given, certainly, but like, for instance, Donald Trump isn't publicly known as a Freemason. Joe Biden wasn't publicly known as a Freemason. Barack Obama was not publicly known as a Freemason. George W. Bush was not publicly known as a Freemason. Bill Clinton, not publicly known as a Freemason. George Herbert Walker Bush, not publicly known as a Freemason. Ronald Reagan, known as a Freemason. Jimmy Carter, not publicly known as a Freemason, but before Jimmy Carter, Gerald Ford. Perhaps there are. I mean, certainly we've had.
I might do charity work or this or that. And to people that don't know, haven't seen me in person, they might not know what they might be. If you then see me in person, learn of information and proof, me and you, Rabbi, we know roughly that no one needs to get bogged down in that. I was looking anyway more than I'm not making a state. It's not my politics. I don't know things. You know what, Rabbi? I'd be more interested. The first take I gave you was fact, and that factually, admittedly. So as I said, I separated from it. But what do you that they are going to be more positive lives from being a Mason than
Okay. So, to be a Freemason, at least in the United States, there are some qualifications that you need to have. You need to be freeborn, which many times was used to keep out people who were enslaved. You need to be of good rapport. Generally, it means that you have to you have to be someone who believes in a deity. It doesn't have God. It could be just the creator of the universe, whatever you want to believe. But generally, this has been used to keep out people who are atheists. And you can't be a madman. So at least in the state of California, those are requisites. And you have to be a man who is at least age 18. We welcome all men who are interested in Freemasons. Now, what does that do? That keeps out a lot of people who maybe have been institutionalized, whether voluntarily or involuntarily. That doesn't necessarily keep everybody out, but it does keep out some people, and some people who have been institutionalized can still be Freemasons, but it's just somewhat of a qualifier to make sure that you're 18 years old and a male. That means you're an adult. There are opportunities that of different types of Freemasonic organizations. One is known as DIMOA, not 18 years old. Having a clean record generally means that someone's going to be an upstanding citizen, and being freeborn generally, enslaved. So those are some things. Also,
sorry to interrupt you, but how, just out of interest, how come it's no women, or do they have a separate organization?
Yeah, excellent question. It's been fought over a lot, especially with the transgender. So traditionally, there's been no women because from a politics standpoint and a sociological standpoint, when you have women in an organization, people start to date. And when they start to date, what happens when they get married? And then there's a divorce. That will tear apart the organization. Essentially, people will take sides and you'll have splits. So traditionally, women have been kept out of Freemasonry. Now, what happens when you have someone who is a transgender person? They came in as a male, but then they changed to being female. Some states are making these arguments where what they're being considered, but there are female organizations. One's known as the Right of the Star. So basically, there is a group that allows for men and women. It's a Freemasonic adjacent organization where if you want to be a woman and you want to join, you absolutely can, and you're welcome to, and men are welcome to as well. But for Freemasonic Freemasonry proper, it is a group that is limited to male membership, and really many of the things that I can't necessarily divulge, at least, but you could see on something like a Netflix or something. There's some let's see, I could just say, like, there's part of the ritual where you are so like having a woman there, that might cause some issues, certainly, and you are a man and not of a woman. There are other issues though, just when having a woman in a group of men, you're gonna get guys who want to date her and then eventually get married. Kind of bad blood within that relationship. It break up the marriage. It's going to break up the lodge, and so to avoid these types of confrontations, women are limited to the Right of the Eastern Star, and generally the Freemasonic organization has just. I hope that answers your question. And then in terms of you were saying, like, what? Go ahead.
Yeah. No, you go on, Rabbi. Sorry, I didn't say you finished.
You're okay. And in terms of, you were saying, well, like, what makes these guys any better than anybody else? I mean, really, they're very successful Freemasons. I'm pretty poor Freemasons as well. At least in the state of California, depending on your lodge, you have maybe $150 a year or so, depending on the size of your lodge, a year for dues. And then generally, we do a lot of charity work. So sometimes there will be like to help people who may be like everything, a lot of things like food drives for places, helping the homeless, helping like youth organizations go to go to state finals or things like that, whatever it may be. So there's always somebody who's taking up a collection or passing a hat around. And so to be a member, I would say you have to have at least the bare minimum, but you don't necessarily have to be employed. You don't have to be educated. You could be a blue collar worker. You could be.
We're pretty on that. Sorry to interrupt you, Rabbi, but I have got to shoot because I've got to get in. Well, I just want to quickly say to Rabbi, one of the reasons I joined in, as I say, you've not seen me around probably, you didn't notice me that much. I'm just getting back in the spaces. Don't worry, I'm not going to show anything. It was actually because more so from the point of looking at your profile. See, this is the way I look at it, guys. I told you about the negative experience I had with, Isons, right?
Yeah.
I could have come in here and been all angry, and at one point in my life, I was very angry, very angry. And when you said, Rabbi, I don't want you to get yourself in trouble. Fortunately, in life, I'm actually in this life, for me personally, I'm more interested in making partnerships with people from all groups of life. I don't need to join any of the or of anyone. I need to. The way I came to conclude, I said to you in the DMs tonight about when I was younger, I used to blow the candle. My wish, I could never be corrupted, because my only wish was that everyone could be happy and everyone could know peace. Because the way my little brain thought, and still does now, is everyone's peaceful and everyone's happy. To do that, even the people you don't get on with, they need to be happy. So, like right now, I don't really hold any kind of mass towards any Mason, because as I said to you, they might have particularly Masons, they could have been football club like this. So I then go and hate that football club or from this, so I don't see it that way. So it was kind of a branch, because I looked at your profile, and if you're really about world peace, if Masons are world peace, I'm kind of like a little conduit to the other side, because I ain't like, guys, I'm probably never going to be a Freemason, but also I'm not out there saying all Freemasons are bad. And honestly, guys, that is a bit of a brand that you guys have got, especially if people are getting more aware now and all the wokeness around. So if you can actually make some real bridges with people and get some trust, then hopefully it can be good for everyone on this planet. And that's what more where I'm at. I just want everyone to get on. As long as you doing charity, you're doing good for your people, you guys can kind of do what you want, and everyone else can, as long as it doesn't interfere with people. That's what kind of way it is. We are all, but we might be Mason or not Mason or this, so that we're all human, aren't we? We're all on the same planet. We all bleed red. We've all got families that we want to be healthy. We want the planet to be healthy for. The only way we might do that is if we all come together. With skills, we have strength, we've got differences behind us. That's the way forward. Right now, I think we're very stuck in the past. Like I say, I could have been stuck on what I experienced before with Mason. Since then, as I say, one of the kindest charity givers that I've met. And he did a lot, he helped with the Olympics, he helped with the big thing. He's a Mason, and he knows the strengths of Masons, He won't say too much, obviously. We all know the code, and I don't ask too much. That's why I jumped in, actually, Rabbi, because I know I'm not interested in becoming a Mason. I don't want you guys to give me any knowledge that you would think you're going to initiate or anything. So I'm going to bow out soon and go see my kids. I hope we can drop things, Rabbi. I hope we can make this place together because that's my goal.
In agreement with you, 100%. You're always welcome, Meta. I look forward to your DMs, and thank you for sharing.
Thank you very much, guys. I wish you all the best, and hopefully we can really make this work and make it.
100%, my friend.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Peace. All right, dude. So you got high as a kite?
Yeah, that jerk got talked before. There's a pro execution that sucked and just made me come off as weird.
You're fine, dude. I get what you're saying. It's not very funny. Maybe we have different senses.
There was something in my head that made it funnier, and then I told it out loud, and it wasn't so funny.
That's okay. I get those kind of jokes myself. Let's see if there's anything there. So, you say that you are you have a phobia of children. By you saying that is that alone is outlier behavior. Basically, it's saying that you are afraid of children without reason. And for you to say, but I said to a friend of mine that I told them this, and they said, well, why don't we try to counsel you so that you're no longer afraid of children? And then you say, no, I don't want that, because if then I'm going to want the opposite of that, which is not what I want, or something along those lines. But like normal ear, to black and white, you either love children or you hate children. There's a very large middle ground that you can have, and that's why the joke doesn't necessarily land as well, is because most people are going to think, all right, well, then you could just have normal relationships and as from afar. But I get what you're saying. And so with that being said, you got really high. Did you get high on a sativa or an indica or a hybrid?
Indica, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
I should say. Wait, indica's flat, right?
Indica is body, more of a mind. Indica makes you tired, and sativa generally not as much.
Is sativa? It's like got a lot of bugs and it's like grassy. Or is that indica?
You can't tell the difference between an indica and a sativa generally. They're green, and they both have they can both have bugs. It's more about the strain. So what it does to you once it is burned. No big deal though. Not a big deal. Are you ready to lose? All right, Zoo. I got a feeling that you're gonna play like one game and then you're gonna quit.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, let's end it. There you go. All right, big dog. Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right, Zoot. So what I'm gonna send?
I snuck the table one.
Okay, I prefer sativa, so
Sativa. Sativa has a premium.
sativa's more expensive.
Yeah.
Oh, very interesting. I've never heard of that where one strain is more expensive than the other based on whether it's a sativa or a hybrid or an indica. So you invitation and everybody's waiting on you. The world is waiting on you. Zoo just sent you an invitation. Zoo. There you go, big dog.
But it doesn't have a premium. It's just that sativa is more common. But the indica is more common than sativa.
Okay. Is not shooting the ball more common? Oh, fuck you. Oh, if you would have made that, I would have been pissed. All right, Zoo. Let's see if you're worse than you normally are.
But yeah, it was a good night. Everyone was there.
Was Chelsea there?
Yeah.
Was she eyeing you?
No.
Do you think Chelsea wants to fuck?
No.
Okay.
There's more girls than her there.
I know, but she's the one for you, big dog.
No.
Yeah, you love that bitch. Do you recognize that you're 0 for 2?
I don't know what almost not. That was my not, but yeah, I was sitting at the table with my friend. Yeah.
What's her name? What's your friend? What's the girl's name?
I just gotta look it up so I don't pronounce it.
Okay, so she has like a name.
Yeah, she has like not her, but like a middle name.
Okay, no big deal. You don't have to look it up. It's not a biggie. All right, so is she hot?
I do know it. She's a name, but it's very high and I don't pronounce it wrong.
That's okay. Is she hot?
She hot.
You would know the answer to this.
I'm very, very. I don't. Attraction for me takes to build.
No, it doesn't. It's a hot chick. You want to fuck her. It takes no time. Dude, you're playing like a motherfucker. Watch, there's just one of these games when you're high and you're just really, really good at it. Like this one. I've never seen you play this well. 8, 9. That was
She's
really
not
good.
ugly. She's not ugly.
All right, that's cool. Would you fuck her?
Probably.
Zoot, you would fuck a hole in the ground. So
I kind of don't want to answer these questions on stream.
Dog, shut the fuck up. Nobody watches my stream.
Yeah, but they might later.
Yeah, and so what? It'll be really cool. You'll be super famous, and she'll want to fuck you, even if you said, no, this bitch is a dog. She's the ugliest bitch I've seen. This bitch is still gonna want to fuck you. Why? Because she'll be like, oh yeah, you didn't think I was hot when you were high? Fuck you, dude. I'm gonna fucking ride you like a fucking horse.
I just said the. I'm pretty sure she was my friend.
Okay. Your friend like
I
her?
don't think he realized. I don't think he realizes it yet, though.
Why not?
He's one of those people who I don't think he realizes that she likes him.
All right.
Tell you, like she was reading, like, he was writing down all his jokes, and she was like reading his jokes, and like some of them were terrible. She was laughing at them because some of them were terrible, and then she was laughing at some that were actually funny.
Okay. So do you think these two are gonna get married?
Nah.
Okay.
I do think actually I don't know. I do have a feeling that they like each other. Do. So that's why I'm not trying to get involved.
Okay. Dude, did you see that the 49ers beat the Eagles?
Yeah.
Did you see the Bills beat Jacksonville? That's tight. Dude, you're doing pretty well. but I don't know why you use the strategy that you used. Like you did all that work for 190. Look at my strategy, and look how fucking sick it is.
Sorry, Chelsea got out, and she kind of, her back, she did stuff that she performed before. She wasn't bad, but the thing was, right? The thing was, the crowd didn't really react to it.
How high is she? 0 to 10.
So like you, oh my god.
Dude, it's a simple question. You can be like, she's a 7. That's really good.
She's not ugly.
Okay, the fact that she goes up in front of people makes it already. So Chelsea, if you miss someday, you can ride the Rabbi train. Zoot won't say that you're hot, but I'll say you're hot. Just because you've got the balls to get up in front of people. To have that kind of confidence, that's a fucking amazing thing. Dude, look at, I just got 450 points. Do you recognize I just got 450 points? Zoot, are you going to go or are you going to jerk yourself off?
I go.
Go.
Did you turn bonuses off?
Yeah, go. How the fuck did you do that? You have a ball that didn't even make it up the thing. Get it.
Rabbi, you know that you don't even have to do anything to win.
Yep, I do know that. But I'm still gonna dominate because that's what I do.
Did I tell you the story of the first time I met Chelsea?
Tell it to me again. It's one of my favorite stories ever.
No, I don't think I just said that I met her.
I know.
But like,
Let me quick go Chelsea, and you're like, how the fuck did you know that?
and then she came up to me and she's like, "Oh, yeah." Like, oh, she went to work with her, and she knows you, and she's like, "This city's really small," and that's how that's how. Yeah.
And then you ate her box? Okay. Do you think that she wants to?
I think she wants to fuck my friend.
All right, shout out to your friend. Are you gonna go, or are you just gonna jerk yourself off? Zoo, you know that's a terrible shot. You knew that was a terrible shot. Look how good a shot this is, though, Zoo. Look how good this is, son. Look at this shot. you're up, big dog.
Dude, I'm gonna say something weird.
All right, you say a lot of things weird, so hit me with it. Say it, Zoot.
I feel like going to a beat club is like going back to high school relationships because like you kind of do feel like people there have crushes on each other.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
It's such a weird environment because it's like if you want to go to high school and you feel like you want to have a crush on someone, go to fucking comedy. It like although I don't have a crush on anyone in comedy club.
Yeah, you do.
Not really.
Yeah, you do. What's her name?
No.
Zoot, you'd fuck a hole in the ground. You've got a crush on anything that moves. Zoot, do you know there are people who just have sex with comedians? You know what they're called?
Well,
Chuck fuckers.
really?
Yep. They're like, oh, fuck you, Zoot. They're like to go to comedy clubs who like guys who make them laugh. Then they just have sex with all the comedians.
Well, I'm not mad at you. Am I doing shit?
Yeah, I mean, probably. Let's be honest. If you were making 70% of the crowd laugh, you would be no longer open micer, and you'd have tons of chicks who would be wanting to fuck. But you're making like 10% of the crowd laugh. All you have to do is get a higher ratio of the crowd to laugh, and then people will ask you to open for them. Like right now, you take these giant swings of jokes. Like, frankly, like too big a risk. Your jokes are all. The thing is, your jokes. Oh, that shut. Even if they do make people laugh, they make a lot of people feel uncomfortable, and that's something you never want to do is make someone feel uncomfortable. Now, people may think your jokes are really funny, and that's cool, but a lot of people, you're going to make them feel very uncomfortable.
So you're going to like you're not the reaction off.
Zoot, I've known you for more than a year, and I've heard you tell a lot of jokes, and you don't have one clean joke, period. You don't have a joke that you could tell a child. You're a comedian who does not have a joke that they could tell a child or tell an old lady or even just like a you could tell it in a business meeting. You don't have a single joke that you could do that way. And that's okay. I mean, some people are blue comics, and you're kind of a blue comic, but just know that, like, if you're going to be a comedian, you got to have some kind of joke that makes people laugh, that doesn't offend people. And if you don't, then you're not a very diverse comic. You want to be able to make whatever your crowd is laugh. If you've got college kids, you want to be able to make them laugh. If you want to like old people laugh, you want to be able to do that. If you want to make cool hip people laugh, you want to be able to do that. If you are ever a comedian in front of children, which happens, you want to have clean jokes. What'd you say?
Fuck that.
I mean, it happens. Dude, you just water bumped me like a motherfucker, son.
Yeah, there is a guy in Australia like that. You know, no, Jim Jeffries is not a comic who could make that children.
No, I'm not saying you have to be a comic for children. I'm saying that you just need to have at least one joke that if a kid comes up to you, asks you, hey, says you, what do you do for a living? And you say, I'm a comedian. Then they say, tell me a joke that you can. The reason why I say that, do you know who Bert Kreischer is? He sucks, and I don't think he's funny. But he was at Target once doing a live stream, and some kid comes up to him, and he's like, "Are you a YouTuber?" And he's like, "No, I'm not a YouTuber. I'm a comedian." And the kid's like, "Oh, okay. Can you tell me a joke?" And Bert Kreischer's like, "Well, I don't really have any jokes for kids." And then he says, "Well, I was once abducted by the Russian mafia," and the kid goes, like, that's what you don't want to be. You want to be able to say, "Oh, okay. What is," or you can say, "I'm really good friends with all of the letters in the alphabet except one." And the kid says, "Okay, which is the one that you're not?" And then you say, "I don't know why." Zoot. Not that it's hilarious, but it's something that makes you think. Hey, dog. Zoot, you have an invitation. I didn't even tell the joke correctly. You say, "I'm really good friends with all the letters in the alphabet except one. Don't know why." It's a pun. It's funny. Zoot, you're up, son. What a shot. Did you see your ball just go in? That was amazing.
It was an okay shot, but you know what? It kind of sucks because it just fucked up all the other shots.
No, you just put the orange one in, dog. Dude, put the orange. Quit fucking around. Look at the orange one.
I pocketed stripes.
Yeah, but it's an open table. It's an open table.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it says that.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No, I'm not. I'm dead serious.
You could have told me that.
I just did. Did I just lose? Fuck.
Yep.
Fuck this game.
Still got the best shot.
Isn't that interesting?
How is your best shot the shot you lost? What the fuck?
Dog, fuck that. We're playing cat
Why is the best shot you lose?
because it was a good shot, I guess. All right,
Now
so
that's funny.
Logan think that's. I think that's. Zoot, you're up, big man. Zoot, you're up, big man. Zoot, go. Zoot, come on. What are you thinking about? Just go.
It wasn't letting me play. It was like I had to refresh.
Okay? Then you can say that.
Sorry, I'm fine. I'm like really cool. Delighted in my speech right now.
You're a big dog. Zoot. I'm pretty you that you went back to the comment.
I can tell children say most majority of your comics are.
No, they're not. They know a simple. Okay, it doesn't have to be to a child. Zoot, what joke would you tell to an old lady? What joke would you tell to an old lady?
Look, I'm like,
Yeah, say there was an old lady in here, and she was like, "Oh, you're a comedian? Can you tell me a joke?" You gonna tell your Amish orgy joke?
Nah, I was going to tell the old ladies, and one of them were really mean. They were going through my head.
Okay, I mean, imagine there was an old lady here. You're a comedian. Your job is to make people laugh, and not everybody's going to be like a 20-something person for you to make laugh. Some people are going to be. You might have a diverse audience. And if you had a diverse audience,
Rabbi.
yeah, baby. Do you have a single joke that even a family member might think funny?
Yeah.
Okay, it's the joke.
Tested too many questions. Okay. Well,
Your family thinks that's funny?
alright, what's another one? I'm so car right now. That's a bad joke.
Doug, funny joke if you say, I took an ADHD test, but there were too many questions, so I gave up, and they told me I passed. That's a funny fucking joke.
Yeah.
Now that's a joke you could use. That's a funny joke you could use. It's simple. It talked about your psychological bullshit. You should.
It doesn't really exist.
You should use that joke, Zoo.
How you use that joke?
No, you didn't. That's a new joke.
No, I've used it many times before.
No, you didn't say the joke. I gave it a new ending.
Yeah.
I gave it a new ending that's funny. Your version of the joke. No, it's not. How do you pass an ADHD test? You just say, I took an ADHD test. There were too many questions, so I gave up. Told me I passed. Zoo, you easily win this game. If you just focused like a little bit, what are you doing? Why would you do that shot? Why would you do that shot?
I can tell you. I also know that like 90% of the comedians, like probably 90% of the comedians in the club have told me they have ADHD.
Okay.
Like, fuck. It's like, who doesn't?
Zoot, you can this game. You just focus a little bit. There you go. Get these, Zoot, get these two in. Just shut the fuck up and get the two in. Zoot, shut the fuck up and get these two in. There you go. All right, well, you got one in. That's fine. Now get that one in. There you go. No, wrong one. Zoot, your shot selection is terrible.
But your shot there was terrible.
Oh, it was even worse than terrible. Been better just passing.
So, Rabbi.
Yeah, baby.
You know, there was a game that you fucked up. I thought you had to go for the queen before you got it in. Or you did that.
Zoot, remember when you said you fucked up and I just almost won? Zoot, what were you saying?
There was a rare game when I was a kid.
It's a rare game. Okay, what's the game?
That's now one of the most streamed games.
What is it?
It's not one of the most streamed games on Twitch.
It's over, baby.
It's got a cult.
Okay, what is it?
Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories. Is it the most amazing game in global history?
So, the game is nearly possible because the game weirdest RNG of cards you can get, and there's people speed running it.
What's RNG?
No RNG.
Arrangement?
Random generator. Sorry.
Okay, well, you think of that. Stay here. I'll be right back. Stay here. I'll be less than 2 minutes.
Random number generator. Yeah.
What's RNG?
Random number.
RNG. All right. So you were saying Zoot, you were saying You were playing Yu-Gi-Oh! For memories. Memories.
Forbidden memories.
Forbidden memories. Okay. I have to send you an invitation. Dude, you have an invitation, dude.
My sites have gone really well. True.
No, that's it. You've never had a set go really well. You've had mediocre sets and then 2 bombings. But you've never been like, dude, I blew the fucking doors off the crowd.
I've had.
You've never killed. And say that if you would have come in and you, Rabbi, I absolutely killed. There wasn't a single person who's not laughing. Every single person laughed, like hysterical. There were people who were crying. People came up to me afterward and said that was the funniest set of the night. Never had anybody say anything close to that. So for you to be like, they've all gone well. I mean, maybe they've gone well, and you didn't have to kill. I'm just saying that, like, you have yet to have that, and when you do, it's going to be a really great day for you. And I'm looking forward to it because you could. There's a chance if you worked on your comedy and you came up with jokes that were funny, that you could do that. So, did you know that you have a lead on me? What the fuck happened to Zoo? Zoo, what?
Yeah, sorry, cut me off. No, Rabbi, I've had multiple people come back and said the same man. I got really good feedback in some of my events.
Well, maybe you've done really well. Who knows?
Okay. Really good.
Okay.
At the venue, but if you were at my last venue, you'd be like, oh, if you were. But I started off strong, and I bombed. I started off strong. Like people love the people.
Zoo, I think you have the chance, if you work on your joke, to be really funny. You try. Nobody's saying you're not, but what you think is funny and what average people think is funny are miles apart. Yes. So is beauty. Zoot.
Yeah. Do you think it would be funny if I got on stage and just
No, I don't think that'd be funny, but maybe under the right circumstances, people might think it's funny.
How do you build up to that?
Nobody thinks it's that funny. What are you gonna say? Some bitch is just gonna be like, "You have the ugliest I've ever heard." That's like the funny thing that somebody could say, and that's not that funny.
If you tried to go through a real thing for the whole hour of play dick ratings on that, would you find that funny?
No. I would consider that to be extremely funny.
Why wouldn't it be funny?
It's whatever somebody would rate your dick as. People will find it to be better if you don't read it. So it'd be funnier if you came up and you said, "Yeah, I send my dick to women to rate, and some of the favorite things that they've ever said to me are this." That's funny. Oh yeah, was he there tonight or last night?
So it's very strange. Raw comedy is just not going to work. I think the same night as raw comedy.
So you taking the world comedy?
So guys, right now, before I'm gonna shout out to like this page, to this page, guys, like to the page, I see commentary, I see Rothschild,
Someone else's joke. Don't understand it.
I don't either.
I see Jay,
Dropping your antidepressant around is a great way.
Guys, don't forget to join Tuz's Discord.
I don't really get that.
Telegram, don't forget to sign up with Xbox 777. Don't forget, bro. Most important, someone is noticed.
So I'm allowed to say the word retarded.
Yeah, I don't really like that word.
Space delivered by a drill sergeant. Why would we limit drill sergeant?
That was Special Walker. That was Doug Flutie. They don't possess emotions. Okay, well, I'm a Heisman guy. I'm taking anything. That's the point where you want to say it. Killed in World War II has a stadium named after him. Stop! He's a right. World War II, the Canadian is now it's back to the second night. That was for sure.
Yo, baby.
If you think you want to play this
field,
it might be the most.
I just read unless you make the guy.
Okay.
You can do the joke and make them, but like I'm represents them. They're just funny.
Okay.
What is that called? Like it's his personality that makes the jokes fun.
Okay.
You gotta know the guy personally, where he's become. Comedians like that way, if you didn't know their backstory, they wouldn't be funny. New stuff, and you haven't watched his old stuff, you wouldn't find it funny if you didn't really know. That's funny.
I don't know about that.
Then you haven't watched his special then.
It's good, fam. It's
I've watched special of his, except his most
Why would you watch it?
like the Pirate Bay. Only came out like 25 days.
Alright, guys, still a thing.
What up, baby?
That was gay.
How was Game of Thrones possible?
Everyone was just watching Game of Thrones apart.
What was that other part? One is just watching
Game of Thrones.
Pirate Bay. Oh, yeah. A lot of people had HBO and watched it.
Is that your big over there?
Yeah, it's like
Why did it?
people went to Netflix. Really,
What is that?
home box office. They had like Game of Thrones, The Sopranos, Sex and the City.
Breaking Bad.
No, that was AMC. They did not have Breaking.
Oh, and they had Breaking Bad. Ramsay's dead now.
Bad. Oh, and they had The Walking Dead. They had three big.
This limited.
No, that's different. That's is like for theaters in the United States. There's does that is owned by like Paramount or something. Like they're different. It's a good question. What I'm saying to you is there's AMC, which used to stay classics. They just show old movies, and then they changed to The Men and Breaking Bad, Walking Dead. And then there's a theater chain, like totally unrelated. They're not the same.
Is AMC say real?
The television channel, yes, and the movie theaters, yes. But they're different.
You know what the major cinema in Australia is called?
So what are they?
But you got 1,000 people in here right now, only 1,000. I don't think that means everything. So make sure you go down there and drop a comment, tag some friends. Everybody's got to participate. Don't just show up. I'm gonna say showing up is the biggest step. Doing the first one. What's happening, Stu? Back to back. Dreams, BMs, Joker, game. I'm hyped for what you gotta go. Man, this is awesome. Yeah, man, I think it's gonna be one of the better network. This is where most of the commerce happens. 4 hours. Yeah, this go love X. I think Joe's put some good shit together. He's got some great nothing. And just pay attention to what's being heard, just what's being said. It is important that you guys do listen to what these guys are saying.
Right.
Just take the time to listen to these legends. 100 replies to us a day, and you want us to see you, you gotta do more.
What's the social network?
Especially this stage. Make sure you follow this stage and see where everybody's at.
I don't get it.
Do a step above. Participate, man. This is 2025 was the year of building.
No.
He can to another chicken in the social network. Why is the chicken cross the road?
To get to the other side.
This is gonna get hit by a car.
Okay.
Because there was a drunk driver.
Okay.
Rabbi, you know this?
That's amazing, dude. All right. Well, you're not too much different than you normally are.
I am kind of on.
I'm listening to this Twitter space right now, so sure. I mean, ask me what you want.
Have you heard drug addicts became a genius and got to apply?
What happened there?
He had a rare traumatic injury that turned into a savant that he was able to do these like geometry, like medical equations, and he was like a genius after he got hit in the head.
Okay.
He had a traumatic brain injury and was a genius, and he was able to he had savant that could like mathematical geometry solutions. Heard this story before?
No.
It might be possible to like hit your head.
Okay.
But it is extremely rare. Like this is like
Okay.
where'd you find that?
I'm doing amazing. I'm actually just being locked in the trenches, been trading. You are that I know? Maybe I'm gonna check that very, very soon.
If someone punched you in the face, they punch you in the head, powers, would you be mad at the person who punched you in the head?
I'd probably be appreciative.
Right? You'd be appreciative.
Yeah.
Have you ever
Well, any English word, that was pretty amazing.
that's amazing, bro.
He's a very talented individual.
Was he a normal person to have a conversation?
Just, it had to be fast.
It definitely isn't any gambling. I have a terrible memory, so I'll be a Bye-bye.
Okay.
They could pitch perfect harmony.
Okay. That's just known as perfect pitch. That's not savant.
Can you be a savant at singing?
Yep. Has some type of, I mean, savant syndrome is different, but they're very talented.
Let's go. I'm just quite away from my phone. I was trying to, grind and still be on. Still Kitty House, bro. We have been
So rare.
Yeah, that's how we do it. So I'm gonna be showing out. I said prison. I said delegate job. I said Lee. I see lyrics. I see prison. I see jazz. I see big man. So this, come on, guys. Very hype man, of course. JOK. All you have to do is twist it, so he doesn't get, it's safe for you. Man, Twitters, pattern, needs, notice, like, bro, that is very, very big. Yeah, like, everybody will come up, follow them, give them a follow. Let's cook. How far around 2026? Hey, bro, let's fucking go. There is the winner of today's giveaway. I just posted a $500 giveaway 2 hours ago. The winner is, and will be paid next week.
January.
Your day off. No.
January 15th.
Yeah.
You're just gonna masturbate and let the cum.
Yep.
All right. Well, is that any different than any other you have?
Yo, how you doing, bro? Guys, man, shout out
How'd you fuck up, Zoo?
Because since like last year, you like your space, TM guys, being so the two EMS in the building. What's up, CJ? What's up? You're doing well as well. I'm doing good, EMS. I'm doing good. So shout out to Big Man. 2026 is going to be lit. Last year was like really fucked up, man. But this year, well, thank you for being here, man. I'm just looking at the white whale, man. It's down to 138, and now it's up to 100. That's so good for the market, bro. I see fandom. I so requested to speak. Trust me, I will bring all of you up. And we are getting right there. Alright. Hello, bro. The new fandom. How you doing, bro? What's up? What's up? What's up? I'm so happy to be here. I just need those 32 dreamy wise, and have a great day, guys. You guys hear me, right? Yeah. Hell yeah, man. Let's get the first one up, bro. Yep. Flowers and all that fine. Down, light, red light, from your it's on Stick TV. It's a new streaming platform of Solana. I know that Twitter will be made live. My notifications on and this our spaces from I will host daily spaces every day from now. And that's all we're doing, man. Right. Are you rugging me, bro? Alright. Alright, it doesn't matter, bro. Have a good day, bro. Oh, that's my buddy right there. What the fuck is that name, bro? But my name is Jackson. I've been founder with him, Pump Fun. The trigger is Pump. So yeah, you can tell from the name you're happy with Pump Fun when I made the token. But hear me out on this a little bit, right? I think on paper the platform richer, but during candle, most of these last a day. And I kind of got fed up seeing projects with real potential just being out here, getting to know people trying to bring like-minded people together. It's a slower process, and the people who like what we're building, borrow token. You can actually buy the end, taking half the profits from those, putting them back in the chart is lock liquidity. Front set up on that exclusive platform. So when we do trying to do things the right way, trying to end that pump fun mentality can be used for good. So that's what we're about. Hell yeah, bro. I agree, man, bro. People can right now, bro, I can see it as a fucking trader or a trencher, whatever you want to know. That's all, man. It is what it is, bro. Even the bears in the whole crypto space doesn't move like the traders in the whole world. They never held up for more than 3 minutes. That's it. This is a bro who held up 30K market cap, market cap, bro. I traders, bro, people who actually know how to fucking system. They make a big one. Yeah, literally, bro. I know people who is up and they're still holding it, bro. In the trenches, bro. Bro, did you that trench, bro? In 24.3K market cap, he's holding a bag of $15. Almost there. 1.4 million, bro. That's how you make money in the fucking space, bro. You need to hold, you need to believe in projects, bro. Yeah, you say that, bro. Hell, what's up, bro? I can find the space. That's where I see. We don't talk a lot in trades. I love to rock when it's switched up. Facts, bro. Facts, man. It is a 4-day weekend. Bro, every day, same time, literally, bro. Thursday, every day, every time, literally the same time. Yeah, bro. Yeah, fucking 5-6 years. Right now, I have the time. Have never fought. We wanna bring more people up, bro. We got recovery point in here. How you doing, man? Just chilling, man. Today's space between 7 and 9 o'clock, Doc. I'm gonna be coming here. It's the best networking you've ever had. Everybody, I highly recommend you even be looking for employees. Could be looking for work. Could be doing giveaways on the page. So if you're gonna talk in these spaces and build the presence of it. Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah, man. Monday to Thursday, bro. We gonna chill and then 20-30 market cap, bro. You guys need to hear from these people, bro. If you guys are traders, bro. So millionaires and other people in this space, bro, that's huge for you guys. Even
contents, technical analysis. You do know if you trade crypto futures, you need to let them see pinned post. I'm working on a course currently. It's a UBL beginner to pro series of me teaching trading. It's going to content and trading psychology. I'm working on the playlist. I think I've dropped about 3 videos at the moment, 26. So if you're trading crypto or you want to start trading crypto futures, this is definitely going to be. When I started trading, I had the opportunity to meet a mentor who had a YouTube enlightening people, in biotic relationship. I help people learn, grows, and all that, So that's what I have to say. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Just I see you. Just chilling, what's up? Yo, what up, man? Go ahead, man. I'm trying to follow you guys back and step back. Appreciate you guys for following me. And thank you, guys. From the space, if they don't put everyone on the space, it's not chilling. Crypto Bitcoins with 3 jobs, you have big companies on the space. So, guys, you might find that by giveaways, by being active, by replying, by following every like, just say, bro, I'm gonna bring more people up on the requests, bro. Alright, I will make sure everyone gets up. Alright, it's wonderful meeting the base of tracks here, dogs, fine. I cannot mention all of you guys, but my space host, I also was my space is mostly into this ecosystem, but I find it hard to navigate on Discord waddling around. So much guys for having me.
Yo, he's the biggest pimp of all time. You said pimp. Okay. Yo, how about you call me up, you fucking... Because I'm the best motherfucker of all time. Yeah, nobody. So... Yeah, you got 66. Yo, hola. Smelling my balls. Because they smell like... Look at the west side.
Sounds like you Yo, fam, I'm gonna get ready to drop down, but I really feel back. I have got to get you guys. If you guys got something special here, shout out to everybody down there. Go have a phenomenal day, man. Yeah, no doubt, man. Out there too. So yeah, we'll definitely we'll be talking. Still, you Dre, 32. Listen, you can call me the schedule space. It's on his header. Just letting you guys know, it's on his header. Just go to the host, the co-host, and start liking stuff on their page. You're getting so many notes here what they want to talk about. But if you're up here, you're not even following the host, then you're so. If you're not following, I can't rotate through right now. Facts, you guys. And what Nook said, following us, following your co-host, following wisely, bro. Unity. There are a lot of projects coming up in spaces. They might be looking. I'm gonna be calling out the names of the persons that have been active. Get your name. Get ready. I'm gonna be calling out the names. Yourself. I see not 3X. I see us Kid the King. I see City Lion. I see Michael. I see Cons. I see us. They are fucking active, bro. Let's do it. You boys, I just been in on the tweet boys on the stage, bro, on this fucking space, bro. Every day it will be like that. You guys in the honor, just interact with her, bro. She's so big in the chat. We got tons of fucking big, bro. We're gonna bring it ever. Alright, let's start breaking. Bro. Yeah. Go back to bed. Hell yeah, bro. Just go good, yo. Hell yeah, bro. Alright, big bro. Jam to us. Bro. Yeah, big bro. Yeah, man, that's definitely yeah, man. That's up in. Also, if you see a lot of face chats, maybe W, the CPM.
It's the first space, man. We just got this thing started. But make sure that our now, brother, every morning. He'll start 7 a.m. Right after this, I want to see way more people here. Like interesting and deep conversations. You probably get 7 views. Between all of us, the amount of people we know are going to show up here for sure. If I don't know about 7, but somewhere around the world, you're welcome every day, 7 a.m. Make sure you guys be here.
time mind about it. And but fact is, if you guys don't see it, man, this is free. It's not gonna cost you nothing. All you have to do is something on that law. We are sitting and regularize everyone here in Web3, and I'm excited. They're 6 years, and they knocked on my door, and they were 6-year anniversary just passed. And I spent 25 years there, bro, under pressure. It's not one that I glorify. Context, single day. Just know that I do it because the truth matters, you know. And it's in solitary for 11 and a half days, man. The most important thing I want people out here to see is that, you know, turn it into discipline. And you're something good. Okay? I mean, literally, I was sitting in a cell doing life murals in my city. I've painted thousands of graffiti projects out here for crypto. Web3, right here, you guys, all my followers, everybody that I rock with. The damn cell block to the blockchain to the Guinness, like to come and tell everybody. I'm 13 years old. They call him Cage Side Kid. Now, if anybody for sport gym, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, to train used to be the champ. And I'm so excited, man. A kid in my family, all of us are fighters. One of our best friends in the family, he's a father of my daughter's sister, was with some hillbilly playing with drugs and alcohol. This guy is a potential UFC candidate. He is a good fighter. But he rolled his, he's 13 years old, man. And 2 days ago, he came and told me that X page, I'm going to start the, he said, I'm going to call myself Cage. He said, and I'm going to post MMA content. He gets out. I'm going to show him for the last 90 days. And I'm going to tell him he needs to, just for me to hear this come from his mouth that I've been raising, like, I never dreamed that he would come to try to help stay sober fighters. People that be one of my best friends, like, it has been the right thing here for the last few years. And then these fucking kids are looking to me out here drinking and drugging and stuff. I have to be in these gyms because they're watching me, girl, and I'm product of this, man. I can't believe it. If anybody sees Cage Son, noble cause, he's my best. I'm just saying, man, you know, you can follow coins, you can chase this after it. I can tell you that right now. But community's got you guys for always giving me the stage and believe it. Like, I can't even believe, you know. No, that's what you sound out that kid too. That's big too. People are showing up for their people and making things happen. Because just like you said, man, coins on forever. I did bring a couple of people up. We only got about 20 minutes left, so I want to. Yeah, man. What's up? I think I was actually up like 15, and he's putting in more work than they have these. Give a little show, you got a minute? Come on, Rabbi, let's go! Energy collection. I'm like, Discord server, perhaps I'm using Discord server. It's gonna seem like an option to it. I'm just gonna have a Discord server. Like, man, holy, every shit in the server. You know? That's access to this utility. Discord server, people like, what do you mean? You're gonna charge $100 or something. If you want, like, NFT. Everybody's been saying they want to make for the project. I'm a tough kid, man. For fucking I've had time to do it, and I have. It's cool. NFT is it?
What up, Zoo?
Yeah, look up shit.
What up, baby?
I might be high as fuck though.
No, you're definitely.
I realize something, right?
What?
The realm of this
What'd you say, big dog?
inside the realm of physics.
Okay.
What does that mean?
No one knows, dog.
What do you
What that even means, dog?
do you get what I'm saying?
I mean, I can get it.
Grateful to exist in the realm.
Okay.
It's not big.
Are you sure? You sure? Your story.
Well, the honest answer is we don't know yet. You know, still overlap with this is great.
That's cool, dog.
Awesome.
I like your shit.
So the consciousness might not exist inside the realm.
Yeah, big dog.
Really
Dude, how high are you?
right?
All right. Well, that's tight.
How do you scale?
How do you scale what?
Highness.
Oh,
Is there like a blind test?
perhaps it exists. Just wanted to. What up, Pimp? How you living? Yo, I know you. Hey, dude, come to my Discord. I've got people in Discord right now. Send you another. I'll send you. Yo, there he is. How you living, at? I see you in there. Yo, big dog. What's good, son?
Yeah.
Excellent. All right.
I still want to wish you all a joyful and
Thanks, big dog. Same to you, big man. No worries. What's good? Just one moment. I'm sending it on. It'll teach you how to market yourself and how to get a job, all for free. If you have questions, I'm here to help you. So go to your X messages, and you're gonna start seeing my messages to you. And if you have questions, I want you to read. And if you have questions, come to me, and I will help you with whatever you have. So in the meantime, I'll read the messages.
Good morning, good afternoon, guys. Can you hear me? My name is Angash. I am the founder of Rothschild, and I ran other businesses before publishing this business that implemented and wrote all of my books software in February, from and everything will be available for those who want the total framework, where the people are going to be licensed by those users. They are going to be 25% we make on digital sales. Everything that's what's we are doing software and so on and so on.
Rabbi.
Yo, baby.
Revenue we generate.
So 0.39.
That's like nothing.
No. 0.39%.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can drive in the United States on that.
What's happening, homie? What you got going on today? What's up, yo, GMG. Chill, crypto, meme coins, Web3, jobs, getting followers and giveaways. Read what crypto does, day two dreams, and my man, Doc. Y'all go hit that purple pill, like it, repost it, tag some friends, tag some frenemies, and send it to all those group chats you're in. Yo, top of the morning to you. I posted up a giveaway.
Well, my blood rating was 0.39%.
Yeah, that's not a lot, dog.
If you're an entrepreneur, come vibe with us at Vibe Society. Turn things into reality, people. We're doing IRL things. We're making real products out here. We're connecting with one another. We've already got a hemp protein powder we formulated. It's coming out to market soon.
We already got THCA gummies able to ship to 50 states. If you want it from your project, we can white label for you. We've got products, we've got things out there. We're connected with Strain Tree, connected genetics, tracing cannabis genetics out there. We're deep in the streets out here. Go up top, tap in, get part of the Vibe Society. Follow what you gotta do. Follow the host, follow the co-host, follow the rules of engagement on their family. And while you're at it, give me a follow, turn your noties on. If you're into cannabis, you want to get connected. I used to work with Redman for 4 years. Deep in the cannabis game. I'm gonna also post up to top this Wednesday.
Wait, that's a lot.
Of course, at 10 a.m.
Yeah.
Eastern, we're going to be doing an amazing interview with the CEO of Leaf Extracts. Another post up top, go check it out. Tap in with that. We'll be giving giveaways, talking about stuff, talking cannabis,
Not live,
talking
buddy.
crypto. Get connected, fam. We're growing and doing amazing things. Crypto Ties, thank you. 32 Dreams, thank you. Doc, fuck off. Nah, just kidding. Love you, bro. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's a chat with Cam. We're going to get him a little check mark back here. This one, Peter. He's a real one. Well, I can't wait. And,
I thought I was gonna die.
Okay.
we got like names. You got it done already? What's happening? Am I supposed to be here? Everybody, make sure you are here every morning. Every single morning, 7 o'clock, we're going to do this. You can see that we tapped in with a whole bunch of big communities, big builders, big sponsors, places where you're going to want to get seen. So make sure you show up every morning here. And drop some comments. Don't just sit here and do nothing. Or we don't know what happens. I don't know you. If you're just sitting here doing nothing, I'll never see you. Commenting, we'll have a chance to see where we can put you, where to get your jobs, get your wins. Just show up every day. We got also the stage of room before we end the space. Yo, can you guys hear me? Yes, yeah. Yo, Joker. What is Joker? Yeah, Joker is running us, bro. Alright, boys, I'm paying winners right now. After this space, I will be working a video announcing the winners. That's fine.
Rabbi, I have 22 to 20 feet. And I'm dead. 4 hours.
Are you sure?
6 hours.
That will be paid in our Thursday space. Make sure you guys go ahead to my profile. I literally posted it 2 hours ago. So just interact with that giveaway.
You're 100% sure of that?
No, the video. There's the video.
So today's winners is also 53248. We got L111, NAL, we got D-Dart, we got Snipe, RGA, and we got Cough Butter. This is today's 5 winners, boys. Guys, make sure you have my notifications on, and make sure you show up every day, same time. We got space literally every day, 7 a.m. EST, 12 p.m. afternoon GMT, and 12 p.m. afternoon UTC. Make sure you guys be here every day. We will have big companies in here, big casinos, big trading platforms. We will have big names in the trenches, big traders in the crypto space. Just be here every day, boys. Every day, same time as we started this space 2 hours ago. Literally, and just be here every fucking day, boys. From Monday to Thursday, daily spaces. You are so back, man. Much love, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Same time.
Yeah, big dog.
Much love, boys, and see you tomorrow. Peace, boys.
What's your joke, big man? What's your joke? Zoot, what's your joke?
What's the best?
Zoot, are you speaking English? Zoot, what's your what? Zoot, you think you're? I'll be right back. I'll be back in less than 2 minutes. I want to hear this joke. Zoot, I'm ready for your joke. Hit me with it, baby. It better be the best fucking joke I've ever heard. Zoot, let's hear your joke, big man. Zoot. Zoot, what is your fucking joke, man? Zoot, your shit sucks, man. You're not. Okay, what's your joke?
Who are you? Me?
Yo, what up, Alex? How you living, Alex?
Yes. So that's all good, bro. Just chilling.
Okay. Well, did you see the message I sent you, Alex?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yes.
All right. Excellent. Well,
Yeah.
if you 100%. If you have questions, let me know. I'll help you.
And I'm kind of I'm interested. She seems interesting, and I'm kind of interested.
You just do it, and if you have questions, come to me, and I'll help you through them. Okay?
All right. Yeah, I think I've got some couple of questions.
Okay, ask me your questions.
So yeah, before I start setting everything up, I want to be aligned. So I do this once and I do it properly. So yeah, which specific social media platform do you recommend advertising? And is there a minimum number you want created before we bring like my name tree?
I want you to create them all. You should create all 30 of them there. They're free. It takes a little bit of time, maybe a day or two. You create all of them in a browser. You connect them to your link tree. You never have to create them again, and they'll help you in multiple ways. It's going to give you 30 different places to promote yourself, 30 different places to promote your clients. It's going to give you 30 channels to be able to connect with new clients. It's going to help you to dominate search social media, AI, and it's going to make it very difficult to impersonate you. Does this make sense?
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, that's what you want to do.
For the user,
Oh, go ahead.
for the username, I suggest using like my real name or any specific handle format. Like how strict should the consistency be across platforms?
Absolutely. So it should be as consistent as possible. And I recommend, if you haven't already, making it a business name. So you can use your personal name, and that's totally fine. But if you have the opportunity, you want to say something like, I don't know, Web3 digital marketing or something like that.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yeah, I can talk about it. So the thing I think that question goes like,
What'd you say?
Here we go. When you do the entry, what are you mainly looking for at that stage, like coverage, structure, or positioning? What exactly are you looking?
What are you saying?
I say when you review the entry,
Yeah.
what are you mainly looking at that stage?
I want to make sure that you got them all, and I want to make sure that you didn't miss any of them. But you should do that. You should do the necessary to make sure that you have them all there. But I'll look them over, and any of them are missing, I'm going to tell you need to add the other ones.
Okay. After review, what does the next phase usually involve?
We put
in terms of time commitment and expected outcome.
Yeah, I mean, it's as much as you want it to be. But right now, if you want to be shilling yourself as a reply or Web3 marketer.
Sorry, I think the connection is bad.
Okay, well, prove it if you can. I tell you that.
I'm not sure. If you can hear me, I don't know from my own end or yours, but the connections.
Yeah, it's your end. It's
okay.
It's not my end.
Yeah, I think yeah. So yeah, actually.
Okay, so we're gonna put content on.
Sorry, can we?
Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna put content once you create.
So, after
my man, go to where you have better connectivity, because I keep trying to tell you, and you keep saying you can't hear me.
Sorry, I think I can hear you much better.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay, so we're gonna put content on your different platforms. my man, go, because I keep trying to talk to you, and you keep saying, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Sorry about that. I can hear you now.
It's okay. Okay, we're gonna do this one more time, and if it doesn't work, then just go to where you have better service, and then I will help you. Okay, so we're gonna put content, different accounts, generally like AI generated videos. We're gonna make sure you know how to join X communities, Discord communities, Telegram communities, and I'm gonna teach you to shill. And then you go into any space that you want. You shill yourself as a Web3 marketer. You go in and say, "Hi everyone, my name is Alex. I'm a Web3 marketer. I'd love to help you to be able to promote your project on my 30 different social media platforms." What this is going to do for you is it's going to help you improve your search rank, your social media rank, and the visibility that you have in it. If this sounds like great strategy for you to send me a DM, we can get to discussions on how I can help you specifically. That's what you want to be. And you do that every single day, multiple times a day, and you'll be making hundreds of dollars a week if you can do it. If you can do it regularly, routinely.
Yo, sorry, got disconnected.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
So, I, so yeah, I think you made a point there in the space of after reviewing the entry. So I think another question
Go ahead.
I would love to add for those space pitch, is it tailored to a specific niche or client type, or is it like a general framework that gets customized later?
You can use what I just told you in any space, any shill and chill, anywhere on X. And if you do it enough, people will send you a message and be interested in your services.
Okay, okay. Yeah. So will there ever be a need for access, like posting permission or anything security related?
No,
Or is it everything fully self-managed on my?
it's all on you. You keep it all.
I think I think that's all I have.
Excellent, big man.
Yeah, sure.
You're welcome, my friend.
I think Mount LS how chico how chico with probably around ready. I'll get to you.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah, thanks.
You're welcome. Take care.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Is on year number 8. On year number 8, the people of Rabbi Anai's house will repay the aniyim all again with new produce, 8-year produce. So the Gemara says, "Asu amrli Rabbi Yochanan." So they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice. There's something about it. Obviously, the people to some degree. They said something to Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, "Yalusin often, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Connect done." And interesting enough, look at Rashi. Yalusin of the stars to a couple of Rashis. Yalusin of them. There, Rabbi Yochanan said the members of the house of Rabbi Anais are acting totally fine. Rashi says, "Chivim dahi shaita lo habu hanach be'en lo ichlufe hani ba'ani lav chalipen ninu lo chayle kedusha shvius alai." So remember again, we saw in yesterday's daf already. When you get into an issue of a potential commerce with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity could devolve upon the previously permitted item. So, for example, the concern over here is if this looks like one is transacting business with Shemitah produce, then even the 8th-year produce should ultimately have the sanctity, Shemitah production. But the Yochanan said it's not going to be a problem. Why? Because there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken during the Shemitah year and only being quote-unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon the 8th-year produce. That's the idea over here. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not devolve upon the 8th-year produce. This is very interesting. And this is connect them to Eslan Mutar. And interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with Eslan Zona. Eslan Zona, halacha is if a person goes to a zona and gives her something for her services, right? Obviously, if he pays her money, or even he gives her an object, that object is called an eslan zona, payment for a harlot, and can be used for any type of sacrifice. Makes sense. It is the Sanya. Gemara says, what's the case? The Sanya says, no someone.
Hey, what's up, Durago?
Like, Ruben goes to Rachel.
Holiday, every minute's a piece. What's good, son?
Right, but he doesn't have relations with her. or or he has relations with her or anything. What's the halacha? Esnana mutter.
Absolutely. Just enjoying life. How was your weekend?
Obviously, it doesn't make sense. I understand. Excellent. If he gave her, that's it.
I don't see any shillings bills, shilling chills. I mean, there's like one, but there was just a really big one that they said they're gonna start doing more often. Like,
ultimately, again, the land is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the gift says, I'm sorry, assume, furthermore, the same case, if he had relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything, ultimately pay her anything. And if he didn't pay her anything,
hold on. You did send me that message. That you sent me an invite, and I came and I spoke in it, and it was giant.
So that says that halacha l'maisa, the esnai is mutter. It doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, that is what it means to say. Listen to this. Nasallah, the achakak ba'al. If he gave the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, let me tell you this outside. Essentially, he was going to say this. When does something become
I really appreciate that you sent it to me. I got it as soon as I saw it, and I'm in, so I appreciated that.
Right? Our relations pair. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not.
Who's Peter?
That is of estimate solo. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately again. Let's say for
some kind
of sacrificial temple use. So watch this. So most eloquent.
Peter's shift came in?
He gave her the sheep. The achakach ba'al. Now, what does it mean, the achakach ba'al? Rashi says, Achshav elo la'achar zman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some more comments that it's easier today and have relations with her in 3 hours. Or tomorrow. Again, as opposed to payment.
That's a big person in there.
Ba'al, or for that matter, he has relations with her. And then you afterwards face her, esnana mutter. In these cases, ultimately, again, the esnana is for
great. That's a big get.
So therefore, what I'm saying is as follows: that in order for something to arrive as an esnana, it has to be transactional. Once it's transactional immediacy, in other words, then the land, the sheep, the payment has the status.
Okay. Is there any way you
pay it ultimately again with the produce? People came to the Olam because they felt, I don't know, maybe it looks like a little strange practice here. So exactly business with Shemitah produce.
Dude, that is amazing.
There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment.
Well, I feel badly that I missed them, but I'll get him. Don't you worry. That is huge for you, though. Look at you, man. You're moving up in the world, Drago.
So again, let's go. Let's see who goes ahead and pays her. Hey, gets her sheep.
That's amazing. Is that the biggest person you ever had in a space? That's a huge person. He's very famous. That's incredible. Good on you, man. That's a new high score for you. Well, that's phenomenal. Do you have big plans for your week? Are you doing spaces with anybody this week? Are you doing spaces with anybody this week? Drago. Yeah, are you doing spaces with anybody this week? Okay. Yeah. Okay, so he moved it to May. That's really unfortunate. Yeah. Okay. So I just sent you a message. Look, if you want a job, I can't give you one, but I can help you to get one. And I just sent you a breakdown. I want you to read it. It should make sense to you. Do you have a resume? Do you have a resume? You don't know what a resume is? Oh, that can definitely help you. It's a thing that has your contact information, your previous work history, your education history, and your desired career. Okay, well, read the message that I just sent you, and then talk to me. Just read what I just sent you. There you go. And you want to get a resume first. So you go to ChatGPT and say, I need a resume. Here's my contact information. Here is my education history. Here's my experience. And here's the kind of job that I want. And it'll create the best resume that you've ever seen within about 5 seconds. And then you take that, you make it a PDF. And what I can, I mean, here's the thing. It's a numbers game, Durago. So you're really, really smart. You're different than like a lot of people I meet on Web3. And you just need the opportunity. You're willing to work and you're willing to be consistent. Half of the issues with people from Nigeria are the fact that they don't have good connections. It has nothing to do with them personally. It's the infrastructure. But you have a good phone and you have good connection laptop, right? Excellent. Well, it's going to have access to that, and that's okay. In the right jobs send you a computer, not a big deal. But here's what you're going to do: you're going to create your resume, just like I said. The right job will. When I've gotten jobs like the that I've sent you, they send you your own computer. Yeah, but I'm not saying every job will do that. I'm saying the better jobs, they will send you your own computer. Right, but don't think that you have your own computer first, because you can't files on their computer. That against stuff. But what I am saying to you, many of these contracts, they want you to have good equipment, and especially the bigger companies, they'll send you your own computer. But what you're going to want to do is you create your resume with your contact information, your employment history, your education history, and your desired employment. And yours would be something like a community manager, social media marketer. You're really a Web3 guru. You're a Forex trader. That's really a big one you could do. And so, and then you have your resume that's optimized for that. Then what you do is you create those different accounts on those different platforms. Now you have to understand that it is a marathon, it's not a sprint. And what do I mean by that? It means that you're going to want to keep applying because you're going to get rejected not just tens of times, not just hundreds of times, but perhaps even thousands of times. But if you do it enough, and the thing is, it's pretty easy to, you just have to hit one button. Many of them you apply to. I know people applying for 100 jobs a day on each platform. And if you do that for a month, you'll have people who want to interview you, and you'll have people who maybe make you an offer. And so I'm willing to help you with that and guide you through that and give you some of the tips and tricks. And so what you do is you create your resume. Then what you do is you create the different accounts on like you already have a LinkedIn, right? Okay. Shot on your LinkedIn. Can you repeat that? No, it doesn't. It's best to. So what you want to do is follow maybe 10 people a day, and they'll follow you. Maybe 5 of them will follow you back. And over the course of 20 days or so, you'll get over 100 followers. Once you have that many connections, you look legitimate. Absolutely. And then what you do is you want to make sure that you have a good headshot. Your headshot that you've got here is cool. It's a cool profile picture, but for one of these websites, you just want to go to ChatGPT and ask it to create a headshot for you. And it'll create a headshot with you in a suit, and then you upload that, and then you create your profile and say what kind of job that you want, all that kind of stuff. And then you start applying. And it takes maybe to apply to 100 jobs, like maybe 30 minutes. It doesn't take that long. And then there are about 3 or 4 different platforms on which you could apply to maybe 100 jobs. So that's like 4, maybe if you do it on another 500 jobs you're applying to a day. And within a week, you're going to have people who are wanting to say, okay, well, we want to interview you. And so you just be ready and have your schedule open, and you're going to have to be able to chat with them on camera generally. And they're going to ask you about your Forex experience, your Web3 experience, what motivates you, what questions are, and they're not going to hire you. And guess what? You've got to be okay with that. You're not going to win every single interview. All you need is one. Okay, so keep in mind, you may apply to some jobs. All you need is one, and you're going to meet somebody. Yeah, I've got a job for you, and you have years of Forex trading, and you've been, all right, well, here's our project. If you're interested, then you sign, and then we're going to send you a computer, or we will give you credentials to our system, and then you start working. And then, you're going to want to, once they make you an offer, whatever, you ask them, like, okay, so how, like, what's the payment structure? They usually, if they're legitimate, they'll say, like, you'll look them up and you'll make sure that they're a legitimate organization. But once you have that type of understanding, and another big thing, I recommend this to you, whenever you get sending you an invitation to interview or anything, do your research on that company. Look up what people say about them. Look at people. Okay, absolutely, Durago. 100%. Absolutely. I'm here if you need my help, okay? You're welcome, big dog. Take care.
just using the sheep because it's the easiest example that I can give you for sacrificial purposes, right? So he pays her a sheep, right? And then let's say he gives her a sheep on Tuesday, and then on Wednesday he has relations with her. Again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harlot's payment, and therefore is not permitted for consecrated temple use, right? Because a wax transaction is I don't understand. But when he does have relations with her, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why don't we say what's the case? He should come up the Hikri This is very interesting. What happened? The Zona, right? The Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So the Gemara is saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively, the sheep should be categorized as a harlot skin. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harlot, a pious Zona. And let's say, I say to yourself, come on, she's Zona, and she's offering up carbonos. Let's say it's important to understand. So it's important to understand we all have inconsistencies, and we all live with inherent convictions. And in certain respects, I'm a tzaddik, and in certain respects, I'm a rasha. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do at all. But here's the beauty of it. The things that I don't do well or do poorly or don't do at all, Baruch Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well and that I'm righteous in. Yiddishkeit is not an all or nothing game. You could be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmony and spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life, but most of us are not. Sometimes we feel hypocritical. Sometimes we feel like a fake because, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. Or I'm giving stuff, but I'm doing this. Or I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right, it's hypocritical. It is a little contradictory, but welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live with hypocrisy. We all live with contradictions. Such is the nature of it. It is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though Zona is a Zona, it brings kavanas. You know what? Those kavanas are reach pleasing aroma. Because at the end, no one knows our inner contradict struggles more than our push-forward. When we still push forward to do good, find all the things that are broken, and that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the Zona offered up the covenants. By the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this a little bit. What's the case? If he said to the Zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today, right? Acquire this as of today, right? Then halacha l'maaseh pshita the sharila, right? The halasa b'shaspia umatana ba'amu b'biyoy. So then obviously it's mutar, right? She has title to it. It can't be categorized as an esnan on Tuesday because they didn't have relations yet. So essentially, he gave her a gift, and she has every right to offer it up. However, if you eat the little this is very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does he say? If he gives it to her, he gives it to her on Tuesday. Okay, we're gonna have relations tomorrow. In the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, how could she up as a carbon? After all, the ish kiyakdish is based on Amrachmar. The Torah says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking erech now, valuation. Right? So we'll go ahead and consecrate his home.
Today's day 17. Is that
just
correct?
like your home, you own it. Whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, how could she offer it up as a carbon? Let's say, just by the way, a tremendous over here.
Or Saturday
You can
18th.
only be makdish something that is yours.
Maybe I got the numbers
In the
wrong.
realm of in the realm of personal growth, HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us what we're
How
able
could I
to
do
do.
this?
Sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to
How are
do.
we
It's
going
good
to
to have
do it?
role models.
Well, I can tell you this: 310 days, 17 hours, 14 minutes, and 40 seconds until
compare ourselves to others,
Grand Theft Auto
and we're
launches.
frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what those person's kohos are, their abilities are. The Ribbon
Okay,
Shel
come
Olam
up.
only asks you to be makdish that which you own.
New.
You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate something that doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget.
I feel like
that
I got
God
the
only
numbers wrong.
expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he
So
does
today's day
expect of
17.
me is
No,
to take
I'm
a
right.
personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I
Alright, so
possess.
today's
Be honest
17th,
about what I possess.
Today's day 17.
Always in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. You can only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us
Chronicles.
to accomplish spiritual things that are within
And
our
what are we learning?
in our power.
I don't know.
within
I
our
actually want to learn
spiritual
about.
toolbox. Incredible. Eladamala, so what's the
We have to
case?
have it. Has to be something Kabbalah.
This is very interesting. So he says to her, right? So Reuben gives this to the zone of the sheep.
I don't want to do it that
thing,
way
and he
today.
says, okay.
I always
keep the
say that,
sheep
and then
with
like
you,
3
we'll
hours
schedule to be
later.
here tomorrow,
But
right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. Be mitzvah, but if you need the sheep for something,
all right, let's just look up.
Comes up, you need the sheep. I don't know. You need a car money. You need dinner, whatever it is. Then Gemara says, "Kami aksha." Then
Jewish
give you the right to
mysticism.
acquire it.
Okay, so that's and then I'm gonna look up Baruch Spinoza.
Fine.
All right,
So
academic
versus
study of
this.
Jewish
So there's
mysticism,
now,
especially
again, what's the idea?
since
Why
Gershom
we do
Schollem's
this?
Major
Besides
Trends in
having a
Jewish
story,
Mysticism,
yeah,
1941,
interesting.
draws
The Jews,
distinctions
if you
between
remember,
different
this all
forms of
happened with
mysticism,
Rabbi
which were
is
practiced in
sheep
different
that
eras of Jewish
yeah,
history.
that's
Of those,
key.
Kabbalah, which
Here
emerged
is
in
that
12th century
something can only
southwestern
be
Europe,
tested with limited
is the most
status
well known, but
when
it's
there's a
not
level
the
of
only
transaction
topological
openness.
form,
So now we see that
nor
by the
was
sheep
it the
case,
first form
ultimately
which
received
emerged.
by the estimates
Among
of
the
by
previous
Rabbi
forms were the
cases.
Merkaba,
Rabbi Mertz
is this
case,
word
there's
Merkaba
one
mysticism.
case.
We learned about
So
that.
by Rabbi
That's about the
Kabbalah
wheels.
Yishasama. It's very interesting.
Ezekiel's
So
and
let's
Ashkenazi
say
Hasidism,
Reuben
early
gives
13th
Rachel,
century,
Reuben gives
about the
Zona
time of the emergence of
sheep
Kabbalah.
on Tuesday.
Kabbalah.
The Bia is
Kabbalah
scheduled
means
for
received
Wednesday.
tradition, a term
On
which
Tuesday,
was
she
previously
goes in,
used
she's not-
in other
she
Judaic
consecrates her. She didn't offer up
contexts.
as a carbon.
But the
She's
medieval
not Christian.
Kabbalists
So what's the
adopted
status
it
now
as a
again?
term for their own doctrine in
Even
order to
Amar,
express
Amira
the belief
Sodabov,
that they were not innovating, but were merely revealing the ancient hidden esoteric tradition of the Torah. This issue has been crystallized until today, but the alternative views today by alternative views on the origin of the Zohar, the main text of Kabbalah, attributed to the circle of the central protagonist, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, in the 2nd century Common Era, for opening up the study of Jewish mysticism. Traditional Kabbalists regarding it as originating in Tanaic forms,
the Makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it is still present.
Ta'anim, repeaters, teachers, singular, borrowed from Aramaic, where the rabbi sages, rabbinic sages whose views are recorded in the Mishnah from approximately 10 to 220 Common Era. The period of the Tanaim, also referred to as the Mishnaic period, lasted about 210 years. It came after the period of Zugot, pairs, and was immediately followed by the period of Amorim interpreters. So we have the Zugot, the Tanaim, the Amorim, the Sidorim, the Geonim, the Rishonim, and the Akaronim. So we're right now in Akaronim.
Right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time it occurred. So Dafka, she offered it up, it's no longer in existence.
The root Chana, the Aramaic equivalent of the Hebrew root Chana, which also is the Semitic root found in the word Mishnah. Shana means to repeat what one is taught and is used to mean to learn. The Mishneh period is commonly divided into periods corresponding to the generations. There are approximately 120 known Tanaim. The Tanaim lived in several areas of Roman ruled southern Levant. The spiritual center of Judaism at that time was Jerusalem, but after the destruction of the city and the second temple, Yohanan ben Zakkai and his students founded a new council of Judea. Other places of learning were founded by the students of Lod and Bnei. Some Tanaim worked as laborers for historical burners, cobblers, in addition to their positions as teachers and legislators. They were also leaders of the negotiators for the empire. We'll go through this later.
What comes out in this case over here is, first of all,
all right, but to that, so traditional Kabbalists regarding it as originating in Tanakh Torah, so do not make a change. And early rabbinic Judaism, academic scholars regard it as a synthesis from the Middle Ages, appeared between the 13th and 15th centuries, but assimilating and incorporating into itself earlier forms of Jewish mysticism, possible continuations of ancient esoteric traditions, as well as medieval philosophical elements. The theosophical aspect of Kabbalah itself, through the two historical ones, medieval classics of Har Kabbalah, 1175 to 1492 to 1570, and Lurianic Kabbalah, 1569 today, which assimilated medieval Kabbalah into its wider system and became the basis for modern Jewish Kabbalah. After Luria, two new mystical forms popularized Kabbalah in Judaism: antinomian heretical Sabbatean movements, 1666 to 18th century, and Hasidic Judaism, 1734 to today. In contemporary Judaism, the only main forms of Jewish mysticism which are practiced esoteric Lurianic Kabbalah, its later commentaries. The variety of schools of Hasidic and Neo-Hasidism, including Neo-Kabbalah, in non-Orthodox denominations. Two non-Jewish Hasidic traditions also popularized Judaic Kabbalah through their incorporation as part of the Western esoteric culture of the Renaissance on the theological, other kind of Kabbalah, not even Kabbalah, which is something different. Around 15th to 18th centuries, which adapted Judaic Kabbalists, the Extian Kabbalah, which adopted into Extian belief and is its cultist offshoot the Kabbalah, 19th century today, which became the main esoteric and magical teachings. As separate traditions of the movement of Judaism, drawing syncretically adapting and different in nature and aims from Judaic mysticism. They are not listed on this page. So, early Israelite traditional origin, second millennium to 800 BCE, before the Common Era. So this is the Hebrew patriarchs and matriarchs covenant of the pieces, Jacob's ladder, Jacob's wrestling with the angel, Moshe Rabbeinu, burning bush, theophany at Sinai, and then the Y, and then the A, and then the H, and then the W. Early Israelite monarchic and cult prophets, Elijah's ascension. Then prophetic Judaism, 800 to 5th century before the Common Era. Prophetic meditation, divine encounter, heavenly host, throne of Hashem, visions, mystical elements in the literary prophetic books of the Bible, from the kingdoms of Israel and Judah to the Babylonian captivity and return to Zion. This is Isaiah, Ezekiel, Zechariah. Apocalyptic Judaism, beginning 5th century before the Common Era, 300 to 100 before the Common Era, continuing to the first of the Common Era. Mysto-apocalyptic speculation, heavenly angelology, and eschatology in Second Temple Jerusalem under foreign rule and oppression after the social institution era of prophecy closed. Daniel, 1st Enoch, biblical apocrypha, pseudepigrapha. Mystical elements in Second Temple period, that's around 200 before the
You might
Common
see the
Era
word
to
she
100
acquired it before
after
people. So
the
this is
Common Era.
actually this
Mystical,
like
esoteric, and pious elements among the diverse Jewish sects in the religious syncretism of the Second Temple period, Judea and diaspora. Second Temple Judaism,
very interesting.
Hasidians, Essenes,
So really comes to the
Hellenistic Judaism, Jewish Gnosticism, Philo's Platonic philosophy, influence on early Christianity, Extian Jewish and early Extian mysticism. Early rabbinic and mystical elements in classical rabbinic literature. This is around 1 to 200 Common Era, influence in the 5th century Common Era. References in exoteric Talmud and Midrash and Tanaic early rabbinic mystical circles, Messe, Merkaba. That, of course, is Merkaba mysticism, chariot, Merkaba's chariot. Work of the chariot exegesis and ascent Masa Bereshit of creation. So Masa Merkaba is chariot work. Bereshit Masa is work of creation. So it'd be work of chariot. Masa Merkaba, work of chariot, and Masa Bereshit, work of creation. Exegesis. Why? Contributing mystical elements in Agada, rabbinic theology, and narratives. Yohanan ben Zakkai and his disciples, Rabbi Akiva, Shimon Bar Yochai, traditional graphical attribute of later Kabbalism. Mystical adult. Dog, this is so long.
So let's say now the Gemara says,
Oh, I thought this picture was going to be easy.
63b.
Mystical Agadot examples who entered the part
says that
is orchard, the subject Jewish religion, about 4 rabbis of the Mishnaic period, person who entered the parties, the orchard of esoteric Torah knowledge. Only one of them succeeded in leaving the parties alone. The basic story goes as follows. 4 entered the orchard, Ben Azai, Ben Zoma, Acher, Elisha, Ben Etruya, and Rabbi Akiva. One looked and died, one looked and was harmed, one looked and cut down the trees, and one went up in peace and went down in peace. That's from Tosefta.
Right. If you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right? If you look at Rashi,
okay.
The hot. It's actually the last one.
Oven of Anai and voice of Torah, black fire on white fire. God looked in Torah to create world. Ina accompanied in exile the Mashiach at the gates of Rome. How about that one? That's an interesting one. Hey, I'm in the middle of something right now, so I can't talk right now. Apologies. The Mashiach at the gates of Rome is a traditional story, mashal and parallel in Jewish tradition, Talmudic tractates, and 98a. I don't read this. Okay, Rabbi Joshua ben Levi, who lived in the first half of the 3rd century while meditating near the tomb of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, was visited by the prophet Elijah. When will the Mashiach come? Asked Joshua. Ask him, replied the prophet. The Mashiach at the gates of Rome, sitting among the sick and wretched. Like them, he changes the bindings of his wounds, but does so one at a time in order to be ready at a moment. Then Joshua went to Rome and met Mashiach and greeted him, saying, "Peace upon the master and teacher." And the Mashiach replied, "Peace upon thee, O son of Levi." Joshua then asked, "Why will you be coming? When will you be coming?" And was told, "Today." Joshua went back to Elijah and asked, was asked what Mashiach said. "Peace upon thee, O son of Levi." Joshua replied, and Elijah told him that meant that he and his father would have a place in the world to come. Joshua then said that the Mashiach had not told him the truth because he had promised to come today, but had not. Elijah explained, "This is what he said to thee today, if ye will hear to Psalms 95:7, making his coming conditional with the condition not fulfilled. Reception. Medieval Jews saw this story as possibly anti-Roman, and Rashi interpreted Rome as meaning not the physical city, but a part of paradise overlooking Rome. This neutralized and spiritualized the story and reconciled it with legends of Mashiach being carried alive to paradise. Later, Maharsha went further and suggested that Rome wasn't mentioned at all, as Deromi should be read Deromi, southern, referring to the Mashiach being found in the southern part of the paradise. In the early 16th century, the Kabbalist Abraham ben Eliezer Halevi suggested that the Rome in the story was a small town in Galilee with the same name, and a bit later Moshe Alchich put the Messiah in paradise overlooking this. Concern about being seen as anti-Roman also led to translations of the Talmud replacing the word Rome in the story to the city Karka. The sources are Midrash to Dum 9:1, Leviticus Rabbi 19, Pesach 36.
So that's it. There is transaction use.
All right. Then we have Rakaba, Harkawa, esoteric text and method, 2nd century to 1000. This is traditional pseudegraphical, anonymous, esoteric Merkaba myth thrown in Hakot palaces, present literature and methods. Text protagonists are early Tanaic rabbis, though texts academically dated variously from Talmudic 100 to 500 to Gnostic to Guyana 800 periods, and sectarian rebellion. Earlier texts 3 Enoch, Hakalo, Rabbi, Greater Palaces, Hakalo, Zutari, the Lesser Palaces, Merkava Rabba, the Great Chariot. Later texts Shiur, Koma, Divine Dimensions, Mystic Speculations from Geonium. Influence of post-biblical Jewish mythology and folklore on mysticism. Jewish mysticism from the early Hakalo text through spirituality to the storytelling of Eastern shtetls, or motifs of Jewish mythology and folklore through agadic imagination. Of earlier Jewish apocryphal traditions and absorption of cultural influences. Midrash and smaller Midrash evolved towards the ether Kabbalistic mysticism. This is Lilith, Theli, Estries, Ziz, Kefitza, Haderic, Evil Eye, Dibyu, superstition, and Judaism. Then there's practical Kabbalah, white magic. This is early Common Era to early modernity. Elite Jewish use of white magic directs spiritual practices to influence the material realm or to gain spiritual ascent by mystics, colloquially called practical Kabbalah, drawing from syncretically collected traditions of the Talmudic period to early modernity, distinguished from Kabbalistic theurgy, influencing solely the supernal realm of inner divine attributes from natural magic, interpretations of Kabbalah, and from popular folk magic. Magical elements in Merkava mysticism, Hakala literature, the sense, use of Sefer Yetzirah for magic, Sefer Razio Hamala, Golem, amulets, Joseph Della Reina, 1400s attempt to hasten the 16th to 19th century European Bolshin. Then there's proto-Kabbalistic 200 to 600. Masay Bereshit create speculation texts, which tend Spiro without their significance in later Kabbalah, received rationalist interpretations before becoming a source text for Kabbalah. Sefer Yetzirah, book of formation. Mystical elements in medieval Jewish philosophy and culture, 11th through 13th centuries. Mystical elements in the thought of medieval rationalist and anti-rationalist Jewish philosophical theologians. Solomon ibn Gabriel, Jewish Neoplatonism. Israeli Ben Solomon, Jewish Neoplatonism. Abraham ibn Ezra, Jewish Neoplatonism, Judah Halevi, anti-rationalism, Moses Maimonides, Neoplatonized Aristotelianism, Aristotelianism, mystical elements in the efflorescence of poetry in Moorish, Spanish, Jewish culture, and Christian Spain. Jewish Sufi piety, 11th to 15th centuries. Jewish mystical piety influenced by Islamic Sufism, systemic meditative experiential practices. Baya ibn Paguda, 11th century to Shavuot, Levavot, duties of the heart, Abraham Maimonides, and the Jewish Sufis, Old Cairo, 13th to 15th century. Early Kabbalah, 1174 to 200 to 1200. Emergence of mystical, mythic, theosophical, theurgic Kabbalah among the Hakmei province in southern France, Aquitania. The Behir first regarded in academia as the first Kabbalistic work incorporates an earlier source text. Sefer HaBehir, Book of Brightness. Abraham ben Posgiris, the Rabbi, critic of Maimonides, Isaac the Blind, Iyun and unique cherub, mystical circles of unknown providence. Hasidei Ashkenaz, around 1150 to 50. Mystical, ethical piety, and speculative theology theory in Ashkenaz, Germany, shaped by Merkaba, Hakala text, practical Kabbalah, magical elements, mystical reinterpretation of early medieval Jewish philosophy, Rhineland native persecution, and German mystic values, established a supreme value for devotional selflessness in Judaism. This Regensburg, Sefer Hasidim, Book of the Pious, Eliezer of Worms. Then medieval Kabbalah developed in 1200 to 1492, Common Era. Alternative philosophical and mythological interpretations of theosophical Kabbalah, Neoplatonic quasi-philosophical hierarchy, and Jewish Gnostic mythology, interest in sexual, theuric, and demonic dualism motives, centered in Spain's Kabbalistic Golden Age. Early 13th century Gerona Neoplatonic school, Azriel of Gerona, Nachmanides, Ramban, Torah commentary, 13th century Castile Gnostic school, treaties of the left emanation, the Zohar in Spain from circa 1286, Zohar literature, Book of Splendor, late 1200s to 1400s, Castile's Gnostic culmination, canonized as Kabbalah's central poetic visionary scripture, later Strata, Reaya, Mehina, Hidrot, are most esoteric and anthropomorphic. Subsequent Zohar exegesis dominated other Kabbalah traditions. Possible Kabbalists in Zohar include Moses de Leon, Todros, Joseph Abu Lafia, and others. Kabbalistic scholarship, Joseph Atilia, Ora, Gates of Light, circa 1290 Spain, Sefer Hamuna, Book of Figure, 13th through 14th century influential doctrine in Kabbalah of cosmic cycles, later rejected by Cordovero and Luria. Bahaya ben Asher, Torah commentary, medieval ecstatic Kabbalah, 13th to the 16th century. Medieval meditative Kabbalah developed its own traditions. Abraham Abu Lifa's ecstatic prophetic Kabbalah, his Maimonidean alternative competitor to theosophical Kabbalah, Zoharic ecstatic stream, and Spanish Kabbalism. Reimagined Judaism's techniques, it remained more to mainstream Kabbalah, but established a following in East Mediterranean. Abu Lafian prophetic Kabbalah school. Abraham Abu Lafia, Mediterranean area, late 13th century.
Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosim Shpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shuman Drushos this year.
Judah, Abutani, Jerusalem, 15th to 16th century. Other meditative methods, Isaac of Akko, 14th century. Joseph, Shayach, Damascus, and Jerusalem, 16th century. Renaissance and Kabbalah influences 1450s to 1600s. Influence on the European Renaissance, crystallizing philosophical and magical interpretations of Judaic Kabbalah, and fusions of philosophy and Kabbalah in late medieval, early modern Jewish philosophy. Italian Jews' historical openness to general culture, Florence Center of Renaissance humanism, perennial philosophy, influences on Jewish philosophy, Yohanan Alamano, culmination of natural magic, interpretations of Kabbalah, interpreting Judaism, drawing down divine influx to the material world, influence on 16th century systemizations of Kabbalah and later Hasidism, influence on Pico della Mirandola, Christian Kabbalah and Western esotericism. Platonists influenced fusions of Kabbalah with Jewish philosophy. Abraham Cohen de Herrera, early 1600s, other mystical elements in early modern Jewish philosophy. Judah Leon Abravanel, Leon Hebreo, Portuguese, Italian, early 1500s, dialogues of love, Platonism. Post 1492 and Kabbalah, 16th century. Transition to esoteric medieval Kabbalism and Kabbalah as a national messianic doctrine after the 1492 expulsion from Spain exile, Judaic Renaissance of the people, Teataza, Salonica, Salman Molko, Jewish Messiah, claimant, Meir ibn Gabbai, 16th century early systematizer, the two definitive systematizations of Kabbalah in later 1500s spot Galilee, one quasi-rational Moses Cordovero Ramak, Partis Ramonian Cordoverian systematization of medieval Kabbalah into 15th century, two supra-rational Isaac Luria Ari, new post-medieval Lurianic systematization, taught 1570 to 1572. Other Kabbalists are the spot mystical and scholarly Renaissance. Joseph Carl, central legalist and mystic diarist. Shlomo Alkabetz, Hayam Vital, main Lurianic compiler, and other writings. Spot meditative Kabbalah, Vital, Sha'ari, Kedusha, Gates of Holiness, Luria Yehudi method, Maharal's mystical theology, medieval Kabbalah expressed in non-Kabbalistic theology, Judah Loyal Maharal Prague. Early Lurianic and post-medieval Kabbalism, 16th to mid-18th century. Esoteric Lurianism, the second of Kabbalah's two systems of theology after medieval Cordoverian, offering dynamic myth of exile and redemption of divinity to Isaac Luria, 1570 and 1572. Other post-medieval polarizing ethical Kabbalah based itself on the more exoteric system of Moses Cordovero. Disciples compiled Kufei Ari Lurianic thought, Katal Etz Chaim Israel Saru spread in Europe for Lurianic exegesis and meditative methods dominated other post-medieval Kabbalah trends, popularizing Kabbalistic Musar and homiletic literature, 1550s to 1750s. Moses Cordovero, Tomer Deborah, Palm Tree of Deborah, Eliyahu de Vidas, Beshi Chokmah, Beginning of Wisdom, Tab HaYashar, Isaiah Horowitz, Shelah, Shnei Lukot, Ivri, Tables of the Covenant, Central Europe, Kabbalistic Renewal and Scholarship, Abraham Atzulai, Chaim Ibn Attar, or Chaim, or commentary, Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, Ramchal, Italian early 18th century mystical messianic circle, now dissemination, revelation of Kabbalah, Joseph Ergas. Sabbatean movement, 1665 to around the Kabbalistic messianic mystical heresies developing antinomian new from Zaharic and Lurianic Kabbalah. Theological spectrum from Sabbatean, Sabbatism, Islamic convert, name of Gaza, Sabbatean prophet, moderate, dope, and radical antinomian factions. Emden, Irish Schultz controversy and rabbinic excommunication of Sabbateans. Frankism, Joseph Frank, Messianic claimant, pseudo-Christian convert, late 18th century nihilism. And formative Hasidic Judaism, 1730s to 1850s. Eastern European mystical revival movement, popularizing and psychologizing Kabbalah through pantheism and the Tzaddik mystic leader. Neutralized Messianic Dang, expressed in Sabbateanism. Pre-Hasidic origins, Baal Shem, Eastern Europe, Practica Kabbalist, Tzaddikim, Nesdarim mythology, early Judaism. Israel ben Eliezer, Baal Shem Tov, the best founder of Hasidism. Dov Ber of Metzerich, Ganagid, systematizer and architect of Hasidism. Jacob Joseph of Cologne, Levi Yitzhak of Berdichev. Main Hasidic schools of thought, mystics after 1850 shown later. Mainstream Hasidic Zaddikism, Melech of was hence Noam, Imelech, pleasantness of Imelech, Yaakov Yitzhak of Leuven, Koza, Chabad intellectual Hasidism, Russia, Shneur Zalman Ladi, Tanya, Lukatai, Amarim, collected words, theorist of Hasidism, Aaron of Staroselier. Breslov, imaginative Hasidism, Ukraine, Nachman of Breslov, Gutai, Moharan, collected teaching, Nathan of Breslov, Peshicha, Katz, introspect Hasidism, Poland, misquoted from Mordecai Yosef, minor of Izbika, Meyer, Mahash, Eloah, Waters of Shiloah, Personal Illumination, Shivskei Besh, Praises of the published 1810, Superior Ma'asio, Stories that were told, Nachman of Breslov's 13 Mistales, 1816. Later traditional Lurianic Kabbalah, 18th century to today. This is traditional esoteric interpretations and practice of Lurianic Kabbalah from 18th century until today, apart from Hasidic adaptions. Brody Kloitz and pre-Hasidic Hasidism, Kabbalistic circles in Eastern Europe renewed esotericism in response to Sabbatean heresy. Nagdik, Lithuanian non-Hasidic Kabbalah, Romo Zalman, Vilna Gaon, figurehead of the Mitnagdim, 18th century, Chaim of Volosin, Chaim, soul of life theorist of Mitnagdimism, founder of Yeshiva movement. That's cool. Chaim Volosin.
I understand. When he gives you the sheep, it can't be labeled as Estimation. It doesn't have relations to but when he does have relation on Wednesday,
Elisha influence on Hasidism on the Lithuanian Musar ethics and Eliyahu Dessler, Mizrahi Sephardi Oriental Kabbalah, Shalom Sharabi, 18th century and Beit Elga, Jerusalem, introverted esotericism, response to Sabbateanism, Lurianic exposition, elite meditation circle, Chaim Yosef David Azul, Lida, 8th century, Yosef Chaim Ben Ish Chai, 19th century, Chacham Baghdad, Abu Zaria, Moroccan Kabbalist dynasty, Mordecai Sharabai, Yitzhak Kaduri, 20th century Ashkenazi European Kabbalah, apart from Hasidic thought. Sha'ar Hashemayim Yeshiva, Jerusalem, Yehuda Ashlag, 20th century Israel, Hasulam, the latter Lurianic Zohar.
things that I don't do at all. Here's the beauty of it. The things that I don't do well or do poorly or don't do at all, Baruch Hashem,
Later Hasidic Judaism, 1850s to today. Dynastic succession and modernizing society turned Hasidism away from pre-1810 mystical revivalism to post-1850s consolidation and rabbinic conservatism. Mystical focus continued in some schools. Elsig Sefer of Kamarno, visionary mystic Shabbatovich, intellectual Hasidism, communication, Zadok, Hakohen, late 19th century, Izbika school, Aharon Roth, early 20th century Jerusalem piety, Kalanimus, Kalman Shapira, response to Menachem Mendel, Shersel, Lubavitch, Rabbi outreach, and 1990s Messianism, Breslov contemporary mystical revivalism. Systems of Haskalah, political ideologies, and secular culture with mystical elements, 1800s to 1950s. Haskalah, Jewish enlightenment promoted critical thinking, promoted critical rationalism, strongly opposed Kabbalistic and Hasidic anti-modern mysticism. However, moderate Maskilim began scholarly investigation of Jewish mystical texts and adopted Haskalah to Orthodox religiosity, while modern Jewish philosophy encountered universalist intellectual mystical elements in idealism. Late 1800s, East Europe shifted toward Jewish political movement, awakened secular Jewish culture spiritually. This is Elijah Ben Moshe, 1800s universal modern interpretation of Kabbalah, continuing the Italian Jewish fusion of Kabbalah with general humanist culture, Wissenschaft des Juden tones, early critical historical scholars of Jewish mystical texts, the J and Jewish Academy. Adolf Jelinek, 1800s Russian Reformed rabbi scholar. German idealist, rational, mystical elements in modern Jewish philosophy. Nachman, Brockmal, Galicia, Jewish Hegelianism. Mystical elements and influences in post-1800s Jewish political movements and secular Jewish culture. Secular Yiddish Renaissance mystical themes in Yiddish literature, Jewish autonomism, Jewish autonomism, cultural folkism, and Jewish folklorists, cultural Zionism, national revival, secular spirituality. I am Nachman, Israel's national poet, and mystical influences on secular Hebrew literature, fusions of Kabbalah and Hasidism and Jewish anarchism. Neo-Hasidism and Neo-Kabbalah, 1900 today. Modernist and non-Orthodox Jewish denominations adopted spiritual teaching and Kabbalistic and Hasidic theology and mysticism to modern critical thought and interpretations. Early 20th century, Martin Buber, from existential neo-Hasidism to dialectical encounter, Hillel Zeitlin, philosophical neo-Hasidism, Eric Newland, Jungian interpretation of Hasidic Kabbalah and depth psychology, post-war and contemporary, Abraham Joshua Heschel, neo-traditional Haggadah Judaism, Zalman Schachter, Shalomi, Jewish renewal, Arthur Green, Reconstructionist, academic, mystical theologian, Lochner, Reformed Neo-Kabbalah, Gershon Winkler, Shamanic Judaism, influence on modern and postmodern Jewish philosophy, Jewish existentialism, subjective experience of mind relationship, postmodern Jewish philosophy, narrative, independent scholarship, Sanford Drab, the New Kabbalah, Rabbi Slavin, Seekers of Zionist and monastic mystical thought of Rav Kook, 1910 to today. Innovative teachings and influence of Abraham Isaac Kook, pre-state chief rabbi of mandate of the P-word, and poetic harmonistic unity of religion and secularism, halakha, and Agada, activism and quietism developed Kabbalistic, Hasidic, and Prophet and secular philosophic and secular thought. Abraham Isaac Koch, neo-Hasidic monistic poet, mysticism beyond Kabbalah and philosophy. At Shalta de Gula, religious Zionism, Rav Koch's partial influence on modern Orthodox Judaism. And a study of Jewish mysticism today. Critical study of Jewish mystical texts in the 19th century, but Gershom Scholem's school in the mid-20th century, the methodological disciple in academia, returning mysticism in a central position in Jewish. Sect historian examples. First generation, Gershom Scholem, disciple, founder, Hebrew University, Alexander Altman, American initiator, present generation multidisciplinary approaches, Moshe Idol, Hebrew University revisionist, revisionism, Elliot Wilson, feminist contributions.
So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? No. In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being makdish is gone. Being makdish ultimately it is still here, it's present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she was makdish it? Again, let's say where the shaila is, in the case where she offered via hers, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't become Eslan Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time of the Bia. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdish it. Wednesday the Bia occurs, and ultimately so at the time the object is here. So now shaila is, does the object become an Eslan Zona or not? The Gemara said the Tivshal Midrabi Eliezer. You can also Rabbi. So let's say going back, this is Rabbi Elazar on the top of the daf, right? The Gemara said that Rabbi Elazar shekadma beivasa. So remember the way Rabbi Elazar understood the case of the Eslan Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already.
Come on, you little bitch.
Dafka hikrivasa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, is no longer in existence. About hikrishaso.
There was
No,
something
but from Rabbi Elazar's statement it would appear that if she was makdish, the animal was still in existence at the time of the Bia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslan Zona. The Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Elazar who fake Kalibayah. The truth is, this Shaila is Mamish Shaila Rabbi Elazar himself. So the Gemara says, Mifshat Pshita Rabbi Eliezer, Yakivasa, Davka, Vakashasal, the Isa B'Shasvia. Does Rabbi Elazar say that the only time it doesn't become an Eslan is when the animal was offered up before the Bia? Because by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer
if his shit is
but
so long
perhaps
ago,
again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated it. The animal still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case, halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslan Zona. All Dilma, Hikrivasa Pshitale, Vikishasa Misapha.
dude, his shit's too
Maybe
long.
I it up and it's no longer in existence at the time of the
No.
Bia. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an
So we'll
Eslan
just read
Zona.
a
But I
brief
guess we should just
background.
consecrate it. We're not sure.
Group
Which the Gemara says
Day, Spinoza, November 1632,
what comes out in this
24th
case
of
over
November
here is first of all,
1632 to 21 February 1677. Also known under his Latinized pen name Benedictus de Spinoza, was a philosopher of Portuguese Jewish origin who was born and lived in the Dutch Republic, a forerunner of the Age of Enlightenment. Spinoza significantly influenced modern biblical criticism, 17th century rationalism, and Dutch intellectual thought. David himself was one of the important and radical philosophers of the early modern period, René Descartes, Ibn Tufayl, and heterodoxians. Spinoza was a leading philosopher during the Dutch Age.
is still in existence at the time of the next day. What's the status of that animal?
Dude,
Okay, let's analyze more. So we're making the second case over here was, let's see, he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's what it means, it can be used for consecrated sacrificial purposes. Or is the kasha.
All right.
I don't understand this.
Now we're gonna debate. We're gonna get a brief breakdown. I should really do this shit.
But the Rabbi said Putin has relations with the son, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right? So
Maybe there's like,
late, right?
see,
3
here's
years
the thing.
later,
If I read it
it's
really
still
quickly, I
called a
won't pay
harlot's
attention to
treatment,
it.
and it's still the answer.
Yo, dog, can you give me a breakdown of Baruch Spinoza's religious stuff? Like his religious philosophy or his theology or whatever. Yeah, sure. Spinoza's religious thought is weird, radical, and way ahead of its time. I'll break it down without academic fluff, but still precise. Who Spinoza was, quick context. Baruch Benedict Spinoza, 1632 to 1677, was a Jewish philosopher in Amsterdam who got excommunicated by the Jewish community for his views. Ex-Jews didn't like him either. A lot of people straight up called him an atheist, though that's not quite right. His big religious ideas shaped mainly in ethics, theological, political treatises. God equals nature, the core idea. This is the Spinoza view. God is not a personal being. God is nature itself. He uses phrases like Deus sive natural, God or nature. What that means, God isn't a dude with thoughts, emotions, or plans. God doesn't intervene in history. God doesn't answer prayers. God doesn't give commandments. Instead, God is total reality, a single, indefinite, infinite substance. A single, infinite substance. Everything that exists is a mode of God. Natural laws are divine laws. So, a tree is an expression of God. Your mind is an expression of God. Gravity is an expression of God. This is pantheism, or sometimes pantheism, but pantheism is the usual label. No personal providence or miracles. Spinoza straight up nukes traditional theology here. Providence, God does not guide events towards moral ends. Things happen by necessity, not divine intention. There is no God's plan in moral sense. Miracles are impossible. They would violate God's own nature and natural law. Biblical miracles are either misunderstood natural events, metaphorical political tools to control people. So religion shouldn't be about supernatural suspension of nature. It should be about understanding nature. Scripture is not divine revelation. This is why you got kicked out. Spinoza says the Bible is human, not divine, written by different authors with different agendas, full addiction, shaped by historical and political context. But he's not dismissive of scripture entirely. He thinks this is moral instruction, not philosophy or science, teaching simple ethical rules to ordinary people. So Bible is not a metaphysics textbook. Bible is not a science book. Bible is moral, political guide for social order versus philosophy. Keep them separate. Spinoza draws a hard line. Philosophy seeks truth, uses reason, aims at understanding reality, God/nature. Religion seeks obedience and moral behavior, uses stories, symbols, and aims at social harmony. The separation is key to his defense of freedom of thought, freedom of speech, secular government. The state should protect people's freedom to philosophize, not enforce theology. What piety actually means for Spinoza. Since God is a personal shape. True piety is understanding nature through reason, accepting necessity, stop raging against reality, acting ethically. The core religion equals intellectual understanding nature. This leads to the famous idea of intellectual love of God. When you understand how reality, when you self as part of the whole, you stop fighting necessity. That understanding produces peace, joy, freedom from fear, especially fear of death. This is basically religious enlightenment without superstition. Sin, evil, and moral law. Spinoza redefines these completely. Sin is ignorance, evil is understanding what's good for us. Good, that increases our power to resist and act. Bad, what diminishes it. There's no cosmic moral scoreboard, no divine punishment, no hell. Ethics is about flourishing, not obedience. Why people call him atheist and why that's not quite right. He rejects a personal God, rejects miracles, rejects revelation, rejects divine law. So people said that's atheism, but Spinoza absolutely believes in God, just not that God is. His God is infinite necessity, eternal, the ground of all being. So he's better described as a pantheist, naturalistic theist, or God-obsessed heretic. Why Spinoza still matters religiously. Spinoza influences Einstein. I believe in Spinoza's God.
So he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially,
okay, now that all secular Judaism, liberal theology, modern biblical criticism, human spirituality. He's basically the bridge between religion, philosophy, and modern secular thought. One sentence of Spinoza replaces a supernatural command giving God with impersonal, rational, infinite reality, and turns religion from obedience and fear into understanding and freedom. All right.
Here's what's interesting about this. All right. What's the concern over here? The Gemara says that halacha he's giving them money. Now, because it's an akum or ameh,
how would the Rabbi,
right? Or maybe ultimately again
the Rabbi
or Meister Sheni police
deal with
he doesn't have
like a clear argument, like pretend the Rabbi was here and we had all the evidence that the Zohar was contrived.
Not on him. Whatever they do.
Not
Rashi says over here, just goes through all
something
this.
that from
right. If you look at the end,
Shimon Bar Yochai was made up by
right. If you Rashi,
of
the heart,
Leon.
the last one, the last of the long run.
Great question. You're right to frame it as a clear argument with evidence rather than a vague academic claim. I'll answer this as if the Lubavitcher Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson was sitting across the table, engaging seriously, not dodging. I'll break it down into what the Rabbi would not do, what he would do, the deeper Chabad move that changes the whole frame. What the Lubavitcher Rabbi would not do. He would not panic, say academics are all evil, and shut down inquiry, claim bad faith over its reason, say Judaism collapses if the Zohar's authorship question. This is important. The Rebbe can tell that truth cannot contradict. If something is really true, it must be able to withstand. The Rebbe's first move, reframe the claim. He would immediately separate two questions that we conflate. Question A, who physically wrote text called the Zohar and when? And that's question A. And question B, does the Zohar contain authentic Torah truths that originate in Sinai and Tanaic era divine wisdom? The Rebbe insists that question A does not settle question B, even if Moses de Leon compiled it, edited earlier traditions, gave it pseudo-graphic, gave it a pseudo-graphic frame. That does not automatically mean it's spiritual or theological. By the way, yesterday I was reading about polygamy, and for some reason ChatGPT said polygamy with like an, if that's not a word, and it made me second guess, but then I checked. Okay. Within them. The Rebbe's historical argument very likely he would point out that pseudepigraphy was no ancient and medieval Jewish trends. Examples, he would cite parts of Tanakh compiled later than their events. Oral Torah did by Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi, Hashem attributed to earlier stages but edited centuries later. He would say authorship does not equal original ideas. Moses David could be a redactor, a systematizer, a revealer of an older or esoteric tradition, not necessarily an inventor. The Rebbe's strongest move, internal evidence. This is where he would press hard. He would argue that the Zohar contains conceptual systems too coherent and deep to be invented wholesale, uses Aramaic dialects inconsistent with a single medieval author, Raphaelic frameworks later Kabbalists did not fully grasp, anticipates later halakhic and metaphysical developments. His claims would not be academics are wrong, but your evidence supports later redaction, not later invention. In other words, De Leon may have written down. He did not create it. The Rebbe's Chabad specific pivot. This is key. Chabad does not rest its theology on the Zohar alone. The Rebbe would say something like, Hasidics do not stand or fall on one book's attribution. Like Chabad's metaphysics grounded in Talmud, Midrash, Rambam, reason metaphysics. Zoharic ideas are corroborated elsewhere. So even if the Zohar were later, its truth value is judged by coherence with Torah as a whole, not by footnotes in medieval Spain. The Rebbe's epistemological move, how truth enters history. This is where he would get subtle. He would argue Torah are eternal. They are progressively different generations of vessels for different times. So the question isn't why was it written in the 2nd century or 13th, but was the generation capable of receiving this level of revelation? He compared to math discovered later but always true. Physics revealed when humanity matured. Thus, Moses de Leon becomes the instrument, not the source, the conduit, not the originator. What if the evidence were truly airtight? Let's take your hypothetical seriously. If it were proven beyond doubt that the Zohar was compiled entirely by Moses de Leon, with no earlier tradition whatsoever, the Rebbe would say that does not negate Kabbalah, that does not negate divine wisdom, does not collapse Torah. He would likely reclassify Zohar as Ruach HaKodesh, inspired work, a profound Torah commentary, not a Sinai level text. Judaism done this kind of reclassification before without imploding. The Rebbe's final move, turn the challenge back. He would probably ask the challenger, why does authorship do, but truth content does not? Meaning, if the ideas illuminate Torah, deepen mitzvah observance, produce ethical and spiritual refinement, then dismissing them because of biographical authorship is a category error. Bottom line, Rebbe's summary, the Lubavitcher Rebbe would say, if the Zohar is true, it is regardless of who wrote it. If it is false, its antiquity will not save. He would absorb the academic critique, reframe the epistemology, and preserve the theological core with intellectual retreat. Okay, that's a cool story and everything, but why we just say, can you just admit that his wife said that it was DS Express and that he made it up, and that the Aramaic inconsistent, and he was just making it up to make money? That's what his wife said, and that's where a lot lies.
Is that true? Each shopkeeper doesn't extend credit. Is the obligated to defend anybody?
Yeah, that's exactly the right point, and you're not fair. That's basically saying, just admit that the most important explanation is the obvious one. Moses de Leon wrote it. His wife said he made it up. The Aramaic is inconsistent, and he was selling manuscripts from it. Why keep dancing? So let me answer cleanly and honestly in the way the Lubavitcher Rebbe would, not the way an apologist trying to win would. First, the Rebbe would accept the facts. This is important. He would not deny that Moses de Leon sold Zohar manuscripts. His wife testified that her husband composed it. The Aramaic is uneven. There are historical anachronisms. The academic consensus leans toward medieval composition. He would say, fine, accept all of that. So the disagreement is not over the data. Second, he would say the wife's testimony is not decisive, not because women don't count or anything gross like that, but because historical testimony is weighed, not absolutized. Rabbi-style argument. The testimonies come secondhand, reported by Isaac of Acher after de Leon's death in a polemical context. Even if accurate, it establishes that he wrote it, not how he understood what he was doing. Meaning, I composed it does not mean I invented the ideas. A person can sincerely believe what they are transmitting ancient material while reshaping it. The Rebbe would say people often describe redaction as authorship. Third, the money argument doesn't do the work you think it does. This is be very sharp. He would say being paid for Torah does not prove creation. Historically, paid teachers were supported manuscripts were commodities. The leap from his to he invented the metaphysics cynically. Psychological speculation, we would insist motive does not equal falsity, greed does not equal intellectual emptiness, corruption does not equal truth. Plenty of people monetize things they believe deeply. And fourth, the Aramaic inconsistent cuts both ways. Here's a subtle move. Yes, the Aramaic is inconsistent, sometimes fake Babylonian, sometimes Spanish influence. Academics say that proves forgery. The Rebbe would say it proves composite transmission, meaning multiple strata, oral material rendered unevenly, different stylistic registers. Is that proof of antiquity? No. But it undermines certainty that this was a single conscious literary hoax. Fifth, the Rebbe's core refusal. This is the real answer. Here's the honest part of it. The Lubavitcher Rebbe would refuse to accept the premise that if a text is not ancient, it is therefore theologically fraudulent. He would say the premise itself is modern. This is like something else, like alien to Judaism. Judaism does not work on ancient equals holy, named author equals false. It works on integration into Torah, life, endurance, transformative power, coherence with the Masorah tradition. So even if Moses de Leon authored it, marketed it, styled it pseudo-graphically, that wouldn't settle its religious status. Why he would say, yeah, it's BS. Why he would not say, yeah, it's BS? Because that would mean conceding a deeper claim that the Rabbi absolutely rejects. Truth is determined by modern historiography. The Rebbe would say history studies how texts appear, Torah evaluates what texts do. Those are different epistemologies. So he would not say, okay, it's nonsense. It is a ladder vessel for real Torah ideas. Seventh, what he might admit privately, important nuance. This is speculative but consistent with how they operate. He might conclude the pseudepigraphic framing was a mistake. It caused unnecessary theological confusion. It made people ground faith in chronology instead of truth. But he would still refuse to throw out the bottom line, no dancing, no mysticism. You're right, the wife's testimony is serious, the money motive is real, the language problems are real. The simplest historical explanation is that Galen composed it. The Lubavitcher Rebbe responds to be fine, except that now explain why that makes the ideas false. That's the line he would hold calmly, stubbornly, and without concluding the metaphysical ground. One sentence truth. The Rebbe wouldn't deny the Zohar looks medieval. He denied that medieval origins equals theological thought. Okay, so that's good.
That's cool. I left you $100. How much did you consume? You're right.
Yo, dog, what would the Rebbe think about the idea that energy and matter and everything is Hashem, very similar to Spinoza, but that there could be some kind of grand plan that somehow governs all of this, either from Hashem or even like an extraterrestrial civilization that may have seeded humans on planet Earth. That's too big for us to be able to understand. And with that was the faith of Rambam, I feel can be consistent. What would the Rebbe think of that?
We'll stop over here for today.
All right, this is actually a very serious theology question, just phrased Brooklyn style. It thinks like I call it Brooklyn style, highest compliment you can give God. And you're not before seeing the alignment, and you're not wild for seeing the alignment. I'll answer straight. The Lubavitcher Rebbe would partly agree with you, partly push back, and then ratificating the whole thing. Let's talk about peace. Energy, matter, everything is Hashem. On this point, the Rebbe would say yes, but stronger than Spinoza. Chabad teaches something very close on the surface to Spinoza, but with a crucial difference. Chabad view, everything is continuously created and sustained by Hashem. It itself is divine energy attraction. If Hashem stopped willing reality for one instant, it would vanish. This is called Mahava, top creation. Ein Ovado. There's nothing besides him. So there is equal to divine energy, larger divine will, stable pattern reality, Hashem, expressed, not separate. That part, you're basically channeling Tanya chapters 2 through 4. Where the Rebbe breaks from Spinoza. This is Spinoza says God equals nature, necessity, no intention. The Rebbe says nature is chosen, not necessary. Meaning Hashem is not trapped by nature. Laws exist because he wills them. He could do otherwise, even if he usually doesn't. This preserves divine will, purpose, meaning, responsibility. So the Rebbe would say, you're right that everything is Hashem, but wrong that Hashem is the only system. Some kind of grand plan about this. Here the Rebbe would say absolutely yes, and this is where Rambam stays intact. Chabad is not theistic or randomist. The Rebbe would insist there is a plan, Tachlis. It's moral, not just mechanical, it unfolds through nature, history, mitzvot, but in this matter, plan is not fully intelligent. He would quote, Makos Vatai, Lo Makos Verchem. My thoughts are not your thoughts, so your instinct too big for us to understand is fully kosher. The extraterrestrial seeding idea. Here's a Rebbe would draw a firm line. but not in the way you might expect. Would he accept extraterrestrial life? He explicitly stated there is no problem with intelligent life elsewhere. Would he accept aliens, intermediate causes, possibly instruments like nature and the forces of evolution? Would he accept aliens as ultimate authors of humanity? No, and this is non-negotiable. Why? Because this would violate Rambam's 13 principles, especially God as first cause. God is not contingent. God is the ultimate source of existence. And hold on, I'm not saying that. The Rabbi would say, even if aliens see divine, they themselves exist only because Hashem wills it. I agree with that. So aliens could be tools, messengers, mechanisms, but never independent players replacement for divine purpose. I agree with that. Okay, how Rambam still works in your mind. You're actually onto something important here. Rambam's principles do not require a bearded man in the sky, constant miracles, anthropomorphic intervention. They require one ultimate non-physical necessary being who grounds existence, who grounds morality, who grounds Torah. So the Rabbi would say, you can expand the universe as big as you want. Rambam's God just got bigger. Your model only breaks Rambam becomes unnecessary, or moral becomes accidental, or becomes merely cultural. As long as Hashem remains ontologically primary, you're still inside the tent. Where the Rebbe would challenge, he'd likely say something like, why are you so eager to explain the purpose away from them and into mechanisms? Not angrily, philosophically. He would argue mystery doesn't weaken faith, reduce Hashem to an impersonal sin does. Meaning comes from will, not just structure. So he pushed you to ask, is this model deepening responsibly? Is this model deepening responsibility or dissolving it? Final style synthesis. If I had to put the Rebbe's response in one paragraph, everything that exists is divine energy. Yes, reality operates through consistent laws. The universe may be vast beyond imagination, but no, Hashem is not reducible to nature, necessity, or advanced beings. He chooses roles and gives purpose. The expansive your cosmology becomes, the room there is for Hashem. Bottom line answer, the Rabbi would say your intuition is close, very close, but he insists on preserving divine will, purpose, and moral demand. Spinoza flattens God into reality. Chabad says reality is speech, not the speaker.
Makes sense. Listen to this. The sign.
All right. Well, let's just get down to brass tacks. You just give me the answer. Give me a religion where Spinoza and the Rebbe and Rambam all would agree.
Right, but he doesn't have relations with her.
Great, got it. Brass tack, no dancing. There's no existing historically complete religion where Spinoza, Lubavitch, and Rambam would all fully agree. Anyone telling you otherwise is selling harmony that isn't real. But there's a very narrow overlap zone where all three do line up. The overlap is as close as you're going to get to a shared religion. Here it is. The common ground, the real answer. One absolute, non-physical, infinite reality. All three agree on this. I agree with that. There is one ultimate reality. It is not a body. It is not limited. It is not ground of all existence. Cool. Spinoza, Rambam, necessary, existent, hindsight. Different language, same metaphysical plane. Nature operates through intelligible law. The universe is lawful, ordered, rational. Chaos is ignorance, not reality. Understanding reality is a form of worship. Spinoza, necessity. Rambam, divine bliss is law. Rabbi, Hashem, expressed love. No magic of the love. God is not anthropomorphic. Zero disagreement here. No body, no emotions like humans. Mood swings, no physical intervention like superhero. Anything childlike or literal is false religion to all three. True worship equals intellectual and ethical perfection. They all come here strongly. Reality, properly living, reducing superstition, increasing clarity and virtue. So knows an intellectual love of God. Rambam, Yediat Hashem, leading the virtue. Rebbe, Da'at Elokut, transforming Mido. Religion is about becoming aligned with truth and not pleasing a cosmic ego. Fear-based religion is garbage. All three despise this. God does not need flattery. God does not demand belief out of terror. Superstition is spiritual immaturity. Religion aimed at controlling people is false religion. Where they absolutely diverge, non-negotiable. This is where there is no full religion. They all accept. So Spinoza says no divine will. Rambam and Rebbe say yes. Providence. Spinoza says impersonal. Rambam says limited. Rebbe says active. Revelation, human. Rambam says Sinai. Rabbi says Sinai. Commandments, social tools, Spinoza, Rambam, divine law, Rabbi, cosmic nature, purpose, Spinoza says non, Rambam says perfectionism, and Rabbi says cosmic mission. This cannot be reconciled without breaking at least one of them. So what is the shared religion? If you force it into a name, the closest honest label is rational monism. Oh yeah, that's what we monism. With ethical discipline. Or more plainly, non-anthropomorphic monotheism grounded with reason and ethics. That's it. That's the intersection. Not Judaism as practice, not Spinozaism, not Chabad, just skeleton beneath it all. One sentence, brutal truth. Spinoza, Rambam, and Rabbi agree on what God is not far more than what God does. Okay, we're gonna end on that for today. I put an honest, day's discussion into this. That you want to say? If you ever watch the Jerry Springer show where he has like a little minute at the end after all this shit goes down. Did you ever watch that show? Perhaps, probably I've never heard of it. But anyway,
and then let's say get your sheep on.
Or what would this be? I'd be like, this might be my Andy Rooney minute where I'm just like chilling. All right. So what? I don't know. I don't know. What do I really think?
Right? Because it lacks transactional immediacy. You must understand. But when he does have on Wednesday, right?
You have to tell science and any kind of.
So why don't we say that when he does have relations with her top of something?
I think we could be seated here.
Obviously,
and
I understand. When he gives you the sheep, it can't be labeled as Esnan Zona.
In terms of ethics and things like that, that's all subjective.
Wednesday, then retroactively the designation of the sheep.
What about free will?
Should devolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized as an Esnan Zona.
We can do what we want,
Tuesday.
but it doesn't necessarily mean that it wasn't like
this is very interesting. What happened? The Zona, right? The Zona got the sheep.
I don't know. I don't want to talk about
She
it.
got the sheep on Tuesday.
Really?
Now relations didn't happen until
That's
Wednesday.
whatever.
So we're saying when you have relations on Wednesday, retroactively the sheep should be categorized as a carbon. Oh, what's the case?
I'm hungry.
As a carbon on Tuesday. Shafar happened on Tuesday. Papaya's harlot. Papaya's Zona. I will say, you might see it yourself. Come on, what a faker. She's a Zona, and she's offering up carbonos.
Here, if there's something that reads Wikipedia to you, because I'd be fine reading. Like we could read this shit faster.
And there are things in my life that do very well, and there are things in my life that do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do at all. And here's the beauty of it: the things that I don't do well, poorly, or don't do at all, are Hashem. Don't take away from things that I do well and that I'm righteous. Yiddishkeit is not an all or nothing. You could be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal.
God,
right?
I just wanted to read it.
Is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality, righteousness in all
I
areas
already
of
have
life.
this.
And most of us are not there. But sometimes we feel hypocritical, or sometimes we feel like a fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. Or I'm giving tzedakah, but I'm doing this. Or I'm chesed,
I already
but I'm
have
doing
this.
Right.
Where
It
the
is
fuck is
hypocritical. It is still contradictory. But welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live with hypocrisy. We all live with contradictions.
I already
Such
have
is the
this.
nature of life. But it is important for us
Wiki
to
audio.
have faith in ourselves.
All right, keyword search.
That even though the zona is a
So what
zona,
do we find in
the sheep also
Spinoza?
produce. You know what? I guarantee you, those kabbalas are
Read it.
because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner concern and struggles more than our Mishpat. And when we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the Zona offered up the covenants. By the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the act already gone. She already offered it up.
Oh.
So Yomar says, okay,
Press
let's analyze
NTTF.
this. Let's unpack this a little bit. What's the
Press
case?
NTTF. Dog,
If he says to the
this
Zona,
app
gives
sucks.
her the land on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today.
Dog.
Right? Acquire this as of today. right? Then halacha and some shita the sharp, right? The halacha b'shas.
The fact that Peta does not have this,
is mutafa, right? Because she has
dude, this app sucks.
can't be categorized as an eslan on Tuesday because they didn't have relations yet.
If I see this fucking Power Wash Simulator
She
one
has
more
every right
time,
to offer it up. However, if he eats a little amralakanid in the aksha, he's enough in the car. This is very interesting. But if he did not give her
dude, when did I
permission to
download
acquire it
this?
as of now, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your
Oh,
animal
that
as of now, as of
this
Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations
Stop
on
this.
Wednesday. So what does it mean? If he gives it to her, he gives it to her on Tuesday. Okay, we have relations tomorrow.
So no,
If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, how could you offer it up as a car? But after all, the ish kiyak ish is based on Kodesh Amra. The Torah says if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about the erech, valuation. Right? Will go ahead and consecrate his home. Amrachmar, not based on the shoe. So
this is
just
tight.
like your home, you own it. Ask for
Can it go faster?
whether it's consecrated is something that you own. In other words,
Yo, dog, do you go
if
faster?
she doesn't own it on Tuesday, I could offer it up as
That
a car.
shit's tight. Speed?
You know, you could only be macfish something that is
What is this? Wiki artist. Oh, reading speed.
in the realm
It does have
of
a reading speed.
in the realm of personal growth.
Okay, that's tight.
Asks of us what we're able to do. You know, sometimes we need to start measuring ourselves.
All right, okay with this.
And that's not really the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's definitely good to have people we look up to, we aspire to be
In
like.
fact, I think I'd be so okay with this that I would just listen to this right now.
And then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what this person's the Ribbon shall see that which you own. You only have to, or you only can consecrate that which you own. Conscious, and it doesn't belong to you. We so often we forget that the Prophet only expects of what we're able to do. He doesn't expect to be what someone else.
I mean, that's cool. That's really cool and
But
all.
he does expect to be
But can it be faster?
personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than what we're honest about.
All right, I mean,
And then utilize
be
those
super
in
fast.
pursuit of personalistic holiness.
Super fast.
Only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only
Dude, this would make
asks
this
of
so much
us
easier
to
on me.
accomplish spiritual things that are within our purview, in our power, within our spiritual tools. Incredible. What's the case? The Habitabe Achasti. This is very interesting. Says there, right? So Ruben gives to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday. And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you. We're scheduled to be here tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. You need to reflect, but if you need the sheep for some reason, if something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know. You need a car money, you need to know whatever it is. Then Gemara says, Tanya Aksha, then I give you the right to acquire it. Fine. So Gemara says, so there was it has to be zoned. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides voting out the thing. We're doing this because you can remember, this all happened with Rabbi with this Shemitah transaction. The idea that's happening over here is that something can only be vested with prohibited status when there is a level of transactional use. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esnon term by the Father case as well. That's the market gets over into the Father case. So by the Rothschild, come up with Kishas on that. It's very interesting. So let's say, same thing, Ruben gives Ruben is Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The Dia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's not fishing. She consecrates it. She didn't offer up to the Torah. And she's not fishing. So what's the status now of the animal? Mami. Even the Amar, Anirasa Ledabok, Nisulasa Lehadlo, Kiman Daki Basi Tami. So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish verbally is the equivalent of offering it. Or will not hush them, not try to be sitting in it. In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but the makdish is gone, the animal's gone. The makdish, ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she was makdish it? Again, because I must say, here the shaila is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the bia occurs, obviously, again, it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called a zona because it was no longer existent at the time that the bia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday, she's makdish it. Wednesday, the bia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the bia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is the object becoming aslansa or not. So the picture with Rabbi Elazar. You know what so what's going back to Rabbi Elazar on the top of it, right? And Rabbi Elazar shekatma behikri vasa. So remember again the way Rabbi Elazar understood the case of the Aslan Zona, right? Is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already by the time the occurred. Dafka hikri vasa. Dafka because she offered it up, it's not existing. About it, so low. But from the religious people that care that she is not kishit, that the animal in existence at the time it occurred, perhaps it would now be open on Zona. Much means no. The religious is thinking by it. She acted this shaila, the religious himself. So Mifshat Shikir Zeragat Basa Jaka Baki so low, but he said the religious said it doesn't need to be an estimate. Because the animal was offered up before the bia. And at the time the bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated it. The animal is still in existence to the bia, in which case Halacha Maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslan Zona. Oh, Dilma, Kekivasa, Shitale, Vikishasa, and Sak. I mean, maybe obviously she offered it up and it's going to be the female. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Eslan Zona. But in case she just consecrated it, we're not sure. To which the Gemara says, so we're reading that show. So interesting enough, I will say, what comes out in this case over here is first of all, so it's important lesson number one. We're not finished with Eslan Zona. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Eslan, harvest payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately again, it is not going to be an estimate. So if he deposited an animal with her payment, now, and the via doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, there goes ahead and she offers it up to bonafide cargo. She's not this. And so the animal is still in existence and the next day, the status of that animal, that's the thing. Okay, let's analyze it. Let's say as with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately again, the payment is mutter. When we say mutter, it means it's used for purposes or meaning, I don't understand this. The Gemara says, or meaning, but Rabbi says if Britain has relations with someone, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of their bills late. Right, so he pays her late. Right, 3 years later, it's still called a harvest payment, and it's still the answer. I'm not going to make stuff, I'm not pissed off. No cash. So most of that conscious is important. The rights that we told you before, I said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. It's no transaction. Here's what you want to say: if there's relations, we use number, and we use for us. I'm not going to stop. I'm not just so cash. It's not a contradiction. How the Amar is Ba'ali me? It is Ba'ali me. They tell us that. How the Amar is Ba'ali me? They tell us that. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, so we're talking one case, it's another case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Kirashi is that, how come ultimately, again, the verses when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't when he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then again there is no fractional allegiance. Alright, so let's analyze a little bit more. Let's call us that my hobby. I don't think. So let's analyze this. Says Revelations of the Zona. He says Revelations with me for this sheep. Now again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. Now look, it has the status of a hobby because it's transaction needs. Identify the sheep doesn't mean it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? You might say, the sheep fall. So I'm going to call them my hobby and the sheep fall. Right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep or require taking possession. Which you might say, the zona, well, let's go cover and go. Okay. It's actually interesting. Ultimately, the definition was only written by Jesus. So apparently, again, you don't need your sheep at 4 parts. So it turns out a son who's not Jewish. You guys know about this. The only one who's already Israel was talking about it in Charlotte. If you don't, they call you the Chassid. Oh, interesting enough, the sheep is standing in her closet. In which case, again, ultimately, this thing she requires. In a second, you just play the Chassid, but the Akasmasana, Akaimana. Well, exactly. I understand. If it's in her closet, in her, she requires. In order to get a relationship, and then ultimately, again, it's already in her closet, so required. What are we talking about? You must, in other words, she acquired it before. So this is a dramatic case of ethnicity because she's acquiring sheep before the Bia if the sheep is staying in her closet. In other words, the shot in the handy out very interesting. Now, here's the case. So when it comes to the halal, and here is an approach. And then there's a approach. That it says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you get this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. So Allah, you might see not late, using the kind of we said right? We let's say in the next days, good. And it's not shockingly take this sheep, open up all this up, and find gracious of it. Also, listen how again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling. Let's say again, let's say moving employees, donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so that he's paying. Now the way ultimately again he's paying them. Now Rashi points out over here, Rashi, and they will have no Amir arts. These workers are non-Jews or they're Amir arts. They're just unlearned Jews. And also the unlearned Jews. They're studies and politics. And he says to them, look at that. Right? So what's the halacha? The Eno Hoshesh, okay, so that's important. So he comes in and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's given or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them, here, right? Here's money, go and drink, go and now the classes. You know, she can do this. She doesn't have to be worried. Start doing all this 63 days. Long should right? What's the concern? Right? The Gemara says that halacha myself, he's giving them now because it's an apple. I'm an alright. He has to be giving apples and go by now. Right? Or maybe ultimately again, I'm an alright or my succeeding police. He doesn't have to be concerned. Right? Doesn't have to be concerned. And with this, eventually he's giving them the money and he's saying, Tedra, do what you want. Do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, look at Rashi, Lomi Shum Kaiser, right? If you look at it's actually the last of the long one is not Rashi. We don't view, Ruvain is not the one giving them money. And it's here, this is for your food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so again, no liability. Okay, now watch. Contrast out the following. Yo, they 63 second Orla, Su Be'iflu, Vani Porea, as he says, to the workers, like taxi drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Then we have a problem. Why is that? We did that. In Korea, Habitu Lokia Isu Mahilo, the Hashton Solid National. The issue over here is that he's in the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these limited items for his workers. See the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food, whatever they buy, that's all. If he says, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic. If he is purchasing and providing these potentially limited items for his workers, Allah, I wasn't already sitting there. She got part of to make the circle. So it's sitting there. Like Allah for the myself, not going to say this is we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabbi case, right? So back to now ultimately to the Rabbi case. Remember, the Rabbi, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shmita produce and they repaid the 8th year for it. Rothschild said, not a problem, we have no transactional immediacy. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last piece? Almost, kapara, so what do you see there? That when Ruben pays the bill, so even then, he's paying for the consumption already took place. A local arrangement is transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these Shmita produce, Sheni produce, it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, Halfanami, Tikapara, the Kapara. So to live by Rabbi and when they became here, ultimately again, isn't that all paying for Shmita produce? Same thing. Which we must take them out of Pisto, the Henteni Hamakito, the Mishtabit. No, it's different. The Ruben case, right, where he's going ahead and telling the workers, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. The Haven ultimately pay ultimately because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruben, ultimately transactional. Literally, the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that. Currently, that I actually right across the left. Even in summer contract, the shopkeeper knows it. He's going to get his money. He regularly extends credit. So let's say, that's it. There is transaction use. Ruben is not just saying stand where you want. And buy food, buy drinks. He's saying, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediate happening. Rashi says over here, therefore it's like an exchange, right? Shopkeeper is going to give a donkey driver and Ruben is going to immediately pay. Those are holy things. Even the other family, the Muslim family, that doesn't apply to Israel, right? It wasn't a credit. Therefore, that piece is fine because you must again, using that the thing was to send out his workers in case. Though you can go send it to a shopkeeper and nobody extends credit. Then it sounds like what? Mutter. Okay. If that's the case, so if that's the case, then we set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case of the price up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat and go drink, make it two different cases. What should the two cases be? When is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben. Because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the company already has the money to construct limited items. How about but shopkeeper who does not extend credit. Therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be called. In other words, better for the price to go ahead and highlight two cases that are the same, but one is not different, than to highlight two dramatically different cases. Here's the rest of the old. Company should immer people need on the side. Of course, that shows even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to extend any bummer of it? Homer the Cabello. The person says to his friend, pay one of the phone, leave me from the first state block. So what happens? So like Ruben goes, right, I got the food. Say, Ruben, give me a favor, lend, right, give him money at the shilling, give him a shilling, and all of my property will be coming under to you. What's that? You know, ultimately, again, my property becomes covered as a guarantor. You must have someone says, what's even there? Now, again, that's even assuming that I have no previous relations. What do you see from there? I ask someone to go and do something for someone else, and ultimately, again, your guarantee is that it covers that transactional immediacy cease to occur right then and there. I'm a rabbi, lost on a keep of a lost in it. You're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't usually make a difference. You must look at it like Apagav the Shabbat, even the low Miyaki Shibude low Miss. So what's the difference? If I look at Rashi, Rashi says even though Miyaki Shibude, the third wide one in Rashi is about him, still not Shibude. So when you say low Miyaki most love Khalifa. Since Ruben did not go ahead to actively set aside money, right? From these workers, go out, go eat and drink, pick up since no defined amount of money, right? Or no specific money has been set aside for that, again, that lacks transactional needs. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be much. So you can let most the car left and we can move from Loki. Sorry, that's Elahafa on my fish. So that's the case ultimately. So what do you do? It's hot money that which is ultimately again you said ultimately again what do you have to be concerned about? Elahafa, my fish. You should see this. What do you have to be concerned about over here? The Elahafa on my side that perhaps again she needs to produce versus Homoniaki should be there. Ultimately, again, it's the same thing. Local Mesa, because no particular money is actually designated for a fan, it's not taking that release. You don't should it pretty well do that. What's the case? The case over here is where the Balabais advanced the money to the family. Okay, so this changes that. Shifting low, Balabais, you know the family, hold them to show us at slow. The hashtam with the Balabais talk reduces it. It changes everything. The case of the year, ultimately, again, when Christ says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the company, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no difference. In other words, yes, have, but it's paid for. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take limited things, it's literally like he's flying the nuclear guys. I know. I'm really so much. I mean, that's really not well. So the Gemara says as follows. So kind of says, so again, all of this is all in the same realm of transactional needs. Like that's the theme that's happening over here. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, I'm Rothschild. I'm used to the Schmeichel coming to us using that. The kind of said, I said this over. He's going to love this big of marriage. And what happened? Amarle, husband, at the time of certainly we should have any more activities. The prices shouldn't be that his workers go out and pay. I will pay to somebody as a pay. Rather, what should it say? Certainly better food, certainly should sue buying the cash. It should say go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying now the case of years of doing today. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper, then it's a question of saying, yeah, I left you $100. How much did you consume? Which we must, I'm you're right. So you're right. Tony, I'm like, Tony, ultimately again, halacha l'maisa, you're right. The rice should be that halacha l'maisa listed is so. Please remember, essentially there are two cases in rice. Case number one is where Ruben gives his brother some love. Says, "Come here, go out and eat, go out and drink." On that case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on them. Case two, the way you must understand it now, is that halacha l'maisa, Ruben prepaid the husband. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, "My worker is going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink." Okay? Now the Gemara says that's the problem. You have to be concerned. If you have access now to the food items, then it's as if Ruben is going ahead and supplying the money. The way that price should read is Ruben says to his workers, go out and drink, but I need a cash. And then I will settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. That's what the Gemara means. Yeah, we'll stop over here for today. Go ahead, everyone. What about?
Since taking a religious stance would lead one open to the possibility of error and superstition. Other philosophical connections. Many authors have discussed similarities between Spinoza's philosophy and Eastern philosophical traditions. A few decades after the philosopher's death, Pierre Gale, in his famous historical and critical dictionary, 1697.
Let's say good morning. It is a great satisfaction to be able to learn all of you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsors, Rothschild for dedicating all the Shuman Drushos this year as a host for the solar troubles for all of Israel. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Habanim Latova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Rosenzweig, and Stanley Rosenzweig from the Bracha. We have learning sponsors, Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, in continuation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Wolf Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and you have a limit of the father have a covered all of more than the radio of Nelson, of course, always dedicate our name in the Swiss Lord, which is happy to the 12 minutes and bring them home. The Shalom and the Karov and America is ultimate for give them success. The whole of Nazi. And also with that, let us begin with an exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Sanat Gimel 63, and we are picking up on Sanat Gimel base 62b. Today, Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the verse is as follows. Today, Rabbi Yana, Yas Iker Yishvias Nanim, the Parlo B'Shinas. A very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana would do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with 8-year produce, 9 produce on the following year. So if you look at that, it actually says something very interesting. Yas Yerishi is called in Smanabir. Again, without getting into all the technicalities of it, but also, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this guy's, once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea of it is, so the people of the house of Rabbi would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah, which can offer the Aniyim the Shemitah after that year, and you get a Shemitah. So what ended up happening is on year number 8, the 12 Rabbi house, so repay the Aniyim ultimately again with produce, with your produce. The Gemara says, so they came and they said, so people mention this practice of Rabbi about it, obviously they're probably old to some degree. So they said, Rabbi Yochanan said, yeah, we see all this is perfectly fine. Why? Rabbi said that interestingly enough, Rashi, we all sing up this a couple of Rashis. We all sing up there. Rabbi Yochanan said the members of the house of Yanais are acting totally fine. Rashi says the king that he shanked lo habu hanaf be'en lo ichlife hani ba'ani la chalife minu lo chayle kedusha sheyazalai. So very good. We saw yesterday's daf already. When you get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity can pop on a previously committed. The concern of it is looks like one is transacting business with Shemitah produce, then even the 8-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah scented, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a recipe, there's not the immediacy. Right? say there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken in the sheep and only being quote unquote during the age, because of immediate reciprocity, so this does not look like you're doing commerce with sheep produce, and therefore no sheep produce devolves upon the 8th-year produce. That's the ideal. Therefore, again, Allah for myself, and therefore, again, sheep the same thing. Not to follow upon the 8th-year produce. This is very interesting. It's to connect them to Esma. And interestingly enough, similes would come up with Esma. Esma is when they go for the person goes for something. And he gives her something right? Obviously, he gives her money, or even gives her an object. That object is called an Esma. So that they need for and cannot be as a sacrificial. Makes sense. This is a design law. The Lord says, the corresponding fast what the sign of Raisa says, no level of Allah. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Rachel's his own. Right? Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her this, and he gives her a payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esnana mutter. For harlot's payment, ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. Nothing of allowed if he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon, wife, sheep, like even though you didn't have relations with her. So if you didn't have relations with her, then ultimately, again, the lamb is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, the soup, furthermore, the second case, bottle out alone also, if you had relations with her, but you didn't pay her anything, you didn't pay her anything. If you didn't pay her anything, it's even little off, my estimate, if you didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in the Raisa that says that halal for the Raisa, the estimate is doesn't make any sense. Which the Gemara says, "Hello, this is what you need to say. This is Nasala, you aftertak ba'ala. If you gave her, let's say, gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards. In other words, what we need to say is outside. So we wasn't going to say like this. When does something become an esnad, and esnad is one of harvest meaning? When there's transactional immediacy. Chaser, relations, right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate zone. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for sacrificial or temporary. So watch this. So no salah, if you gave the sheep, the achakach ball. What does it mean, the achakach ball? He says, achshav elo. Doesn't have relations with you now. Rather again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense. The pager today and have relations with her in 3 hours. Tomorrow, again, it's supposed to payment relations. Or for that matter, he has relations with her, and then he would have to replace her as no. In both of these cases, again, the estimate is going to be mutter. However, Nasallah, the Acharkah is not fine. Therefore, also, the word saying is as follows: that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an estimate, there has to be transactional immediacy. Once it's transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the sheep to payment has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. Now, again, remember, just keep track of what's going on here. So remember, the household overnight, they would borrow shnikas from the poor and repay it over the 8-year produce. Looking to the opener because they, I don't know, maybe it looks like a little bit strange that it's a transactional business with shnika produce. But the opener said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that 8-year produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment, ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, the Shemitah produce, and then for the 8th-year produce remains totally fine. Fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this Eslam case. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and he pays her. Okay, Reuben pays Rachel. He gives her a sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example ultimately for sacrificial purposes. Right? So he pays her a sheep, right? And let's say he gives her a sheep on Tuesday, and then on Wednesday he has relations with her. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not forbidden for consecrated temple use, right? Because it lacks transactional immediacy. You must understand. But when he does have relations with her, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave her the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So we say that when he does have relations on top of Sabbath Kimon, Lichol Allah is obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives you the sheep, it can't be labeled as Esna and Zona because he has relations with her, and there's no immediacy. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should devolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized as an Esnan Zona already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says it's very interesting. No, what's the case? This is very interesting. What happened? The Zona, right? The Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So you were saying, but when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively, the sheep should be categorized as a harvest payment. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as on Tuesday a pious harvest, a pious Zona. And let's say you might say to yourself, come on, what a fake. She's a Zona, and she's offering up carbonos. It's important. We've met this many times in the past. So it's important we all live with inconsistencies, and we all live with inherent questions. And in certain respects, I'm a tzaddik, and in certain respects, I'm a rasha. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do I'm quoting them, things that I don't do at all. The things that I do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well when I'm righteous. Yiddishkeit is not an all or nothing game. You can be righteous in some areas and morally bent in areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to be righteous in all areas of my life. I'm not, that's not the goal. Sometimes you feel like, because here, I'm learning, but I'm doing this. I'm but I'm doing this. Chesed, but I'm doing this. It is hypocritical. It is contradictory. But welcome to the human condition. Bureaucracy, all of the country. Such is the nature. It is important for us not to believe in ourselves. And even though the zona is zona, this should also be covered. You know what? I guarantee you. Those kabbos are reactive. It's appeasing the Roma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner conflicts, our inner struggles, and what they're control. And when we still push forward to do good, despite the little things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the Zona offered up the covenants, but the time the relations occurred on Wednesday, what animals are good. She already offered it up. So you might say, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. Okay. What's the case? If he says to the Zona, gives her the given her lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today, right? The client is as of today. Right? Then the halach is a sheet of the sharila, right? The halasa b'shastia umatara ba'amubiya. So then obviously it's mutafa, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an esna on Tuesday because they didn't have relations yet. So essentially, he gave her a gift, but she has every right to offer it up. However, the law in the action is not the but he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now. And if he was not explicit and said, he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does he say? If he gives it to her, it's from Tuesday. Okay, we're going to have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, how could you offer it up as a carbon? After all, the Ishkiyak is based on Kodesh Amrachmar. The Torah says that a person will consecrate his home. His home. This is talking about the Erech, the valuation. Like, will go ahead and consecrate it. Amrachmar, not based on yourself, just like your home, you own it. So to the ones that you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then I have to chop it up as a card. Unless it's you should only be makdish something that is yours, which means in the realm of personal growth, This part only asks of us what we're able to do. Sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's good to have people who possibly inspire to do that. But a lot of times we tend to compare ourselves to others and get frustrated when we don't measure up. But people see don't know what those persons told us. The Ribbon Shel Olam only asks you to match that you own. You consecrate or you only consecrate that you own. You can't consecrate and it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that the brother only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else can do. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than what we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. You only do makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our purpose, in our power, within our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. Eladamala, so what's the case? Eladamala, this is very interesting. So he says to her, right? So Reuben gives the zone of the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, we're scheduled for tomorrow, right? And just keep it until tomorrow. The mitzvah, if you need the sheep for something, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car money, you need dinner, whatever it is, then where it says, then it gives you the right to acquire it. So it's interesting, and it says that's the fine. So the Gemara says this. So everyone's that's the zoning. Now again, what's the idea? Why we do this? Besides that, it's totally after everything. Is because you can remember this all happened with Rabbi they received the transaction. The idea that's happening over here is that something can only be vested with a status when there is a level of transactional immediacy. So now we see that by the sheep case, and ultimately we see it by the exponential by the product in the case as well. That might just get a little bit into those product in the case. So by the way, come on, big trust on that. So very interesting. So let's say, same thing, Reuben gives Rothschild Reuben gives Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdish. She consecrates it. She didn't offer it up to the carpet, but she's makdish. So what's the status now of the animal? Even the Amar, and the rest of the Rabbi and the Sulasso Radio, Kiman Daki Basidani. So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it? In other words, literally the Gemara said that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. Therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going and makdish it is the equivalent of offering it? In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but the makdish is gone. The animal is gone. The makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she was makdishing? Again, because I'm saying, you heard the shayla is in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday. By the time the dia occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone. So it can't be called an estimate zone because it is no longer in existence at the time that the dia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdishing. Wednesday the dia occurs, and ultimately so at the time of the dia, the object is still here. So now the shayla is, does the object become an estimate zone or not? So we're saying the case shall be very Eliezer. Someone say going back to the Eliezer on the top of the dot, right? And you might say, Rabbi Eliezer said, "Kadma b'nekli vasa." So remember again, the way that Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Esnaf Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already by the time that the occurred. Dafka hikri vasa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, is no longer in existence. How about hikri shasa? Low. But from Rabbi Eliezer statement over here, that if she is not fishing, if the animal was only in existence at the time the occurred, her animal would now be called Esnaf Zona. The Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Eliezer is to be quiet. this shayla is mamish shayla of the laws itself. So the Gemara says, "No, mifsha pshita Rabbi Elazar yakri basar kafka baku shambo the isa b'shasma." Because Rabbi Elazar said that the only time that's making an estimate is when the animal was offered up before the bia. And by the time the bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, if she was just makdish, she consecrated it. The animal is still in existence at the time of the bia, in which case halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an esrei zona. Al dilma, hikrivaso pshitale, or maybe obviously she offered it up and then the time of the bia. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an esrei zona. But in case she just we're not sure. To which the Gemara says take it. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, I will say, what comes out in this case of here is first of all, so importance number one. We're not finished with this yet. What we're doing is that in order for something to be categorized as a harvest payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which is payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately again it is not considered to be an estimate zone. If he deposited an animal with her for payments, now if the via doesn't occur later on, assuming she's right in that animal, she goes ahead and she offers it up. It's on the 5 carbon. If she's not dishing, she consecrates it. And so the animal is still in existence at the time of the via. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the thing. That's the analyzing one. Let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. It's mutter. It means purposes. Marries the kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, the Rabbi says if Reuben has relations with his son, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right, so he pays her late. Right, 3 years later, it's still called the harvest treatment, and it's still the asr. And I'm not going to talk. I'm like this stuff. No kasha. So wasn't that kasha so just important? The rights that we heard before, as I page 62 be said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. That's not transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says that there's relations even if it takes 2 years, remember, ultimately it is still asr. I'm not going to start. I'm not this little kasha. It's not a contradiction. Had the Amar is Ba'ali li, is Ba'ali li, Yitalaza. Had the Amar is Ba'ali li, Yitalastan. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, we're talking one case, we're talking a case where he says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Kirashi, Yitalaza, Hokama, Yohev Lochabi Estem Ashtakansa. Ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. Okay, so let's analyze a little bit. I'm going to call us that. So let's analyze it. So now it's Wednesday. We can go to Rothschild. He says, how do we start to Zona? He said, relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years, the halacha is, it has the status of a public payment because there's transactional immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep to make it hers. In order for it to be hers, one has to actually, the Gemara says, the sheep on. So I'm going to tell them, having the customer sheep on. Livestock, animals require the sheep or require taking possession. In which the Gemara said, the son of all this weapon will kindly okay? So apparently it's actually interesting. Ultimately, the din of the sheep is only given by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need the sheep to apply. But a son has not. You guys know the possibilities. The old numbers already say it. It's talking about a Jewish harlot. We'll keep going. The koi bechatsev. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep standing in her closet. In which case, again, ultimately, this can be closet. She requires it just in a second. In the koi bechatsev, the akachak masala, how come that? I don't understand. If it's in her closet, in order to she requires it, in order to get relations with her, and then ultimately, again, then he gave it. It's already in her closet. She already required it. What are we talking about? The Gemara says, in other words, she acquired it before appeal. So this is like the paradigmatic case of Esna because she's acquiring the sheep even before the Bia if the sheep is standing in the Chutza. Here's the Gemara says, the shotgun and handy apostrophe. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So Ruben comes to the Halal. And here, this sheep is in a remember the ones that in order to assist for it, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relationship. This sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is made. The Amallah, he might see not late, in his time as your phone, and his sister, eventually, let's say, in the next 30 days, good. Maybe not, and if not, shockingly, the Esna, take this sheep, ultimately, again, part of it, fine. Master of Shis, or Shesha, supposed to help. Again, it's interesting. This is really unraveling the Esna. Only other than the Hamara or a Polish. Let's say again, let's say Ruben employs donkey drivers and workers. They say that he's paying. Now, the way ultimately, again, he's paying, and Rashi points out that Rashi, people come to artists. These workers are Jews or they're under artists. They're just unlearned Jews. Adults are unlearned Jews. That's why it's important to say. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? The aim of Moshe is okay. So actually, before this, so he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that, food, mental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink. Go and eat. So listen, now the Eno Foshish, to do this, Eno Foshish, you don't have to be worried. It's like you want this 63B. Lomishum Shvis and Lomishum Nice, Lomishum Yanis. And what's that? Here's what's interesting about this. Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that he's giving them money. Now, because it's an Akum or Amir Haaretz, just the concern, maybe Akum is going to go by Yanis. Right? Or maybe ultimately again the Hamaret is going by or my he doesn't have to be concerned with us. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money in the same Hebra, which one? Because he's doing that, essentially it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just gets through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Lomishim nicer, right? If you look at Rashi, the heart is it's actually the last one, the last one of the long ones have Rashi. The heart even goes Sakilu, we don't view Ruben is not the one giving them Ruben is giving them money. It's Chava, here, this is for your food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruben. It's not on Ruben, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now, contrast out the following. Stop going, they 60 pages, second line, Su the if Vani Polea, Su Stubani Polea. He says, so for the workers, like donkey drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. And then we have a problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at that. So we're going to go down. The hospital saw it naturally that the issue over here is because he's being the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these limited items for his workers. See the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100, here your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that's problematic because it is if he is purchasing and providing these potentially good items for his workers. Alma, that wasn't what do you see from there? He cut part of the they just see from there. It's like, hello, for the mice, I'm not going to go say, this is, we're now, and circling back to the Rabbi. Right, we're going back there ultimately. Again, to the Rabbi case of the number. What did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed sheep from the thief Europe. Europe said, not a problem of transaction in movies. So I said, what do you see from this last case over here? Almost, kapara, the maybe say kapara. What do you see from there? That when moving pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So even though again he's paying consumption already took place, lawful amount. So this is transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paid for these conditions that it's problematic. The Gemara says, also none keeping these kapara. The sort of here by Rabbi and the name again isn't that all same thing. Which is the Gemara Fisto, the Henry Hamakuto, the Nabi. No, it's different. Moving case, right? If he's going to telling the workers, go drink out, pick up the tab. They're talking about where they are purchasing food from the shopkeeper who normally extends credit to me. Even the Arthilak, they finally do it that way. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruvain, ultimately there is transaction immediacy that's happening like that. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at actually just a moment. Finally, it's actually right across the left. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from the bank, so he regularly extends credit. So we'll say, so that's it. There is transaction immediacy. You guys discount going where you are and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who almost ends credit to move it. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, it's almost like an exchange. Right? Shopkeeper is going to give, taxi drivers and laborers and really is going to immediately pay for it. No, it's not only for the even the honey, the Muslim really, not sending out of people, but again, that doesn't apply in conservative, right? It wasn't like a credit situation. Therefore, that case is trying to go back transactional immediacy. You must have all, and we should but again, using that, we're going to send out as well just in case, go we can go to it, don't pick up the tab. And now he's not sending it to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him, then it sounds like that. Mutter, then it should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter, ihafi, as it turns to the iflu b'dinar zeh, su'u mishisu b'dinar zeh, if that's the case, then set the vice up differently. Instead of making the first case in the vice up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go into a drink, make it two different cases. What should the two cases be? The Gemara said that when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben. Because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the company already has the money to pick up the items. How about people? But shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be far. In other words, back to the price to go ahead and make two cases that are the same. One detail then to highlight two dramatic cases. This was the old, company shipping my people, we don't understand it. Or is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to the Homer the Fameda. The person says to his friend, take money of money, leave me from the fussy love. So what happens? Right, Ruben goes, right, I go to food. Do me a favor, give him money to Shimon, give him an offer, turn him, and my property becomes as a guarantee. For the Gemara says, someone says, what do you see from me? Again, that's even assuming that we even have no previous relationship. What do you see from there? When you ask someone to go and give something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteed that in encumbrance, that transactional immediacy seems to occur right down there. You're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't really seem to make a difference. Even the low miyachid shibude low miss. So what's the difference? If I look at Rashi, Rashi says, "Even though the affect should be great, look at Rashi, third wide line in Rashi is about it. Kilma should be great. So when you say lo miyad mo'os hakaf, love khalifah mehu v'lo. Since Reuben did not go ahead and actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money has been set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional needs. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be much. It should be much. Shelo yichil le'mos l'kach lav alik eminu below mitzvah. Sorry. The Gemara says, "Elahacha on my fish." So that's the case ultimately again. So what do you need to be considered? We shouldn't shvius. The Gemara says, "Ha lo miyach." So ultimately, again, he says the Gemara. Ultimately, again, what do I have to be concerned about over here? Elahacha, my fish. We shouldn't shvius. What do you have to be concerned about over here? The halacha l'maisa that perhaps again shvius. Ultimately, again, it's the same thing. Because no particular monies have been designated for advance, does not take transaction. What's the case? The case over here is where the Balabai is advanced the money to the family. Okay, so this changes up. Rashi, Shekilo, Balabai is, you know the family. Told them Shishalach Etzlo. The hashtag the Balabai is talking. Oh, so this changes everything. So the case over here, ultimately, again, when the Rabbi said it, Reuben says to his workers, go to the family, go to the shop, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on you. The case is we're already Reuben the money to the shopkeep. So there's no extension of it. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for it. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid already, ultimately, again, if they take limited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with limited items. I'm not sure. I'm the Shmei, I need to have some now. So that says as follows. So I've kind of said as follows. So we'll say, so again, all of this is all in this same round of things. Like that's the theme happening over here. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, I'm used to the Shmei, I need to have some now. So kind of said, I said this over in front of Rabbi of Narada. And what happened? Amalei, he haki at the time the price is shouldn't read. And he says to his workers, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay him to sound like he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? It should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying now the case on here is where you've been prepaid. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper. Then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? You're right. So you're right. Tani, I'm sorry. I'm going to Tani, ultimately, again, Allah. You're right. Change the license. Read the license. That halacha Reuben says to his so case. Remember, essentially there are two cases where Reuben gives his workers $100. So it's going to go out to meet and drink on meat. That case, whatever they do, it's not on this case. Two, the way the Muslim now is that halacha myself Reuben prepaid and went ahead and gave $100 to the shop. He said, "My workers are going to come in. Let them buy. Let them eat." Okay. Now he says that's the problem. I'm concerned if they have access now to food items, then it's as if going ahead and supply them. The way that price is read is Reuben says to his workers, so go and drink, but and then I will settle up ultimately again. That's what we're doing. It's good. We'll stop over here for today. Everyone, what a gaff. Everyone, wonderful. By thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosin Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shuman Drushos this year as a support for the souls for all of Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for Av, Habalim Lovas, even when he drays in honor of Israel, drays in Dina, drays in Lean Moses' wife, and stands his wife Zichron Bracha. We got sponsors, Dr. Edmund Wolf, information of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Abba, memory of their father, Ben Abba, Kover, Baruch, Mordechai, Ben Moreno, of Nasa, Zichron Bracha. Of course, always, we dedicate our running the Swiss precious hostages and control and bring them home. The Shalom and the Karach and the merit of these soldiers and give them success. The whole massive. And also with that, we have an exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Sanach Gimel 63, and we are picking up on Sanach Beis in base 62b, the Biyana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the Gemara says as follows: Today, Rabbi Yas Ikei Shvius Nanim, the Parlo B'Shvius. So a very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana would do as follows: they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor, and then repay them with 8th year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says something very interesting. Yas Ikei Shvius called him Smalabiyot. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities, but halacha. You can go ahead and lend or borrow shmitus while it's still readily available for everybody. So this guy's once it's no longer readily available in field, you really can no longer keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is so people of the Asa would borrow shmita produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. Rashi goes on the part of the Shemitah, the often Aniyim Shemitah. So end up having again is on year number 8. In year number 8, we repay and ultimately again with his new produce, 8th year produce. So they came and they said so people mentioned this kind of study obviously that father people somebody. So they said something for the and the opener said, "Yeah, listen, often it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? It's neck done. Never say that. Interestingly enough, which is actually the opposite of the stars. Do a couple of actions. The opposite of the opener said, the Diana is part actually even that he shanked lo habu hanaf the end. Lo ichlife han ba'ani ba chalik benenu lo chayel kedusha shvesa. Let's get into an issue of commerce with forbidden items. So sometimes that forbidden identity can fall upon the previously permitted item. So for example, the concern over here is if this looks like one is transacting business and Shemitah produce, then even the 8th year produce should ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity, there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken in the Shemitah year and only being quote unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah produce involves on the 8th year produce. That's the idea here. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not follow upon the year. This is very interesting. Connect them to Esnan. And interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with Esnan Zoma. Esnan Zoma is the halacha when the person goes to a Zoma and he gives her something for her services, right? Obviously, pays her money, but even gives her an object. That object is called an Esnan Zoma, payment for a harlot, and cannot be used for any type of sacrifice purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The Sanya, the Gemara says the corresponding use to Esnan. What's the case? The Sanya listen to this. Bryce says, no let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Like Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately again he gives her payment, but he doesn't have relations with her. Or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the thought? Esnana mutter. For harlot's payment, ultimately mutter for sacrificial use. Obviously it doesn't make sense. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, and he didn't have relations with her, and of course it's permitted for a comply pshita, even though he relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, and ultimately again the lamb is a gift. the gift, there's no restrictions on it, to which the Gemara says, furthermore, the same, if you have relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything, if he didn't pay her, might pay her anything. And what's the meaning of taking from Raisa that says that from the Raisa, the S now doesn't make any sense? To which the Gemara says, hello, that this is what it means to say. This is this. Nasala, the Atakak Bala. If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, let me tell you this piece outside. Essentially, I was going to say like this. When does something become an S-non? An S-non is on the harvest payment when there's transactional immediacy. Pays her relations, right? Our relations pay her. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an S-non. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of S-non solely. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So much outcomer. No solo, if you give it a sheep, the acharkak ba'ala. Now what does it mean, the acharkak ba'ala? Rashi says, achshav elo la'achar zman. He doesn't have relations with her now. But again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do we go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense. You know, days of today and have relations for 3 hours. So tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. Or for that matter, he has relations with her, and then he afterwards pays her. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the esnon is going to be mutter. However, nasala, the acharkak, fine. So therefore, I will say, so the word saying is as follows: that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an esnon sola, there has to be transactional immediacy. Once the transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the lamb, the sheep, the payment has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. Now again, remember, just to keep track of what's going on here. So remember, the household of Rabbi, they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and repay it ultimately again in the Shemitah produce. People came to the Open because they felt, I don't know, maybe it was like a little bit strange practice. No, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional issues. So because of transactional issues, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th year produce, the Shemitah produce, and after the 8th year produce remains fine. Fine. Now the Gemara is a little bit discussed like this. So let's go for this, right? Let's go ahead and paste it. Okay, but we didn't do that. We get to your sheet. I'm just using the sheet because right? She pays your sheet. Right? And then let's say use your sheet on Wednesday for the explanation. So again, based on just on before, that does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not forbidden from treated companies. Right? Because it lacks transactional immediacy. You must understand. Let's say on Wednesday, right? You give the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why would you say let's have relations with her top of something? Lechol Allah is not one of Freya. Okay, I understand. When you give the sheep, it can't be labeled as estimate and so on. There's no reason. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should evolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized as an estimate already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says it's very interesting. Though what's the case? She should come up and hit Kivasa. This is very interesting. What happened? The Zona, right? The Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now relations didn't happen on Wednesday. So the Gemara is saying when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively the sheep should be categorized as a harvest payment. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harvest, a pious zona. One side, you might say to yourself, what else? She's a zona, and she's offering up carbonos. Both sides. It's important. We've met this many times to tell us. So it's important we all live within consistency, and we all live with inherent contradictions. And in certain respects, I think, and in certain respects, I'm not sure. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do at all. Here's the beauty of it. The things that I don't do well or or do poorly or don't do it all, Baruch Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well and that I'm righteous. Yiddishkeit is not all enough. You could be righteous in areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, I don't know, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas where most of us are not yet. But sometimes you feel like a fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm getting stuck out, but I'm doing this. I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right? It is hypocritical. It is still contradictory, but welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live with hypocrisy. We all live with inner contradictions. Such is the nature of life. But it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, but she also brings us. You know what? I guarantee you, those kabbalas are reach nichoach to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner contradictions, our inner struggles, and other HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And when we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the Bona offered up the covenants. By the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this a little bit. What's the case? If he said to the Zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today, right? Acquire this as of today, right? Then halacha and pshita the sharila, right? The halasa b'shas umatana ba'amahu biyah. So then obviously it's mustafa, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an esnan on Tuesday because they didn't mention to that. So essentially, gift, and therefore she has every right to offer it up. However, the little amrullah kanila in the achshav is enough in the karma. It's very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? He was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? So if he gives it to her, he gives it to her on Tuesday, okay, we're gonna have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, how could you offer it up as a carbon? The ish yakdish is based on kodesh amrachmar. The Torah says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about an erech valuation, right? We'll go ahead and consecrate his home. Amrachmar, I'm not based on so just like your home, you own it. So to the only thing you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how could you offer it up as a carbon? Just by the way, a tremendous number of over here. You could only be makdish something that is yours, which means in the realm of personal growth, who only asks of us what we're able to do. Sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people, and that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's definitely good to have people who we aspire to be like. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others, and we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what those person's kochos are, what their abilities are. The Ribono Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate it, or you only can consecrate that you own. You can't consecrate something that doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that God only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else can do. What he does is to take a personalistic inventory about what I possess, because that's a lot more than what we know how to spell, and then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic goals. Only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our purview, in our power, within our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. El Damarla, so what's the case? El Damarla, this is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives the sheep on Tuesday. Okay, keep the sheep with you, scheduled for Bia tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car, but you need dinner, whatever it is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it as well. So it's interesting, time with hedges is better. Fine. So the Gemara says, so therefore, that's the zoning. Now, what's the idea? Why we this? Besides the fact that it's thrown on the apple, it's interesting. We're doing this because, again, remember, this all happened with the Rabbi with this transaction. The idea that's kind of happening over here is that something can only be vested with limited status when there is a lot of transactional immediate. So now we see that by the Shemi case, and ultimately we see it by the Esmon zone and by the Harlot payment case as well. Now the Gemara just gets a little bit into this Harlot payment case. So by Rabbi Kama Bek Vishas Salmas. Very interesting. So let's say same thing. Reuben gives Reuben gives so the sheep on Tuesday. The bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdish it. She didn't offer it up as a carbon, but she's makdish it. So what's the status now of the animal? Mahu. Kevan da Amar Amiraso Legabot Misulaso Kimandak Ribasi. So do we say that essentially making something hektish the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to the person. So therefore, do we say act of going ahead and being makdish it verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? Now, in other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being makdish, the animal's gone. Being makdish, ultimately again, it is still here, it is still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she would makdish it? Again, because I must say, you heard the shaila is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the bia occurs, obviously, again, it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslam Zona at the time that the bia occurred. In this case over here, Wednesday, the bia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the bia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an Eslam Zona or not? So the case Rabbi Eliezer. So once going back to Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf, right? Rabbi Eliezer said, "Come up and hit me bust." So remember again the way Rabbi Eliezer took the case of the Esmon, right? Is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already by the time it occurred. Dafka hit me bust. The dafka is because she offered it up; it's no longer in existence. How about it? So low. But from the Eliezer statement here, that if she was not tissue, but the animal was still in existence at the time that the bia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslam Zona. Much the Gemara says, no, Rabbi Eliezer can say to me by this shaila, not Mr. Shaila of Eliezer himself. So the Gemara says, no. She did Rabbi Eliezer, that also Davka Vakisha Solo, the Isa B'Shaspia. Does Rabbi Eliezer say that the animal doesn't become an Eslam? Is when the animal was offered up before the bia. And by the time the bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated it. But the animal is still in existence at the time of the bia, in which case, halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslam zone. Oh, the love, if you're also shitale, rishas on the sap. I mean, maybe obviously she offered not calling her existence. I mean, of course, it's not going to be categorizing it as an Eslam. But in the case where she just consecrated, we're not sure. Which case, we're really not sure. So we'll say, what comes out in this video is, first of all, so important lesson number one, we're not finished with Eslam zone. What we do understand is that in order for something to be an Eslam zone, as a part of this case, transactional and immediate payment bia. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed bia, or bia and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an Eslam zone. If you deposited the animal with the payments, now, the bia doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore, if she goes ahead and she offers it up, it's a bona fide carbon. If she's not dishing, consequences, and so the animal is still in existence at the time of the bia, the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the thing, that's the animal. Okay, let's analyze more. So the second here was, let's say he has relations with her, and then so ultimately again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means it's used for practical purposes, or immediately married cash up. I don't understand this. Gemara says, for me, But Rabbi says if Reuben has relations with his and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the girls late. Guys, he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's period, and it's still the usher. I'm not this stuff, look, so most of that country is important. The rights that we told you before, outside of the 62 said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate, it's not transactional use. Here the Gemara says that there's relations, even if you pays for 3 years later, ultimately it is still usher. I'm not having this stuff, I'm not this stuff, kasha. It's not a contradiction. Hada Amar is Ba'ali Li, is Ba'ali Li, to tell us, yeah? Amar is Ba'ali Li, to tell us, so I said, this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, so we're talking one case, we're talking case that says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identified the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep, Rashi, the Kawazak, Kalkama, Yohev, Mahavi, Eslan, and Hashtakins. So ultimately, again, where he identifies the sheep, it's as if there is transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, ultimately again there is no transactional immediacy. A little bit more. My hobby, I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Reuben goes over to Rothschild. He says, have relations with, or to Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, but yeah, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. The halacha is, it has the status of a harlot's payment because there's transactional immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, livestock, animals require taking possession, which the Gemara says, so apparently it's actually interesting that ultimately the din of Mashiach is only a din by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need Mashiach to acquire. So we're talking about a son who's not Jewish. All right, you guys are another possibility. The Olam Bizarre is Israelis. No, we're talking about a Jewish harlot. If you go, they call it Chassid. Oh, interesting enough, the sheep standing in her hut. In which case, again, ultimately there's two fires. That's in a second. Either Kaiba Chatzera, Bala, the African Masala, Hakamela. I understand. It's in her chutzner, and then ultimately, again, then he gave it. Only then he gave it. It's already in her chutzner. She already acquired it. What are we talking about? You might say, in other words, she acquired it before Bia. So this is like the paradigmatic case of Eslan because she's acquired the sheep even before the Bia if the sheep was standing in her chutzner. Which the Gemara says, the shati and the Heliat Potiki. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So Reuben comes to Raphael and here, this sheep is an apotiki. Now, remember again, what is a potiki? A potiki essentially is like a guarantor. That in other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there's non-payment. The Amrullah, and he says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. The Ilah, and if not, Shakle the Esnan, take this sheep ultimately again as your harlot payment. Fine. Massive revelation. So Shesha says like it's supposed to be some help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling from the Esnan. Watch this. Omer Adam Lechamarav or Apollo. Let's say again, let's say Reuben employs donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so he's paying. Now, the way ultimately, again, he's paying them, Rashi points out over here, that either these workers are non-Jews or they're Amia artists. They're just unlearned Jews. They'll see why this is important. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? Okay, so actually before we get to this. So he goes and he says to them, I'm giving you, right, and essentially this money to go and sell food and drink. Supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right, here's money, go and drink, go and eat. So we'll say, now the Gemara says, the Eno Choshish, if you do this, Eno Choshish, he doesn't have to be worried. So we'll say, here's what's interesting about this. right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an akum or amel aretz, he has to be concerned maybe the akum is going to go by yayin nesa, right? Or maybe ultimately again the amel aretz is going to buy shvita produce or meiser sheni produce and puts milat shalayim. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why does he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Chevra, do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right, if you look at Rashi, it's actually the last one, the last of the long ones of Rashi. The ha'ilu, those safilu midi, and the pre-yayin. We don't view Ruvain is not one giving them anything. Ruvain is giving them money. And it's Chavra, here, this is for your food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now what? Contrast out the following. Sabbath, you only 60 degrees, second line down. The Amarla, but if you said to them, Su the Ichlu, Vani Korea, Su Shtu Vani Korea. And he says to the workers, like donkey drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pick up the tab. Now this is a problem. Then we have a problem. Now why is that? Look at Rashi. The issue over here is because he's paying the tab. Now look, he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his workers. You see the difference? Ruvain just says, here's $100 for your whatever they buy. That's on them. If you go eat, go drink, I'll pick up. Then ultimately, again, it's problematic because it is gifting and providing potentially prohibited items for his workers. What do you see from here? Kapara to make Isser kapara. So what you see from here is that halacha l'maisa. I'm not going to say this is we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabbi case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbi case of Rabbi. What did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed the produce and they repaid before with 8 euro produce. Said not a problem about transactional meetings. So what do you see now? What's from this last case over here? So what do you see from here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place, right? So there's transactional meetings, and he is considered to be paying for these Shemitah produce, the Sheni produce, the Yayines, and it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, "Ofenami kika para the mitzvah kapara." So over here by Rabbi Yanai, when they repay in the 8th year, ultimately again, isn't that called paying for Shemitah produce? Same thing. You're saying, "Master, the Gemara Fisto, the Shenpeni Hamakifo, the Mishtadel." So no, it's different. In the Ruvain case, right, where he's going ahead, the workers go eat, drink, I'll pick up the tab, talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruvain. The Chavens, the Black buffet, finally, ultimately, because the shopkeeper extends credit to Ruvain, ultimately, this that's happening right there. Literally, the shopkeeper acquires his money. Look at that. It's actually right to the left. The shopkeeper is going to get taken away. It's very expensive credit. So we'll say, so that's it. There is transaction needs. Ruvain is dealing, in other words, Ruvain is not just saying stand going where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Pedro, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruvain. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional easy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore this is almost like an exchange. It's going to give donkey drivers, whatever, items, and Ruvain is going to only pay for that. No only thing about how to be Rabbi even the Anachani, Muslim, Lav Khanini are going to Again, that doesn't apply to the right? This wasn't like a credit situation. It was where people normally do business. Therefore, that case was fine because of that transactional immediacy. You must say, Avoid, can be shame like people, again, using that logic, Reuben was to send out his work the same case. Go eat and go drink, don't pick up. But now he's not sending to people who normally extends credit to him. Then it sounds like what? Mutter. So that should be okay. If that's the case, mutter, if that's the case, then set the price up. Instead of making the first case of the price up, the case of Reuben says, here's $100, go out and go eat and go drink. Make it two different cases. What should the two cases be? The Gemara said, when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? In the Shabbat way. When is it prohibited for Reuben to say to his workers, go out, enjoy, eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the Shabbat people who extends credit to Reuben. Because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if, again, the company already has the money to pick up limited items. How about people? But shopkeepers who does not extend credit, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be called. In other words, better for the price to go ahead and highlight two cases that are the same, but one detail different, than to highlight two dramatically different cases. First, you must go old. Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not obligated to send any bummer of Homer the Chayil. The person says to his friend, take one of the clothing, be from the fussy love. So what happens? So Reuben goes, all right, I go to Cleveland. Say, Reuben, do me a favor. Lend some money to Shimon, and all of my property will become encumbered to you. What's that law? If ultimately again my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor, the Gemara says, so what do you see there? Now again, let's even assume that Reuben and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see? When you ask someone to go and give something to someone else, and ultimately again you're guaranteed that encumbrance, that transactional immediacy seems to look right from the right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't really seem to make a difference. Rashi says, "Oh, miyachet shibudei." Was it Rashi? Why do I Rashi said? Kilo shibudei. Shelo yichei lo miyach mo lav chalita minu v'lomis. Since Reuben did not go ahead and sacrifice money things, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money have been set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional immediacy. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. Shelo yichil le'mos lekach lav chalik meninu below mitzvah. Sorry. The Gemara says, "Elahacha on my choshev." So if that's the case, ultimately again, so what do we need to be concerned about? Mishum shvius. So the Gemara says, "Ha lo miyachid shivui." So ultimately, again, says the Gemara, ultimately again, what do we have to be concerned about over here? Elahacha my choshev mishum shvius. What do you have to be concerned about over here? That perhaps again shmita produce versus halomiyaki shibudei hacha lomiyaki shibudei. Ultimately, again, same thing. Because no particular monies have been designated advance, does not create transactional immediacy. What's the case? The case over here is where the Rabbi is advanced the money to the family. Okay, so this changes everything. Look at Rashi. Shehiktim lo, Rabbi is dinar lechem Chodem sheshalach etzlo. The hashtam the Rabbi is ta'apli b'surde. Okay, so this changes everything. So in the case over here, ultimately, again, when the Brisa says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the company, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is where already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. No extension of credit. Unless he has a tab, but it's paid for already. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take prohibited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items. So the Gemara says as follows. So Rav Kahana said as follows. So we'll say, so again, all of this is all on this same ground of transactional needs. Like that's the theme that's happening over here. So the Gemara says, Papa, keep going share. I'm sorry, Rav Kahana, I'm missing the Shmaite Kamei Rav Sivid Nardo. So Rav Kahana said, I said this over in front of Rav Sivid of Nardo. And what happened? Amarei, Ihaki, at the 20. If that's the case, the prices shouldn't be that Reuben says to his workers, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay to sound like he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? It should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Like I'll settle ultimately again with the shopkeeper, because again, we're saying now the case of years where Reuben prepaid. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper, and then it's a question of saying, yeah, I left you $100. How much soon? So we're speaking about, so you're right. You're right. Tani, I'm sorry, I'm like, Tani, again, Allah says, you're right, change the price, read the prices should really be the problem. That halacha is so. Remember, there are two cases in price. Case number one is Reuben gives his brothers $100. Chabra go out and eat, but we drink. In that case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on you. Case two, the way the Gemara is understanding it now, is that halacha l'maisa, Reuben prepaid the chimzim. And he gave $100 to shopkeeper. He said, "My worker is going to come in. Let them buy, let them eat, let them drink." Okay. Now the Gemara says that's the problematic. So you have to be concerned. You have to be concerned if they have access now to food items. Then as if Reuben is going and supplying with president. The way that price should read is Reuben's silver go out and drink. But I mean then I will settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper afterwards. That's how the Gemara is saying. Okay, we'll stop over here for today. Everyone, what a daf. Everyone, a wonderful day. We'll say good morning. It's a graceful fortune to be able to learn with all of you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share. To thank our annual Talmud sponsor, Tosim Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shuman Drushos this year as a sechus for Besoros Tovos for all of Yisrael. Our Talmud sponsors for the month of Av, Habalim Tova, Stephen Wendy Drazen of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Rosenzweig, and Stanley Rosenzweig. We got learning sponsors, Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, inclination of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Adler, memory of their father, Ben Adler, Chaver Baruch Mordechai, Ben Moreno, Nasa, and of course, always, we dedicate our learning in the Swiss of our precious hostages, and the Shpal from Nefesh, and bring them home. The Shalom and Baruch and Merit for the soldiers, give them success. The whole massive thing. Don't say with that, let us begin. We have an exciting daf ahead of us today. Is Sanef Gimel 63, and we are picking up on Sanef base in the base 62b, the day of Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines off on the bottom. So Mara says as follows: the day of Yana, Yas Iperi Shvias Manim. So a very interesting case. The members of the household of Rabbi would do as follows: borrow Shemitah produce from the poor, and then non-Shemitah produce from the year. So if you look at that, it actually says over something very interesting. So obviously, again, into all the Shemitah technicalities, you can head and lend, borrow, not commerce, lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So it's no longer readily available. You really can no longer keep it for yourself. The idea over here is, so the people of the house of Rabbi Yanai borrow Shemitah produce from the Ayim during the Shemitah year. Rashi goes on to the Sheminis. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi Yanai's household repaid the Aniyim ultimately again with new produce, 8-year produce. So the Gemara says, so they came and they said, so people in this practice Rabbi Yochanan. There was some about it, obviously, that father to some degree. So they study Yochanan, Rabbi Yochanan said, it's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Why? You connect on. And interestingly enough, look at Rashi. Ya'osina starts through a couple of Rashis. Ya'osina. Then there, Rabbi Yochanan said the members of the house of Rabbi Yanais are acting totally fine. Rashi says, "Chivin dahi shaita lo habu hanach le'en lo ichlufe han ba'ani lav chalikeni lo chayil kedusha shviyas." Remember again. We saw yesterday already, when you get into an issue on potential commerce with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden item can pop upon the permitted item. So the concern over here is, this looks like one is transacting business with Shemitah produce, that even the 8-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah prohibition. Now, the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not immediacy, or to say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken during the Shemitah year and only being quote unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition revolves upon the 8th year produce. That's the ideal here. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not devolve upon the 8th year. This is very interesting, and this is to connect them to Eslan Hoka. And interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with Esnan Zona. Esnan Zona is the halacha. A person goes to a Zona and he gives her something, right? Obviously, if you pay the money, or even he gives her an object, that object is called an Esnan Zona, payment for a harlot, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The Sanya, the Gemara says the corresponding case by Esnan. What's the case? The Sanya, listen to this. Raisa says, Nosam Rabba. Let's say Ruben goes home, right? Ruben goes to Rabbi. Ultimately, again, he gives her payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her, or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esnana mutter. Her harlot's payment ultimately is mutter for sacrifice.
Wow.
It doesn't make sense. I understand. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, and of course it's permitted for a Kohen. Why? Pshita, given the Rabbi, he didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, ultimately again, the lamb is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restriction on it. To which the Gemara assume, furthermore, the second case, he had relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, he didn't pay her anything. He didn't pay her anything. If he didn't pay anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in Raisa that says that halacha l'maisa, the esna is mutter? It doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, Ella hachika amar. God doesn't say. Listen to this. Nasala the achar kach ba'alah. If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, let me tell you this piece outside. Essentially, the Gemara is going to say it like this. When does something become an esnan? An esnan is on a harvest payment when there's transactional immediacy. He pays her, relations, right? Our relations pay her. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an esnan. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of esnan zona. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So there's Elikama. No sala, if he gave her the sheep, the akach ba'ala. Well, what does it mean, the akach ba'ala? Rashi says, Achshav ela la'achar zman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly you go ahead and translate immediacy, I think there's some level of common sense. You know, the days are today and has relations with her 3 hours from now or tomorrow. Again, as opposed to payment relations. But akach is not a mutter. Ba'ala, the akach nasala, or for that matter, he has relations with her and then he afterwards pays her. Esnana mutter. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the esnan is going to be mutter. However, nasala, the achar is not fine. So therefore, both sides, what we're saying is as follows: that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an esnan zona, there has to be transactional immediacy. Once the transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the lamb, the sheep, the payment has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. Now again, remember, just to keep track of what's going on over here. So remember, the households of Rabbi, they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and repay it ultimately again with 8-year produce. People came to the Yochanan because they felt, I don't know, maybe it looks like a little bit strange, this practice, you're transacting business with Shemitah produce. But Rabbi Yochanan said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that 8-year produce as an exchange, right? Or as something like a payment again for the 7th-year produce, the Shemitah produce, and then for the 8-year produce remains totally fine. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and he pays her. Okay, Reuben pays Rachel. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example for
Yeah, who's this bitch?
He pays your sheep, right? And then let's say he gives your sheep on Tuesday, and then on Wednesday he has relations. So again, based on what we just learned, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not permitted for consecrated temple use, right? Because it lacks transactional immediacy. You must understand. But when he does have relations with her, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave the sheep on Tuesday. Relations with her on Wednesday. So why don't we say that we should give her top of okay, I understand. When you took the sheep, it can't be labeled as testimony. So he have relations with her. There's no meaning. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should devolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep categorized as an estimate already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar is very interesting. No, what's the case? He should come up the hikri. This is very interesting. What happened? The Zona got on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, when they have relations Wednesday, retroactively, the sheep should be categorized as a harvest payment. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harlot, a pious Zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a faker. She's a Zona, and she's offering up carbonos. I will say, it's important. We've mentioned many times in the past. So it's important to understand we all live in inconsistencies. And we all live in various contradictions. And in certain respects, I'm tzaddik, and in certain respects, I'm a rasha. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very well.
Boy squad. Nation.
Things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't
Big
do
boy squad.
Don't take away from the
Big
things
boy
that I do
nation.
well and that I'm righteous. Yiddishkeit is not an all or nothing. You could be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. And most of us,
boy squad.
for some reason we get critical. For some reason we feel like a fake. Because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm giving tzedakah, but I'm doing this. Or I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. That's hypocritical. It is still a contradiction. Welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in contradictions. Such is the nature of life.
Big boy squad.
Lose faith in ourselves.
Big
That even
boy
though the zona is a zona, but she also brings kabbalas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kabbalas are reach nichoach l'HaKadosh. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner countries are in struggles more than HaKadosh. And when we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, the Zona offered up the covenants. By the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So Gemara says, okay, let's unpack this a little bit. What's the case? If he said to the Zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today, right? Acquire this as of today, right? Then halacha l'maaseh shari lo, right? The halasa tia u'matana ba'amu u'biyo. So then obviously it's mutter, right? Because she has title to it. You can't buy it as an not on Tuesday because they didn't have relations yet. So essentially, he gave her a gift, and therefore she has every right to offer it up for the law. It's very interesting. But if he gave her permission to acquire it as now, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday. Right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? Say, if he gives it to her, he gives it on Tuesday, okay, we're going to have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, the issue is based on it says the person will consecrate his home. His home. This is talking about an Erev. Right? Will go ahead and consecrate his home. So just like your home, you own it. So to the only thing you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, how could you offer it up as a car? What's that way? You know, completely makdish something is yours, which means in the realm of personal growth, Mishpach only asks of us what to do. You know, sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves.
Thick boy squad.
And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models.
Thick boy nation.
But a lot of
Thick
times
boy
we compare
squad.
ourselves to others and
Thick
get frustrated when we don't measure up.
boy
But who says you
nation.
can measure up to someone else and know what those person's abilities are? The
Thick boy squad.
only asks you to be makdish.
Thick boy.
That which you only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate, and it doesn't belong to you. Again, what only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what's not us to do. He doesn't expect of me someone else to accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spirituals that I possess. Be honest about what I possess. We possess a lot more than us. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. You only be not that which belongs to you. And the Bible only asks us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our faith. This is very easy. He says, okay, keep the sheep with you for here tomorrow. Right? Just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah thing, but if you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car, whether you need to know whatever. Then Mar says, turn the action, then keep it. Fine. So Mar says, so that's his own. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides, this all happened with that young guy with his sheep. The idea that's being happening over here is that someone needs to invest in it for little place when there's a level of transactional immediacy. So now we see that so by the way, I'm not making trust on that. So let's say we didn't give Shiraho moving into somewhere
this upcoming January 12th,
ideas for Wednesday. She consecrates it. She's getting offered up as a couple. And she's not Christian. So we got welcome to Shiraho. She might got to help. She'll bring the offering up. In other words, the Gemara says that verbally spreading something like this is equivalent giving it over. So therefore, we say it again. That act of going ahead and doing this verbal is the equivalent of offering. Although that's the meaning of the party, we say it else. In other words, offering it out is often being not drawing. Not just ultimately again, it is still here to stay present. It does see how the ability, what happens if she's not Christian. Again, for the lesson, you heard the Chinese. In the case where she offers it up on Tuesday, by the time the year occurs, obviously, again, it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be from Eslam Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the year occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday, she's not Christian. Wednesday, the year occurs, and ultimately, besides the time of the year, the object is still here. So now, the Shiloh is, does the object become an Eslam Zona or not? So you must have the case of Rabbi Eliezer. Because Rabbi Eliezer, so I said, going back to Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the back. Right? You must have Rabbi Eliezer. So remember again, the way that the Russell understood the case of the Esmond Jonah, right? Because when she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already by the time the year occurred. That's the history of Russell. So that's what, because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. How about Shasson? No. And from the religious statement over here, if she is not Kishu, if the animal is still in existence at the time that the deal occurred, perhaps the animal would now be covered in some zones. Unless the message no. So that the loss of his faith in the body. This actually, this Shaila is not a Shaila that was himself. So the message is not. If she did what the Eliezer got the bus of Dalka about the Shasson, right? But he said Shasson. Because the also said if the only time it doesn't become Eslim is when the animal was offered up before the Dia. And by the time the Dia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps he was just not consecrated. The animal still in existence at the time of the Dia, in which case, Allah for myself, the animal is recategorized as an Eslim zona. If you bust up Shitale, if you shut and you know, maybe obviously of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Eslim zona, but in case she just consecrated it in that show, which the Gemara says you reading that show. It's interesting, we have both sides, but sometimes in this case, we get it first of all, so we're not going to we do understand that extremely close together. Payment must be transacted, which means payment that order is not followed. Payment and delayed via or via and then ultimately again is not considered to be an estimate. One of these people out of the bucket, they get some interruption another time by the sound of a kitten. They have to wrap it up then or else they bring angry with Hollywood Bear, which rudely interrupts that and then I conducted using it feedback from my good friends here. Now we have a new unsupervised anything can happen. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? What's the space of that animal?
We're gonna get it started for the golden ticket winner. Go Ringo. That in itself soul is going to go after him. Golden ticket winner did open the show very very wild white beats in always 60 seconds uninterrupted. A brand new set from Jack Shaw, everybody. Here we go.
I don't know this. You know this.
I'm so indeed, and they said, fuck you. I don't support bombing hospitals. I was like, yo, that's not
even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right? So late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the holiday season, and it's also I'm not trying to stuff, I'm not pissed off, no passion, something like that. Right, so we played the ball last night because we basically said that if your relations and then payment, that's an estimate. Here,
One and four, 1 and 5, 2 and 5, 2 and 6, 2 and 7, 2 and 9, 3 and 9, 4, 3 and 10, 4 and 11, 5 and 9.
Ultimately, again, one case is another case.
5 and 15, 6 and 15, 7 and 14, 7 and 14, 7 and 15, 14
Now, again, he doesn't pay for 3 years. Oh, it has a status of a public payment for this transaction. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals are required to sheep, are required to do the action, which the Gemara says, the zone of almost okay.
It's been great. It's the last night of Hanukkah tonight.
That's
a way to get the Texas crowd on their side.
You don't need to shoot for
I got some presents for
You guys know what else did. We all love his own mistakes. Let's talk about trouble. If you're going, they call you the Hassan. Interestingly enough, the sheep standing in the Hassan, in which case, again, ultimately, this is the process requires. You can put Hassan up, while I be actually talking if it's in our concept, which requires there's variations of her, and then ultimately, again, we are process that required. Or she required it before this. This is like the kind of medic estimate because she's requiring the sheep even before the deal if the sheep is standing in the process. So it's the next one. The shopping and India are very interesting. Now, here's this. So when it comes to the rest of this. And like this sheep, and then the ones that he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. I'll pay you money. You can take this. But therefore, she doesn't give you the cost sheep initially. She requires the sheep, and you then pays non-payment. But I'm like, you might see not late because using his time as your phone. He says to her, if I pay you, let's say for the next 30 days, good. And if not, make the S limit. Take this sheep, ultimately, again, as your fine. Massive luxury, so it's a facial setup. It's supposed to need some help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling for the experts. I'm not talking about Kamala or a ball. Let's say again, let's say even employees, taxi drivers and workers. They say that he's paid. Now, the way ultimately, again, he's paid, and I actually points out that it's here, actually, okay, for probably on their eyes. These workers are not Jews, or the Amalekites. They just unknowingly, idolaters are unknowingly. And he says to them, who is going to be no sense? Who should be no sense? Right, what's the the annual association, okay, so that's it. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, you relax. Okay, you're going to supplement wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink, go and eat. So listen, now because to do this, and if he doesn't have to be really something like this 60 people, when you should do this, then you should marry this. Unless I can do this. Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halal maisa, halal amir haaretz, yes, because maybe happens to go by yes, right? Or maybe ultimately again the amir haaretz is going by shmita, or maisa shini pays, you can see that out of the shalom. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Kevra, do it right. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Now she says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, you only should nice, right? If you look at Rashi, the heart, it's actually the last one, the last one of the long one of Rashi. The heart, even those something you look pretty young. You think it's the one giving them. Just giving them money. It's about here, this is favorite food, this is favorite food. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on you. It's not on him. So therefore, again, no regular. Okay, now, that's how the final is. South Florida, 63 second line. The unlock name, sex them, see the influence. Vanish Korea. Soon, he says, workers, like some drivers, go and eat, go and pay, I'll pick up the tab, all. Now this problem, then you should be then you have a problem. Then we have a problem. Now you set with it, so this time around, have you even locate this Makilo, the husband was solid now, the issue over here is that he's paying the tab, now it's that he's purchasing and providing this for the his workers. See the difference if Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, whatever they get, that's fine. If he says, I'll pick up the tab, again, that is similar because it is purchasing and buying these potential living price Allah was a race in there. He can't put out the news. So the secret is that Allah for the Mesa and was like, this is we're now pulling ahead and circling back to the Rabbi. Like we're going now ultimately to the Rabbi case of members. Rabbi, what do they do? They went ahead and they borrowed the produce and they paid before with each your produce. That's not a problem for all transaction immediacy. So listen, what do you see from this last piece of there? Allah, you have power to make this power. So what do you see from there? That when you pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So even though again he's paying after the audit took place, Allah says that this transaction needs, and he is paid for the sheet deposits, the shading deposits, therefore the Gemara says, he can't power the news of power. Associated by the other and maybe him is here, ultimately again is in that deposits. Which he must take him out of this stuff, is entering on the people in the start. No, it's different. In the case, like what he's going ahead, telling the workers, and what is going to go drink off the tab, we're talking about they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who really extends credit to you. The even the Arthur Buffet, finally doing it. Or the shopkeeper really extends credit to you, then ultimately this transaction literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that. Thinking about it, touching 90% right there. And then he says, the shopkeeper knows I'm getting from it. It's really expense credit. So come up and see it. Let's come along, let's try to be good. So let's say, that is transaction needs. This is not just saying standard and buy five drinks. He's saying, hello, this shopkeeper, I'll pick up. This is a shopkeeper fully expense credit. So therefore, again, it's a debt is already paid, and that's a transactional and you see that's happening. Rashi says over here, but no, how do you mean it? It's almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give taxi drivers and laborers, whatever. And we're going to immediately no, how is it? How is it? Yeah, right. But I mean, the Muslim, last time the other, so again, that doesn't exist. So again, right? It's what I don't together. Therefore, that piece is trying to get not transaction immediacy. You must have it, then you should in the future. Again, using that, because then we're to send out a same place. So you can go to and pick up the tab. And now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him, but it sounds like that. Much and it should be okay. If that's the case, that's much lucky. I think certainly the influence of dinner, certainly you should see that if that's the case, when you set the price up, instead of making the first case advice, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go through the thing, make it two different things. What do the two cases be? You must have that down, when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited to anybody, I'm not people, you started it. When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, well, you can drink, and I'll be back. That's only because shopkeeper who extends credit to them, because there's transaction immediacy, and it's as if again the thing already sent the money to the items. People, but shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be caught. In other words, that is the place to go ahead and then two cases that are the same, but one detail different, and to highlight each of them in different cases. These are the old, company should in my people move on as far as that case. Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, it's the purchaser still obligated to many vulnerable. I don't know if from the trusted love. When I go to them, so Ruben, give me a favor, like money to shit, you want to shit, and then my happy will be coming from the team. What's that? Suddenly, you know, ultimately, again, my happy becomes hungry. And as a guy, you must have some again, it is a scene that I have no previous and ultimately, again, your guarantee and his problems are watching immediacy, sees to look correct from there. Lost the people, lost the You're right. You're right. The end of whether the shopkeeper extends you must look at it. How about the Saturday, even below the Yaki Shuday, low in sex. So what's the difference? So look at that. Even though the Yaki Shuday, third wide level. So not today. So we say low the Yaki since you did not go out, right? Still workers, go out, go eat and drink alcohol. Since you want to find the young right? For no specific so again, that is not actually because ultimately again it's in so the leaf in the low, not a leaf in the low, and low so that's how I on my position. So that is ultimately again. So when you do that, you should see this. How many of each other? So ultimately, you say says ultimately again, no one can send that on the alpha, my position. You should see this. What if we can send that over here? But I also saw that perhaps again, versus how long you should be ultimately, again, it's the same thing. So on my side, because no particular money is designated for advance, it's not taken what's the case? The case over here is where the Halacha is advance the money for the community. Okay, so this changes shaking low, Halacha is zero the company, Hogan to shut off X-Law. The hashtag that our is operating so the so the case over here, ultimately again, when the Bryce says that if Ruben says to his workers, go to the factory, eat and drink whatever you want on me, the case is already Ruben gives the money to the shop. So there's no extension of that. In other words, he has it, but it's paid for. And now that makes sense, because now that it's paid for, ultimately, again, it's literally like she's pouring the liquidity loss. I'm like, I know. I'm so like they come in on your George Foreman grill on a hell of a night. So again, all this is the same transactional. Like that's oh my God! What's I'm sorry. I'm used to the Schmeichel. I said this over. In fact, we love the secret of America. And what? I'm not right. He hurt me. I can tell you, sitting in the say effectively, go out and treat, I will pay me to say, hey, Rabbi, what should it say? Sit with the Israel, sit by the church. What I can do, what I can do, I'll set it up. I'll set it up open with the shop. Because again, this is a way that you didn't prepare. Basically, you left money in the shop. So then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? Which means, I'm going to be right. So you're right. I'm going to sitting. Ultimately, again, and it's a little bit of an that case, whatever is it's not is that I love for myself reading to the shop. He said, my workers going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? That's what I'm concerned. Access now to as if Ruben is going ahead and to find the way that It's not okay for today. Oh yeah, everyone, put it down.
There you go.
Listen, good morning. It is a great satisfaction to be able to learn from you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Here to thank our annual county sponsor, President Rabbi yourself, for dedicating all the children's rushes this year. As a success for the service levels for all on Israel. From first sponsors for the month of Av, Rabbi will tell that Stephen Randy Jason, founder of Israel Grazing and Dino Grazing, and Lee Roses White and Stanley Roses White from Russia. We got sponsors, Dr. Evan Page Wolf, the original of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, this was Shalom Ben Steve Hirsch, and you think you have had a memory of the father, Ben Abbott, Robert Baruch, Mordecai, and Maria, of course, always we dedicate our own systems to just have to just make the talk and make the pressure play out matches every weekend and the Norfolk inspection almost every night. It never stops. And prize blends exciting back ahead of us today. Today's bath is Sunday 63, and we're about on South Base 62B. Today, Rabbi, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the line. So the verse is as follows. Today, Rabbi, yes, she is not new. To call the machines. So very interesting feature. Members of the household of Rabbi do as follows. They will borrow sheets of produce from the poor, and then repay them with 8-year produce, 9 sheets of produce on the following year. So if you look at that, it actually says that it's not very interesting. Yes, she is called this man of the earth. So obviously, again, without getting into all the sheets of technicalities, but I'm not going to myself, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow sheets of produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So that's once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea of it is, so the people of God, so right? The borrow sheet of produce from the Armenian grade sheet of Rashi does, and a part of the sheet is check off the awful Armenian sheet is after a year, and you can this. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi's house and repaid the Armenian ultimately again with this new produce, 8-year produce. So they came and they said, so people mention this practice of Rabbi, something about it bothers people to some degree. So they say Rabbi, I'm a little Rabbi said, yeah, listen up, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Ned Nug, Rabbi said, interestingly enough, look at Rashi, you also know this starts, do a couple of Rashis. You also know, Rabbi said, it's members of the house of the Yonah. Not as totally fine. Rashi says, speaking that he shut by, low up enough to the end. What you say, I'm Bahani, love how you can name me, and will fail to do such things as the son yesterday got the lady. We get into an issue on potential commerce with a forbidden. So sometimes that forbidden identity pop upon the previously. So for example, the concern over here is, if the boys transactions with the chief of produce, then even your produce should ultimately have the same position of prohibition. Now, the opening said it's not really a problem because there's not a reciprocity, there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken very cheap and only being bought for to be paid very little age, because there's no immediate reciprocity, it does not look like you're doing commerce with cheap produce, and therefore no cheap prohibition involves upon the 8-year produce. That's the idea of that. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, she the same thing. You're not the follow on the 8-year produce. This is very interesting. This is to connect them to S-notes and and interestingly enough, a similar piece would come up with S-notes in S-notes in is a halacha. The person goes to his zona, and he gives her something for her services. Right? Participation learning, or even gives her an object. That object is called an S-note, so that's payment for a hundred, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The sign work. You know, so the corresponding to S-note. What's the case? The sign is in first. Bryce says, let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Rachel's the son. Like Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her payment, but he doesn't have relations with her. So I'll have no muscle law. Or if he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything, that's the halacha. That's not her husband's payment ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. It doesn't make sense. Where it's understand. Muscle law, if he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's for him to start talking. Why? She's like, you can know about lamb, how about other people? You have relations with her. So if you have relations with her, then ultimately again, the land is a gift. There are restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, the scene, furthermore, the second case, but allowed a lot of muscle. If you have relations with her, he didn't pay anything. Ultimately, he didn't pay anything. If he didn't pay anything, even though muscle my estimate, if he didn't pay anything, and what's the meaning of the statement in the rice? That's not always like a lot from the rice. The estimate is much doesn't make any sense. Here's the Gemara says, hello, God, this is what he needs to say. Listen to this. If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only after, in other words, what company trades this outside? Since we weren't going to say like this, when does someone become an estimate, an estimate is on a harvest payment, when there's a transaction. Relations, right? Or relation payer. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate zone. And what it means practically is that it can be used ultimately again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temporary use. So watch this. So there's Alakama, Nosala, he gave her the sheep, the Afrikash Bala. Now, what does it mean, the Afrikash Bala? Rashi says, Achshav Ella La'achazman. He doesn't have relations with you now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, I think there's some level of today and relations for 3 hours. Again, as opposed to payment relations. But after Krasala, it's not all Bala, the Akakaknasala, or for that matter, he has relations with her. And then he actually lets case, in both of these cases, ultimately again, however, Masala, the Akakak, therefore, this is really worth saying that in order for us to categorize as an transactional once the transactional use, in other words, payment relations, then beyond the sheet of payment has this ultimately identified funds. Keep track of what's remember, the household were blind, they would borrow sheep that comes from it, and pay it ultimately again into a practice. Things are only because, I don't know, maybe it's like a little bit say, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we view that your things as an exchange, right? Or as something like a payment, ultimately again for the 7-year produce, the sheet of produce, and after the 8-year produce remains totally fine. Now, you might have questions a little bit discussing on this. Not so long, the Akakak Bala. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's impose ahead any cases. Say, even if he's up, gets your sheep, I'm just using your sheep because it's the easiest example. Right? So he pays your sheep, right? And then let's say he gives your sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, he has relations. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not forbidden for us. Right? Because it lacks transactional immediacy. Remember, I won't say it. If he bought out, when he does have a let's say on Wednesday, right? He gives sheep on Tuesday. That's basically Wednesday. So why do you say that when he does have a is that one fair. Obviously, okay, I understand. When you give to the sheep, can't be labeled as testimonies on it. But when he does have a relationship with her on Tuesday, then retroactively, the resignation of the sheep as a harvest payment should involve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore, the sheep should be categorized as an estimate already passed on Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says it's very interesting. He said, "How about the Mikvah Vasa?" It's very interesting. What happened? Zola, right? Zola, she got to see on Tuesday. Now, initially, didn't happen until Mara says, which is on Wednesday, was asking the sheep to be categorized as part of the What's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday.
So I'm actually
Stop
from
it up
Salt
as a
Lake
carbon on
City, Utah.
Tuesday.
I just moved here,
Papaya,
and the first thing
Zona.
everybody always
I'll say,
says
you
is
might
if
say
I'm
to
Mormon,
yourself,
I'm not Jewish. But I had a lot of Mormon boyfriends growing up. One thing about Mormon boyfriends is it's really weird rules. Like they won't drink coffee, but they will if you're a Jew.
And in certain respects, on the subject, in certain respects,
Getting a job out here in Austin. When I was living in Salt Lake, I was a stripper. So much more supporting of my parents.
the things that I don't do
The
well
stuff
or
that I would do at
do
work. Like
poorly
I
or
love showing up
don't
with
feel all
guys
off
in
the
status.
don't take away from the things
Turns
that
out
I
men
do
don't
well.
like it when the Jews stare back at them.
You just take it's not a hard enough. You
Shit
can
kept
be
going wrong
righteous
at
in
the
some
strip club.
areas
Like one day
and
our
morally
DJ
bankrupt
didn't
in
show
others.
up, so
Now,
we had
obviously,
to dance
that's
to
not the
Pandora
goal,
Radio.
right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life.
So I was just twerking on some old dude, like,
sometimes you
super
feel like
post-osteoporosis.
it's fake because, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm doing stuff, but I'm doing this. That's that, but I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical. It is what contradictory, but welcome to the nature of human nature. All of the hypocrisy, all of the contradictions, such is the nature of life. It is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, this should also be correct. You know what? I guarantee you. Those covers, they have to be correct. It's a piece of the one. Because at the end of the day, no one knows what any contradiction is. So much never and when you still push forward to do good, despite what the things you are doing, sometimes that's a critical. So the zona offered up the covers. By the time the relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So you might as well, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. Okay. If you have what's the case, you've got on the left, communicate from the option. If you set to the zone, you said that this is your plan. It says, this is yours as of today. Right? Apply this as of today. Right? Then, I'm also going to say, she could have shot, right? The whole rest of the shots, you know, and whatever unbelievable. Then obviously it's looked at her, right? Because she has to do it. It can't be categorized as an STI type thing because they didn't have relations, right? So essentially, we will get, she has every right to offer it up. However, the role on the left in the option is not in the part. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it in this way, and if he was not explicit and said, he didn't say that, this is your honor as a Tuesday, right? We're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? So if he gives it to us, which front Tuesday, then we have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he cannot see it. I can tell her after that. This is based on focus money. It says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about evaluation. I will go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not one of my base on his home. You know, I'm going to teach you. So when you consecrate, whether it's good or whether it's up, it's something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then have to set it up in her house and just start there. And then it's going to be only be not something yours. In the realm of personal growth, this is what the only asks of us. What the people do. You're saying there's no mistake of measuring yourself against other people. The right thing to do is good to have role models. Second, you can have people who actually do that. But a lot of times we tend to compare ourselves to others, and when we're frustrated, we don't measure up. But he says you can measure up to someone else. You don't know this person's purpose. Ownership only asks you to not do that which you own. You only have to consecrate, you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate and it doesn't belong to you. It's so ultimately life you forget that only expects of us. What the evil to do? He doesn't expect that he wants to He doesn't expect that he's someone else's accomplishment. What he does expect to do is to take a personalistic view about all the spiritual truths that I possess. Be honest. that what I possess in Jesus a lot more than I can be honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalized beliefs. Because only if we not dish that which belongs. And I put powerful asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our presence, in our power. This is spiritual things. Incredible. Our Gamma was the case. Our Gamma was the Hadigabe are just here. She's very interesting. She says to her, right, so we can give this to the soul. Keep the schedule for you tomorrow, right? Just keep it until tomorrow. It's good, but if you need something wrong, you need to sleep on it, you need a partner, you need to know whatever it is, then the rest is funny action. Then give you the right to apply it. It's interesting. Fine. So the Muslim was an essence of it. Now again, what's the idea? Why do this? Besides that, it's more than one thing. The English, because you can remember, this all happened with Rabbi, this Shiva transaction. The idea that's happening over here is that something could only be best in the permitted status when there is a level of transaction to use this. Now, we see that our Shiva case, and ultimately we see it by the explanation of our origin increase. So variables, like how much you trust on that, it's very interesting. So let's say, same thing, moving gives rough out, moving some the sheet on Tuesday. The dia is scheduled for Wednesday. Tuesday, she goes on she concentrates on it, she often has a question, and she's missing. So what's the status now of the Monday? Even the Amamar, and the rest of the Rabbi in this lesson, she might have to bust again. She didn't say that surgery, making something technical is the equivalent of offering it. There is literally demands that verbally something to at least equivalent giving it to a regular person. So therefore, we say ultimately again, that the act of going ahead and mastership verbally is the equivalent of offering it. Although my question you know, I thought you didn't say that now. In other words, offering it is offering it up. It's wrong, it's wrong. The matfish ultimately one is still here, it's still present. So because she has the ability, what happens is she's matfishing. Again, because what we're saying is, in the case that she offered up on Tuesday, by the time it occurs, obviously again it's wrong. It's wrong, right? So it can't become Zona because it was no longer at the time that the deal occurred. In this case, what here on Tuesday she's matfishing, Wednesday the deal occurs, and ultimately by the time of the deal, the object is still here. So now the shadow is, does the object become an extension or not? Was the picture of Rabbi Eliezer? Because of the laws. So it's like going back to Rabbi Eliezer on top of the guy. Right? And Rabbi Eliezer said, cut out the Hikri Basa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Eslam Zona, right? She went ahead and she already offered it, right? She already by the time of the church. Dafka Hikri Basa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, is no longer in existence. How about Hikri Shasa? No. But from Rabbi Eliezer saying it was here, that if she was not vicious, if the animal was still in existence at the time that the deer occurred, perhaps the animal wouldn't have been called an Islam Zona. Unless the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Eliezer escapes no body. This Shaila is not Shaila Rabbi Eliezer himself. The Gemara says, no. Maybe she tells Rabbi Eliezer that he also Dafka Baki Shasa, no, but he said Shasbiyah. Because Rabbi Eliezer said that the only time it doesn't become an Islam is when the animal was offered up for the dia. And by the time the dia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps, again, where she was just massive, consecrated, the animal is still in existence at the time of the dia, in which case, halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Islam Zona. All Dilma, Pepivasa, Shitale, Vikishas, and the Sakha. I mean, maybe obviously she offered it up and it's only going to be some kind of dia. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Islam Zona. But in case she just consecrated it, and see where it says patient. So we're reading that shit. So interesting, we have to this, what comes out in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson in the rest. We're not clear it's Islam Zona. What we do understand is that important is something categorized as how this payment must be transferred immediately, which means payment here. If that order is not followed either, in it and delay Bia, or Bia and then payment, ultimately again it is not to be a personal. So if he deposited normal as a payment, now the Bia doesn't make sense later on. As soon as she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she opens it up. It's a bona fide cargo. If she's not fishing, consequences. And so the animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia. The next day, what's the status of the animal? That's the thing. That's the okay, that's enough. But let's see that and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately again, he pays his mother. And you say it's mother, it means for purposes. Immediately married the cat. I don't know this. You know, it says immediately. But the attack مثلا أشهر الشغل أسماء أصل. The reduction, right? So it says if woman has relations with the same. And then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the girls late. Right? So he pays her late. Right? 3 years later, it's still called a harlot. And he's still the awesome. And I'm not this stuff, not actually. So listen, let's try to take this important. Right? That we played before, also, 62 so that if there's relations conventionally, that's not an estimate. The court is actually immediacy. Here's what you better say. There's relations, even if it's a 3 years number, ultimately it is still us. And I'm not this one. It's not a contradiction. How the Amar is Ba'ali is Ba'ali Tawasa. How the Amar is Ba'ali the Tawasa. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, so we're talking one case is one case that says have relations with me for this and we identify sheep versus relations with me for a sheep. How come it not have it estimate in the ultimately again versus when you identify sheep if there's transactional need. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, you're getting is no transaction immediacy. Alright, so let's analyze a little bit more. The underlevel colors that when we get into what says evolution is he says evolution is looking for this. Yeah, he doesn't care for 3 years. 3 years. Now look at this. Oh, it has the stats of apartments payments because there's transaction immediacy. Just because it can identify the sheet doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says you should follow. So I'm going to tell us that I'm having the customer sheet follow. Right? Remember, livestock, animals, was part of the sheet, but a part of the dimension. Which the Gemara says the zone of honest will help them go combination. Okay? So kind of is actually interesting. Ultimately, the divinity sheet was only given by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need a sheet for 12 parts. So it turns out some of these are not Jewish. You guys know about this. The old one is on the Israel. It's not talking about Jewish parts. If you don't, it's quite a fascinating. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep standing in their cluster. In which case, again, ultimately, there's the requires even if I say that, well, the Atlasana, how come it? If it's in a cluster, it's not which requires it. It's very related with it. And ultimately, again, then it is so you're a cluster, so it requires it. What are you talking about? You must know she tried it before, so this is actually, this is like the kind of matters. Requiring the sheep even to be off, it's a sheep is standing in the process. Which is much more cheaper. The shot in the handy out of now, here's the case. So everything comes to the whole one. Here, this sheep is not post. I don't know what is a post. You'll put this into the job. That generates a system, right? I'm going to pay you for the relations. Like, if I don't pay you, you can take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't give you a sheep initially. She requires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The umbrella, in my senior rates, is using the time that you're going to pick up. And he says, if I pay you, let's say in the next 30 days, good. If not, and if not, sharply the ask number. Take this sheep, ultimately, again, as your hard fine. Not saying that Shisha says like this. What's the interesting how? Again, it's interesting. All of this is really I'm not going to be as Let's say again, let's say we think employees, donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so like this thing. Now the way ultimately again, this thing that actually plays out over here, actually could be the problem on the arts. These workers are non-Jews or they're on the arts, which is unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. They'll see that as important. And he says to them, the food that is going to be right? So what's the halal? Well, the aim of Oshish, okay. So that's important. So he goes in and says to them, I'm paying you, right? Essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay. Either that, he's getting paid here, right? Here's money, go and drink. So listen, now the inner Oshish, to do this, inner Oshish, he doesn't have to be worried. It's like 60 degrees. Lomishim Shigis, Lomishim Yadis. What's the conclusion, right? The Gemara says that he's giving them money. Now, because it's an actual on their products, he's going to be right? Maybe ultimately again, or my security police, he's going to have to be shut out. He doesn't have to be this. Because essentially, he's giving them the money and he's saying, Pedro, do it. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right? If you look at Rashi, the heart, it's actually the last one, the last of the one. The heart, or secondly, I repeat right. We don't, Ruben is not the one giving it. He is giving it. It's kind of here, this is for the food, this is for the food. What you choose to do with that actually, essentially, is not on you. It's not on you, then, so therefore, again, no rivalry. Okay. Hard press out of the problem. Sound of the second round. You come a lot, they're all of them. Sue the influence. Bani Korea. Sue the street Bani Korea. He says, workers, go and eat, go and drink. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is how it is. Then we have the why is that we did it in Korea. How do people love share in my kilo? The husband is solid naturally like this is because now looks like he's purchasing and providing these items for us. See the difference? If the just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's all. If he says, go drink, I'll pick up this tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because if he is purchasing and providing these potentially good items. Oh, well. What do you see here? Keep up, make this. So just sit there. It's like, I love what I said. I'm not going to say this is we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabbi, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbi. Remember, Rabbi they went ahead and they encountered with the produce and they repaid before with €8. And said, not a problem transaction immediately. So listen, what do you see now? What do you see from this last one? Right? Amor, he's kind of part of the maybe so what do you see here? He pays the bill, right? Pays the bill, paying after the consumption took place, and also this transactional release, and he is considered to be paid for, least the dollar, sheet of these things, trading for this money, that's problematic. There the Gemara says, also none, he can't part of the ministry can't part of. So it's going to be by the other end, and here, ultimately, again, isn't that ultimately the produce? Same thing. Which we must take them out of Kisco, they send them on the people in the shop. So, you know, it's different in the Udon case, like with he's going ahead and telling the workers, then we'll just go each one, I'll pick up the tabs. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from the shopkeepers who normally extends credit to Even though that they ultimately because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to eBay, ultimately there is transactional needs. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper fires his money immediately. Look at that moment. Clearly, that is actually 90% left. And when he's some of the shopkeeper knows that he's going to get rich and he regularly extends credit. שכבר הכירו, שכמובן שיש נהגים לכאן לפעמים ככה חליפים. So that's it. There is transaction use. Uber is not just saying scan where you are and buy food, buy drink. He's saying ever. Go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Uber. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, there's no anything in it. Therefore, it's almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give taxi drivers even the other communities, the new city communities, large family out of people, again, that doesn't apply in this area, right? It wasn't like
you could put those on like a rope and just wear them around your neck.
Therefore, that is trying to not transact services correctly. You must have it, every showing up on that. Again, using that one, it is to send out a book, the same case. So you can go to a tab. That's sending to a shop people normally extends credit. Then it sounds like what? Then it should be okay. That's the case. That it's multi-lucky. I determined to if the beginner there, so you should sue the beginner there. If that's the case, then you sacrifice up differently. Instead of making the first case of myself, the case of where the says, here's $100. Go out and go to the drink. Make it two different things. So that done, when it is so ultimately again that it's prohibited, the Fembanyama people who started that. When is it prohibited for you to say to what is happening? Go out and go and drink and I'll pick up the tab. That's only a shopkeeper who extends credit because there's transactional need. And it says, if again, the company already has the right to prohibited items. Think about people.
6 more weeks of recession.
It's not people who say not spending.
So I went on a first date, told the girl I was a comic, and she said, no way, I'd love to see you perform some text first. So you can appreciate just how long 5 minutes really is. It's a long time, I swear.
old.
Fans of Jersey Shore here? Yeah, someone told me they're going to make a cast member on the upcoming Gaza Shore. It's just 5 Jews and 5 Palestinians arguing for an hour. Promised to me.
Someone also told me
else about the situation.
I go with you. So Ruben, do me a favor.
Said it looks like my forehead and my press 225 pounds.
Will be coming
That was really rude. I've been
What's
tired.
that?
Thank you
Tell
guys.
me, ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. You must say, what do you see today? Now, again, that's even assuming that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see from there? When you ask someone to go and do something to someone else, and ultimately, again, your guarantee that encumbers immediacy seems to look like right there. You're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't receive the difference. You must look at something like the Shabbat, even below Miyachi Shibudei, low Missa. So what's the difference? Rashi says, even though Miyachi Shibudei, Rashi's third wide one, Rashi is in the bottom. So when we say when Miyat Mo's the half, Rav Khalifa moving below Missa. Since moving did not go ahead and actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go and drink, open up. Since no defined amount of money, right? Or no specific money, something set aside for that. Therefore, again, that lacks transactional needs. Because it does ultimately again, it should be much. So you feel the most of that, love Khalifa Minu, below Mitzvah. Sorry, you must says Halacha on my country. So that's the case ultimately again. So when we should this. So we must call it money which is not. So ultimately we say says that perhaps again shoot the police. Let's follow the action to be ultimately again it's the same thing. A lot of Mesa because no particular money is designated for grants.
Wow, with the pink earring and a choker.
His own traditional idea. That's the case. The case over here is where the Malachi is advanced the money
Regular white. Not Italian.
Shimmer, Malachi's hero of the company, told them to show up as well. The husband of Malachi's coffee
Italian. Pink earring and a necklace.
so the case of the year, ultimately, again, Bryce says that if Ruben says to his workers, go to the family, go to the shopkeeper, whatever you want, it's on you. The case is already Ruben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for it. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because they pay already. Again, if they take things, it's literally like he's supplying them. I know. I'm used to my take when he goes to the Minerva. So the Gemara says as follows. So again, all of this is same realm of transaction. Like that's the thing. That's happening. So the Gemara says, I'm used to the Shmite coming up to the Minerva. Because I said this before, we talked about the secret of no,
When's the last time you
I'm already.
sold a house when you closed on a house? When was it?
It was October.
Closing coming up
the prices shouldn't be
tomorrow.
Okay, what do you close
Go
on?
out and drink, and I
just
will pay.
2,000
I
square
will
foot
pay you.
house.
Say,
For how much?
You should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're sitting at a case of years where we didn't pay. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper, and then it's a question of saying, yeah, I left you $100, so you can serve. Which was, I'm right, so you're right. Tony, I'm sorry, I'm like, Tony,
You've just been watching the show and you're like, I can do that.
ultimately, again, halacha Wednesday, so you're right, change the license, read the license, you should read the following way. That halacha Wednesday, who says today, so case, remember, essentially there are two cases in rice. Case number one is where Ruben gives his representatives. It's never go out to eat, go out and drink, that case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not fun. Case two, for those who might understand the narrative, is that halacha Wednesday, Ruben freed for instance, he went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my workers going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the law says, that's what I have to be concerned. Based on that access now to if Ruben is going to have and Ruben says to his workers, go out and drink, but I need the chashiv. And then I will settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. That's what he knows. Okay, looks like for today. Oh yeah, everyone, what is that? This is the morning. It is a graceful function to be able to gather and overview. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this month. Thank our annual common sponsor, Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shalom Drushos this year. This for the Solos Bubbles for Israel. From the first half, about in the Stephen Wendy Drazen, honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Arlene Rose's wife, and Stanley Rose's wife from the Drush. We have many sponsors. Dr. Evan Faith Wolf, a donation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Silas Wolf, Shalom, Ben C. Hirsch, and Nick and Beth Tyler, memory of the father, Ben Albert, Baruch Mordechai, Ben Moreno, and also as always, we dedicate our name to Swiss American Justice, welcome them to bring home the Shalom and the Torah and the merits of this ultimate give them success, full and mercy. Listening back to that. We're excited about today. Today's daf is San Gimel 62. Let's end up on San Gimel 62b, the day of Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the Gemara says as follows: today of Yana, Yas Ike Shvius Nanu, Karlu B'Shvius. The members of the House of Yarem they would do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the clerk and then repay them with 8-year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you think of it actually says something very interesting. Yasi Perishli is called Mismaradio. So obviously, again, without getting all the Shemitah technicalities of it, you can go ahead and lend or not commerce, but borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So that's once it's no longer readily available in the field,